Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita, karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa. Asik dan asik, idenya fantastis, romantis, buat kamu ngehits. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna, karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go.
Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Halo semuanya, kenalin nama gue Just No Limit. Buat kalian yang pengen nonton M6 dan kalian pengen dapetin akomodasi gratis, kalian bisa banget dan bisa berkesempatan juga untuk menangin belasan juta rupiah saldo GoPay. Kalian tinggal ikutin aja challenge M6 Cloud Video by GoPay. Semangat!
dan sepertinya mereka siap untuk bisa mendapatkan lagi ke arah dari daerah di mana sekarang daerahnya setidaknya mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan dari mana ini yang dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu mulai Johan.
Thank you for showing us greatness in your N5 journey. You may now take your final bow.
Tidak ada tim Indonesia untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Oh no, my god.
Tamparan kembali terjadi untuk tim Indonesia kita. Memang ya namanya kompetisi pasti ada menang dan kalah.
Udah nggak ada lagi alasan kita patch, gameplay, meta, apapun itu kita harus terima karena kita udah bukan jadi region terbaik lagi.
Satukan kekuatan, berjatuh sama lain, gak usah tapi kita pede, main lepas, berhasilnya dan let's go!
Boy, kita di sini buat tunjukin ke semua orang kalau kita pantas.
Tidak ada banget di depan sana dengan portal berhasil mendapatkan solo moment kill dan apa pelatihannya on point. Wow!
Kebanyakan tim yang udah mulai ngerti makro dan gue jujur paling nyaris season ini.
Sendirian mengejar ke arah San dengan satu garuda juga tembakannya begitu menyakitkan. Looking for media. The Savage banget didapatkan.
So bagi gue sekarang Indo bakal kuat karena udah banyak yang pemain baru. So menurut gue bakal jadi hal baru buat di M14 atau segala macam.
Untuk landasan pertama mereka sudah sukses. Regenerasi adalah kunci.
Gue cuma berharap semoga 6 tim yang hadir di playoff ngasih improvement semuanya. Tapi kalau misalkan cuma sampai di situ, takutnya mungkin regen-regen lain tuh udah mempelajari kita. Semoga tim-tim Indo bisa back on track lah, biar nanti optimisme gue ini bisa tersalurkan dengan hasil mereka di internasional.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4. Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal?
The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds? But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated. Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH. MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3-seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket, while losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, one step away from an epic comeback. One step away from elimination. All the way to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Bye.
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taman Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Montun untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends. Halo semuanya, nama saya itu dan terus jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar dari
Bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this.
a show.
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up!
CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! Five, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11
प्रोडक्शन करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए।
ये आपका ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Worth it like that. Yeah, it's worth it. Worth it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
worth it like that.
Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita karena bersama Good Day duniamu banyak rasa asik dan asik idenya fantastik romantis buat kamu nangis. Oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legend memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Halo semuanya, kenalin nama gue S14. Buat kalian yang pengen nonton M6 dan kalian pengen dapetin akomodasi gratis, kalian bisa banget dan bisa berkesempatan juga untuk menangin belasan juta rupiah saldo GoPay. Kalian tinggal ikutin aja challenge M6 Cloud Video by GoPay. Semangat!
Bagian bawah dan sepertinya mereka siap untuk bisa mendapatkan lagi ke arah dari daerah di mana sekarang daerahnya setidaknya mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan dari mana dia dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu classic Johan.
Thank you for showing us greatness in your N5 journey. You may now take your final bow.
Tidak ada tim Indonesia untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Oh no, my God.
Tamparan kembali terjadi untuk tim Indonesia kita. Memang ya namanya kompetisi pasti ada menang dan kalah.
Udah nggak ada lagi alasan kita patch, gameplay, meta, apapun itu kita harus terima karena kita udah bukan jadi region terbaik lagi.
Satu kekuatan, berjatuh sama lain, gak usah kita pede, main lepas, bergeraknya dan let's go!
Boy, kita di sini buat tunjukin ke semua orang kalau kita pantas.
Tidak ada banget di depan sana dengan portal berhasil mendapatkan solo moment kill. Dan apakah pelatihannya on point? Why, wow!
Kebanyakan tim yang udah mulai ngerti makro dan gue jujur paling ngeris season ini.
Terjun sendirian mengejar Karasan dengan satu garuda juga tembakannya begitu menyakitkan. Lengkap saja. Looking for media. Dan savage banget didapatkan.
So bagi gue sekarang Indo bakal kuat karena udah banyak yang pemain baru. So menurut gue bakal jadi hal baru buat di M-Box atau segala macam.
mereka sudah sukses.
Regenerasi adalah kunci.
Gue cuma berharap semoga 6 tim yang hadir di playoff ngasih improvement semuanya. Tapi kalau misalkan cuma sampai di situ, takutnya mungkin regen-regen lain tuh udah mempelajari kita. Semoga tim-tim Indo bisa back on track lah, biar nanti optimisme gue ini bisa tersalurkan dengan hasil mereka di internasional.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4.
Yeah, this is okay.
man.
Yeah,
Why do we
exactly.
have to do this? I'll just tell
Why don't we just
All
do
right,
this?
so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put...
So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Don't worry. I'll explain everything.
No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. Teams will fight in a best of 1, and based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal? The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it so that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability.
Now I'm getting excited! What about the knockout stage? Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, one step away from an epic comeback.
One step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, don't you want
This is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Anda, kemudian dari Mundur untuk kegiatan olahraga salam elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends. Semuanya, maka itu harus diri dan terus berlari. Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport itu teman-teman
udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15 di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum menjadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss, we on this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Argan yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, terutama buat tim Indonesia.
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss, we on this, we won't miss, we on this. Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua. We on this. Cuma di Anda.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Line 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! 5, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years!
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
Satu orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्याक्ली के लिए
ये आपको ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Yeah, I'm worth it. Was it like that? Yeah, it's worth it. Was it like
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Beli sekarang.
Was it like that? Dirasa anak muda selalu punya banyak cerita karena bersama Good Day dunianya banyak rasa asik dan asik idenya fantastik romantis buat kamu ngehits oh Good Day yang bikin hidup berwarna karena hidup banyak rasa.
Apartemen murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Pulsa murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Walau yang lain terus berubah, GoPay konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah, di aplikasi GoPay. Gratis transfer, 100 kali per bulan. Ikut selebrasi MPL pasti dapat hadiah. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Wow, finished. See you later.
Time to go. Okay.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen penturik
belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah? Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Halo semuanya, kenalin nama gue Just No Limit. Buat kalian yang pengen nonton M6 dan kalian pengen dapetin akomodasi gratis, kalian bisa banget dan bisa berkesempatan juga untuk menangin belasan juta rupiah saldo GoPay. Kalian tinggal ikutin aja challenge M6 Cloud Video by GoPay. Semangat!
Bagian bawah dan sepertinya mereka siap untuk bisa mendapatkan lagi ke arah dari daerah di mana sekarang daerahnya setidaknya mereka bisa pisah. Tapi masih ada pergerakan dalam mana diri yang dikeroyok. Namun untuk sekarang satu classic duet.
Thank you for showing us greatness in your M5 journey. You may now take your final bow.
Tidak ada tim Indonesia untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya.
Oh no, my god.
Tamparan kembali terjadi untuk tim Indonesia kita. Memang ya namanya kompetisi pasti ada menang dan kalah.
Udah nggak ada lagi alasan kita patch, gameplay, meta, apapun itu kita harus terima karena kita udah bukan jadi region terbaik lagi.
Satukan kekuatan, bersatu sama lain, gak usah tapi kita pede, main lepas, berhasilnya dan let's go!
Boy, kita di sini buat tunjukin ke semua orang kalau kita pantas.
Tidak ada banget di sana dengan portal berhasil mendapatkan satu momen kill dan apakah pelatihannya on point? Why bom?
Kebanyakan tim yang udah mulai ngerti makro dan gue jujur paling ngeris season ini.
Sejin sendirian mengejar Karasan dengan satu karena juga tembakan yang begitu menyakitkan. Looking for media. The 7 bagat didapatkan.
So bagi gue sekarang Indo bakal kuat karena udah banyak yang pemain baru. So menurut gue bakal jadi hal baru buat game atau segala macam.
Untuk landasan pertama mereka sudah sukses. Regenerasi adalah kunci.
Gue cuma berharap semoga 6 tim yang hadir di playoff ngasih improvement semuanya. Tapi kalau misalkan cuma sampai di situ, takutnya mungkin regen-regen lain tuh udah mempelajari kita. Semoga tim-tim Indo bisa back on track lah, biar nanti optimisme gue ini bisa tersalurkan dengan hasil mereka di internasional.
Dude, you know what? I really don't get the Swiss format at all.
Actually, why do we even need to change? This was okay back in M4. Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just tell.
Why don't we just
All right, so this is how it's going to work. You're going to put... So I heard you guys still don't understand the new game format. Don't worry about it. Behold, the answer to everything. My masterpiece!
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
Yeah, I think we should go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll explain everything. No concept of personal space.
So, as you may know, only one winning team gets to move on from the wild cards.
Okay, I mean, but we know all of this.
What you didn't know was about the Swiss stage. There are 5 rounds in the Swiss stage, with each round consisting of a random redraw.
No more extensive prep, no more difficult groups.
How many rounds do the teams actually have to play?
I knew you were interested. teams will fight in a best of one. And based on the results, are going to get slotted into 2 groups.
So, winners will draw to fight other winners, and losers will draw to fight other losers.
Your draw and potential opponents all depend on your team's performance.
What's the big deal? The big deal? Think about it. Will teams be able to game the system? Will there be shocking losses for a better draw in the latter rounds?
But you get it, right? Think of all the opportunities the teams have to face each other. 3 wins to qualify, 3 losses to be eliminated.
Teams coming down from different regions, more matches before going home, and more chances for a comeback like we've never seen before.
Oh, so that makes it.
So that the audience can grip on to the edge of their seats as they watch teams desperately try to achieve the top spot every day.
So like same teams from the same region?
There's no avoidance for teams from the same region.
Oh, why though?
It's for the drama. PH knocking out PH, MY eliminating MY. It's a format of unpredictability. Now I'm getting excited. What about the knockout stage?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Lights!
Wait,
Just relax. Listen, just relax. Guys, calm down.
Oh.
Based on the results of the Swiss stage, our 8 qualifying teams are then placed in 3 seed pools. From here, we draw to determine the first round of our double elimination knockout stage. From these seeds, teams will fight randomly drawn teams from the other seeds. Winning teams will advance to the upper bracket,
While losing teams still have the chance to stay in the tournament, 1 step away from an epic comeback.
1 step away from elimination.
All the way
to the grand finals!
Guys, I think we should really go.
Wait, guys, don't you want
This
to go to special?
is where we end the video.
Come on, how are these teams gonna strategize?
Selamat pagi anak-anak SMP Taruna Bakti. Hari ini kita kedatangan tamu istimewa dari Radio Amda, kemudian dari Motor untuk kegiatan olahraga salah elektronik atau e-sport Mobile Legends.
Semuanya, nama saya itu
dan terus berlari.
Jadi sebenarnya sekarang tuh dunia e-sport tuh teman-teman udah berbeda dari kayak mungkin kayak 10 tahun atau 15. Di Indonesia sudah berkembang pesat sekali. Bisa kita lihat dari kalau dulu itu sport itu belum jadi olahraga yang berprestasi.
MPL Indonesia.
Apimu hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih juga kepada tim Anda yang sudah hadir di kesempatan emas dan tim MPL Indonesia. Ini kesempatan yang sangat berharga, kesempatan buat tim
Perkenalkan, saya Aswin dari tim Indonesia. Perkembangan e-sport di Indonesia itu sudah semakin besar.
Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this.
The show's back on track! You're hired! Now give us a show!
The gun represents justice. When pointing at the bad guys, open fire!
We all belong to where our hearts go, no? I will choose my own path.
Get lost!
The pointy ends of my spears warn those against me.
It's my way or the highway. Don't worry, this ain't my first rodeo. Not so tough now, are ya? Light 'em up! CC and Yo-Yo, ready to set the stage on fire! Was it you who called me back? Shh, be careful of what you wish for.
Grant me your strength. Tears! 5, 6, 7, hey, we're missing a candle. Here's to another 8 magical years.
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Halo, aku mau reservasi untuk besok jam 11 करना चाहती हूँ।
कितने लोगों के लिए टेबल चाहिए?
1 orang aja.
सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति के लिए।
ये आपको ऑर्डर है।
Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, beli sekarang.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been waiting for, the grand finals. After an incredible regular season, 9 weeks, we had a 2-week break in between as we begun our playoff run. And the moment is here, and finally, we're gonna see these two teams battle it out as we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, onto the English panel. My name is Eterna, and I'm gonna be your desk host for the day, alongside with Gani, as well as Gideon, all the way from Malaysia. Gideon, how have you been doing?
I've been doing pretty fine, after you seen yesterday's game and, paneling before. I feel like, Indonesia is currently in a pretty good spot with two potential teams that, well, I just have to say are looking phenomenal. And both of them going to M6.
What about you, Gani? How are you feeling about today?
Hey, I have recovered from Fnatic Onyx loss day 1. And yeah, it's going to be very interesting and exciting, of course. Seeing TLID yesterday battering 3-0 against Bigatron Alpha, I'm intrigued to see will they bring the same intensity and performance against RRQ.
It's definitely been a wild ride, but boys, we're not going to be here all alone because we are going to invite a special guest. He has been one of the most infamous coaches around the world, being able to bring up 2 MPL PH championships as well as an M Series title, and on top of that, an MSC title as well. It's Coach Tic Tac. Hey, Coach, can you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. So it's me, Eterna, here on the panel. We have Gani as well as Gideon as well, to kind of pick your brain just a little, especially now we're coming into the grand final. So we're going to start with Coach. How are you feeling, man?
Very good. Little bit nervous for Team Liquid ID.
Oh, nervous. Like nervous in a good way or nervous in a...
in a good way. Yeah,
okay, in a good way? Okay, I like that. I like that.
Look, Coach, I've been a very big fan of the TL franchise and especially your run with Echo. I can't stop thinking about it. You have done so much for this team, and now in Indonesia, the top 2 coaches at the moment, currently Kezcute and as well as Saint Lucas. And honestly, I think that you could relate a lot because I feel like you've also gone through a very similar path, just like these 2 coaches. In terms of a coach helping a player, how does that work, right? How do we continuously make them progress? Additionally, how does he perceive these 2? How do you look at these 2 coaches?
Well, first, in my view, the role of a coach, helping them to progress, it's about first creating a healthy environment, right? that can support the players to be more motivated and at the same time to be challenged as well. We are here to help them to set certain goals.
Yeah.
Then next is monitor the progress.
I agree. I think the coaches play a huge impact on that. We're going to touch on that a little bit later because we're going to take a look at this poster, Coach. We had a caster. I don't know if you know him. He's nobody really knows this caster. I'm kidding. It's Mirko. He said that if Fnatic Onyx wins again, there's going to be no point in watching MPL Indonesia anymore. We're done and we won't win M6. So we're going to touch on Fnatic Onyx first because I think this was the first time that a lot of people around the world were very surprised. Fnatic Onyx not being able to push through the play-ins. Coach, how did you feel about that? Was that surprising to you? Was that something predicted by you?
Well, first, believe that we share the same sentiment like the Fnatic Onyx. We eliminated the first day, right?
Yeah.
It was a disappointment, actually.
Disappointment.
We were both the defending champions, right?
I mean, for the record, you guys scream a lot. TLPH, Fnatic Onyx ID?
Yes, we scream a lot.
Okay.
How were Fnatic Onyx in scrims?
Yeah. Well, very good.
So it
sometimes,
was.
yeah.
So it was just quite unpredictable, Coach Tic Tac, coming from your side. Do you, well, how do you see it? What's wrong with Fnatic Onyx in their playoff run?
For me, I was surprised that they experienced the first round exit. But I predicted that they will not be the champions for this season. Because they are not the dominating during the regular season, not like before, right?
No, yeah, I think Britt, so even Coach Tic Tac shares the same sentiment as all of us.
I think it's a fair point. I think at the end of the day, some teams they're going to have their generations. They're going to have their moments. It's good to see other teams, and of course, there's going to be some disappointment as well as some great glory.
Yeah.
Now, I'm so sorry, Coach Tic Tac. I jumped the gun earlier because I was so excited to talk to you. I still want to get your opinion as being a coach. Like, after looking at both St. Lucas and as well as Kescute, additionally, how do you perceive them as coaches, and can they be compared to some of the other great coaches? I mean, off the top of my head, I'm thinking like Ducky, Trebor, Bonchan, Yeb, and I mean, of course, you yourself, you'd be great if you came over to Indonesia, I'm just saying.
Well, for me, Coach Kescute and Coach St. Lucas are very excellent coaches. They have great personal coaching approaches, I think. Yeah. And I believe that we have the same trait. They believe on the trust. They believe the process and trust it. Yeah.
That's an interesting answer.
I feel like it's a very safe answer.
I know, Coach. Feel a little honest with us here. Okay, I'm gonna ask a kind of a wild question. So, we all know that you guys are one organization under Team Liquid, TLPH and TLID. Can we get some insider information? Do you scrim against TLID in particular?
Yes.
And how is that? How is that?
I can mention that.
Okay. Fair enough.
We tried.
Coach Isaac, we respect you. Okay. Okay, we cannot talk about the results.
Let's just see you later, okay? Then we'll solve it later.
Yeah, I mean, SDL, I think, and as well as Kescute, they're very potential here as coaches. Do you think you can share an attribute or two that maybe out there someone wants to be a coach? What do you have to say to them?
Maybe their mindset is they believe and trust the process. From the start, they believe in the process of rebuilding. That's the process. Since I believe from now, since MSC 22, right?
Yeah.
This is the first time that we have a grand finals in Indonesia for all Indo players. main five.
All right. And, Coach, I also really wanted to ask you a certain question. Going back to, the glory days of Echo being able to win it out at M4, you had two young players in your roster, right? You had Sanji and you also had Sanford. Now we're seeing a lot of new bloods coming into the fray as well here in Indonesia, specifically for both RRQ and TLID. Can we ask your experience? How were you able to mentor these two young players? Did they have problems with mentality maybe, or the way that they come to the game? How did you foster that inner being from both of these players?
Well, first you must instill the confidence to them that they can play on the professional league. First is the thing that.
I believe you and
next.
Okay, I believe you and I share the same statement here. We believe that regeneration is very important, Coach Tic-Tac. And how do you think, Coach Tic-Tac, that the young players, the rookies, the young bloods can keep up with the seniors or the established players, the strong players? How do you think they should, and how are they able to keep up?
Well, for the young players, first they need to observe the seniors and learn from them. Then they must understand what it takes to become successful like their seniors, right? Then it takes a lot of sacrifices, I think. Then next is they must maintain their discipline and good work ethics. Well, and for me, the best thing that young players can do is have a mindset that they will surpass the seniors over time.
It's a very deep.
That's a deep question. I'm curious.
Ask the seniors.
I'm curious. This is a bit of an oddball, but Coach Tic-Tac, how much would you say a player would have to sacrifice on average? Like, how much do they have to give up to chase this dream?
Well, first, the family time. You need to sacrifice that. Next, I think it's the mentality. You have the attitude, the competitiveness.
Competitive attitude and time. I'm telling you, this is why he's the GOAT. He's already on top of everybody else, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting notion, and it's kind of scary too, right? Because we don't really exactly know how far these new young players, especially in MPL ID, are willing to go. I don't know. It's tough. So
It is our.
We're gonna go back.
It's our nature of our.
Yeah. We're gonna go back to this next matchup here, Coach, because we have the possibility of crowning a new champion in the history of MPL ID, right? TLID, or previously known as Aura, never have been able to pick up or lift up that MPL ID champion. Now, in your eyes, Coach, after you've seen both of these teams play, maybe even you saw them in the regular season up until the playoffs, honestly speaking, who do you think will be able to get this next championship for MPL ID?
Well, for me, it's TLID will be champion for this.
This is no bias, Coach. No bias, Coach.
Yeah, no bias. Yes, RQ. Yeah, RQ have the experience. But I believe that young players of TLID being fresh energy, especially Fabian, right? He is the rookie of the season in regular season, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Do you think that flair is a lot more? Wait, where'd he go? Don't hide, Coach. Don't hide. It's okay. We're not gonna ask you about scrims anymore. I promise.
Well, besides Fabian, second is the coaching staff. They are solid. They have solid and strong foundation.
Okay, coaching.
And lastly, maybe for tonight, the team who is the hungrier to get the trophy will win. And that is TLID for sure.
I agree with that. And you mentioned that you want and you think that TLID will win. Can you give us a scoreline of today's match? Is it going to be a clean sweep 4-0? Is it going to be tied 4-3? What do you think?
For me, it's 4-2.
4-2. Even I don't have that much confidence. 4-2. Coach, are you serious, Coach? Coach, you don't have a curse.
Yes.
You don't have a curse, right, like Mirko?
I don't know if I have a curse.
Hey, you're talking about an M Series
That's true.
coach.
That's
here.
true.
He speaks facts and facts only.
That's true.
He wears
That's
blue
true.
for a reason.
I mean, we're also wearing blues.
I mean that's
Is that
it's
a-
really me and Gani, to be fair.
All right.
We got you, coach.
Wearing the suit. See?
Hey, I'm wearing blue
did
too.
not?
It's just not as bright, guys.
Oh yeah, thank you for wearing blue.
Think.
Okay, we're gonna move on to our next question. Maybe our final question here.
Yes, this one I'm particularly interested in because now, I mean, is this the moment for you guys to, I don't know, the changes in the meta in particular have been really, really interesting, but I don't know about you, who is going to be the next king of the galaxy? I mean, I have to ask, the changes in the meta right now, especially with the addition of like Suyo coming in, and so many things changing in part of the game. New heroes have made the draft and compositions honestly more diverse. But how do these changes affect a team? For you specifically, how would you handle that?
Well, first, changes in the meta have a very big impact on team strategy. When it shifts, the effectiveness of the team strength and weaknesses also shifts. Sometimes it favors a team and sometimes the other way around. Like now, the meta favors with the team with synergy on using Assassin. If not Sega, so for me, overall, team's performance can also be depending on how the team strategies on the current meta.
Okay, but who do you think this is more strategic for? Do you think this new meta or this new patch that we're in right now favors TLID more or RRQ more?
Well, honestly speaking, for me, TLID.
Can you elaborate?
Wait,
on...
no, don't make him elaborate. I think he can't reveal too much. But coach,
I can't reveal too much. Yeah.
Okay, but coach, talk to me. Give me just a little bit of substance here. What are your first 3 bans? What would be your first 3 bans? You don't have to give me the full thing, but like imaginary scenario, what would be those first 3 bans?
Well, for the first pick.
For first pick.
For his blue side.
If you don't want to answer blue side, you can answer red side. I'm fine with either.
Well, it depends.
Off the top of your head.
Yeah, the top of my head. Maybe first the funny.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Gotta make this sound kind of right.
Fair enough.
Write it down.
We can ban the Matilda because both teams use it, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Hayabusa.
Interesting.
Hayabusa.
Very interesting. Because I mein, when we look at RRQ's top picks and bans in the regular season versus the playoffs, there's a little bit of variance here. Overall, like I know that Sutsujin can play the Fanny, but it's not like it's go-to.
And that's why it makes sense, right? We saw his Hayabusa yesterday, and he wrecked. Is there a? I don't even know how to say it lightly. Not even more than steamroll. He obliterated his opponents. Is this the reason why you think the Hayabusa is a top priority against RRQ?
Yeah, I think for me, he's
This is Tic Tac's personal opinion, not the organization's opinion.
Yeah, that's
We're just throwing that out there. We're just keeping it real.
For the record, that is true, right? But okay, Hayabusa, ban out. Who do you think TLID needs to respect from RRQ as well? Just a hero, maybe.
well, maybe the tank, the post 5 tanks,
The post 5
5 heroes, post 5 heroes.
Post 5 heroes, right? Edok.
Edoc, that's what I was thinking about. But if that is the case, I think that even Franco is a little bit of an interesting pick. It's not like we see it everywhere, being popping out in every single MPL. I think it's rather unique to Edoc, to be perfectly honest here. Is this something that we should be concerned about as TLID lovers here?
Yeah, maybe. It depends on the composition, right? If the other teams use it, then we can respect it.
Okay, so Franco is also going to be a hero that we do need to, keep an eye out of. By the way, Coach, when we're talking about these heroes, it's actually a very unique topic to talk about because both of these teams have actually met before in the upper brackets. TLID actually lost the ball when they were leading 2-0, and then they got reverse swept by RQ in that best of 5. And one of the heroes that we did see being respected in the next 3 games was the Cho from Weedy. What do you think about this Cho pick, and do you agree that it is a impactful hero that needs to be respected from Weedy?
Yes, it's one of the heroes that can be respected to Weedy. It's so impactful, right? He gives the vision from the enemy.
I agree.
Okay, so vision.
Game 1, Game 2, Weedy was everywhere. He was initiating, he was popping off as well. Do you remember Game 4, Coach Tic Tac, that series of the draft? First pick Phoveus, do you agree with that approach? Or if you were in that position, you would maybe change or tweak that first pick?
Well, I can say that they have their own strategies. So,
fair enough.
Man,
I don't know what.
Coach,
You're not giving us anything.
He's alluding. I think there needs to be some kind of a template, because let's keep in mind, M6 is going to be a Swiss format, so we're not going to know who your opponents are going to be, right? And I mean, in your opinion, Coach Tic Tac, that's why I was asking you about those first 3 bands to maybe set up a template for M6. but even so, I'm curious to know what your opinions are currently in the meta. Suyo, right? I think a lot of people have been either just
very good. Suyo.
It's very good, but people have been either banning it out. But I think we need a proper solution to Suyo. And what could we do if we had to deal with Suyo? What could PUBG players around the world do in their draft to get better against it?
Let's just see from the grand finals. Maybe both teams will be ready for Suyo.
Cheeky! Coach Tic Tac is cheeky!
He's got something up his sleeves. I know it.
Just say something general, like crowd control, burst, DPS, setup, pickoff, suppression.
Better players.
Any coach.
You already said it all.
He's too good.
Oh my
He got prepped, man.
God.
He got prepped.
Coach Tic Tac.
He's a rock. We're getting nothing out of him.
Absolutely nothing.
Fair enough. I think it's generally a fair point. I think that Suyo is always going to be in an interesting position as of right now.
Until it gets, say, adjusted.
Perfect. I love that you bring that up, because Coach Tic Tac, if you were Muntong Game Dev, how would you nerf this hero? How do you deal with it? Everybody is struggling already, but I mean, we've got some hot opinions of what needs to be changed for Suyo specifically.
Well, for me, it's the CD reduction of those skills.
Oh, I thought he was going to go straight into the Soul Sever, the extra 20%, but the cooldown, that's a really good opinion here. Something to think about at the very least, but I think that maybe even Muntong Devs might actually, if he does predict the draft, or even so, the patch, I'm gonna be knocking on your door, Tic Tac. I'm gonna be knocking on your door.
Inspired.
I'm telling you, people are gonna be taking these ideas seriously.
Now, the thing is, we don't know when this is going to happen.
Also true.
So, how do we overcome it for now? Is Suyo, because we've seen a lot of trades in, especially in MPL PH, we've seen the Nolan traded in with the Suyo, and sometimes it works for the Nolan, but so far in MPL ID, it hasn't. Do you know why maybe it's not working out? Like, we can't find a proper counter towards the Suyo.
Well, I don't know, but on PH teams, Suyo team is very strong. They're strong. Hard to counter.
So what's the answer?
Because it's
Coach?
like maybe we just let the grand finals.
I swear.
The grand
Still
final.
have MCs, right?
I'm telling you.
Oh my God,
He
Coach.
could be abducted, tortured. He will not give up this secret.
Yeah.
He will not give up this secret. And hopefully today, I'm gonna hold you to your word. We better see some answers here.
This is a man that you guys can trust.
Mm-hmm.
You know, orgs
For
around the
numbers,
world, man.
RESPECT, man. Respect. But my goodness, Coach TikTok, we can't get anything from
How?
you.
What else should we pick from his brain?
I'll tell you what. What are now that we have two M Series competitors here, both RRQ as well as TLID, how do you think they're going to fare up in the internationals leading up to M6? I mean, the format has already been revealed. The Swiss stage is kind of like it's anybody's game, really.
Well, for me, the Swiss form is very good. So because the draw, right? The draw lots. So we get that kind of potential. So from Swiss format, it's best of the best, and that's good.
Do you think it'll be more challenging for these teams?
Yes, and I think it's more challenging for teams.
So you agree?
Especially for the other regions.
Oh. So you really like this format and you want this format to continue onwards?
Yes, definitely yes.
Hey, wait. I want to pull this back just a little bit. I don't like the fact that he said the other regions here. So where do you think MPL ID currently is standing with their current representatives amongst those who've already been revealed for M6?
Well, for me, honestly speaking, MPL ID and MPL Indo PH on the same level right now.
Wait, Coach, could you repeat that? Sorry?
Yeah, they're the same right now. Same level right now.
MPL PH and MPL ID are at the same level? Is that what you said?
Yes.
DJY?
We got the clip.
DJY? Clip that. Clip that now, please. Thank you. Okay, jokes aside, why do you think that is? Because a lot of people are saying MPL PH #1 or even MPL MY #1 and then MPL KH #3 and MPL ID #4. What makes your opinion that way?
Well, for me, honestly speaking, on the grand finals with RRQ and TLID, there's no imports. Same as PH.
See, I didn't say that.
Hey, don't look at me.
I didn't say that.
Don't get Malaysia involved in this conversation. We've got imports for days. We love it. Give us more if we could.
Yeah, Gideon.
Hey.
You heard Coach TikTok.
I mean, we got two Filipinos already. We're already ahead of the game, man. We're already ahead of the game. Look, I think at the end of the day, anybody going into M6 is going to be a true competitor. And I agree with Coach TikTok here. Even though that MPL Indonesia may not have had great runs during the international, those are very, very short moments. And I think, as he mentioned, Swiss stage gives a chance for everybody to really hit hard.
Who do you think out of certain regions that you think might be a big contender that we don't notoriously see very much?
For me, Malaysia.
Malaysia still.
Wow.
Especially with SRG.
Interesting.
Okay,
Shout out to Coach Arcadia.
No surprise.
I mean, what were you expecting?
Why are you... Now he's really happy.
I'm just fanboying. Don't worry about me.
So we do have a little bit of an asset here, a lower third, a draft pick recap from RRQ's win against TLID. This was the upper bracket series that we saw previously. I think it was a couple of days ago. Gideon, do you think that you have anything you want to nitpick regarding this?
Yeah, actually, there's a couple of things that I'm a little interested to get Coach TikTok's opinion on. Towards game number 5, actually, where we do see their composition being relatively well, I don't know. I think it's a little difficult to pull off to a certain angle, but I want to get Coach TikTok's general opinion about game number 5.
Well, the game number 5 is about the execution actually. Who is the best execution will win.
So you think it was an equal draft? It could have gone 50-50?
Yeah, for me, it's equal.
Wow, okay, that's interesting.
Now, Coach TikTok, I have to ask here. I think
the only problem with on the TL is the crowd control, I think.
The crowd.
Yeah, I can agree. I definitely agree with that. Now, based off of game number 5, and yes, we hear a lot about this execution. Everybody is like, oh, you need to be able to perform good, you need to make high impact. But then there's also the problem with initiative, right? Somebody needs to make that call, and they're going to take full responsibility if it goes down. What do you think? In this meta right now, do teams, or especially players who take that initiative, is it very beneficial in this meta right now, or is it just, it's kind of like whatever?
Yes, almost not to name it. I mean, the best initiative will win the game.
Okay.
So very improv, basically, right? Initiative composition as well. Very simple, very short answer though.
Okay, we're gonna, try and gather the pieces and the little hints that Coach Tic Tac have been giving us, because it does sound like we'll be really ready really soon for the grand finals. So Coach Tic Tac, thank you so much for having a little bit of a discussion with us.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can give us a little bit more, maybe in DMs, privately, off the record.
Off the record, yeah. Please do.
But it definitely has been a blast. So what was his prediction earlier?
4-2 TLID.
4-2, yeah, for TLID.
4-2 TLID. Let's hope you're right.
Yeah.
Very unprofessional of me to just say that. Okay, anyway, thank you so much, Coach Tic Tac. We'll catch up with you soon. So thank you so much for being with us here for MPL ID. And, have fun watching the playoffs. Have fun watching the grand finals.
I had fun.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Coach.
Thank you, Indonesia, for me. Yeah. Thank you.
Man, 4-2.
4-2.
I can't believe it, because I don't... Seeing RQ's performance so far.
I have to agree.
4-2 TLID?
I think, honestly, even for me, I would have pushed it all the way to 4-3. But then again, TLID has been showing that they're a very momentum-based team, right? They win the first two games of the series, it looks like they're dominating. And then the sudden dip, and then the momentum shift, and then potentially a reverse sweep. They like to play with our hearts a little, but even so, they just need to stay warm throughout the series.
That was 2 days ago, though, Gideon. Yesterday, they showed us a different side of TLID this playoffs. 2-0, 3-0.
So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, who will be able to lift up that trophy. But it's going to start here, because it looks like both teams are ready to take center stage. And with that, we're going to throw it over for our opening ceremony.
Live from El Dorado Dome, Bandung. MPL Season 14 Playoffs, powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official coffee partner, Good Day. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Sampurasun baraya, hatur nuhun, tos sumping di Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 14. Dan Bandung bagiku bukan cuma masalah geografis, ini adalah historis. Pertarungan memang akan dramatis, karena bagaimanapun takdir dua tim ini memang berada dalam satu garis. Apapun hasilnya, kita harus harmonis. Karena di akhir yang paling kita perlukan adalah kita ada di satu baris, mendukung dua tim Indonesia yang sudah punya karcis ke M Series, agar sejarah bisa kembali mereka tulis. Barudak, pesan Aki. Di sini senang, di sana senang. Di negeri asing, kalian akan bersaing. Jangan terbawa beban untuk menang. Karena Aki percaya, jika kalian berjuang, apalagi melampaui yang sekarang, tidak ada satupun rintang yang bisa jadi penghalang. Kalian adalah paling yang tidak bisa membuat kami berpaling. Dan semoga Piala Dunia bisa kalian bawa pulang.
Empat kunci telah terpasang dan tersisa 2 kunci milik 2 tim tersisa yang akan berjuang. Hilangnya kunci dari tim yang telah pulang bukan berarti harapan hilang, tapi justru jadi harapan yang mesti para grand finalis topang. Secara wujud, ini memang kotak, tapi sebenarnya ini adalah pelambang lahirnya sebuah babak di mana harapan tim yang gugur tetap terbawa oleh 2 tim yang berada di puncak. Perlambang bahwa dukungan kita harus kompak untuk mendukung perwakilan Indonesia membuktikan bahwa mereka layak bertarung di M6 World Championship dan membuat sejarah sekali lagi tercetak. Dari Grand Finalis MPL ID Season 4 hingga Grand Finalis M1 World Championship, raja yang telah membuat era bercita-cita menjadi juara, tapi di panggung dunia pertama hanya sampai kedua. Musim demi musim berganti menjadi dinasti. Waktu itu mereka adalah kiblat, sebuah arah untuk menjadi hebat. 4 piala MPL mereka dapat. 4 tiket M Series secara beruntun mereka babat. Mereka adalah tim Indonesia yang selalu bisa pergi jauh, tapi hanya untuk jatuh. Dan pada satu titik, dinasti pun runtuh. Pilar-pilar yang membuat mereka menjadi besar satu persatu tercecar. Piala dan panggung dunia yang tadinya selalu sempat berlalu. Sang raja sempat dibilang B aja, tanpa ada yang tahu bahwa mental mereka adalah baja. Kalah tidak membuat mereka kapok, tapi berpikir cara berbenah untuk hari esok. Dan di season 14 semua berbalas. Pilar-pilar baru yang buru menang. Kata Pak Ape, kumpulan pecundang yang menolak menyerah. Mereka berjuang, berjuang, dan berjuang. Hingga suara ragu tertutup oleh semangat mereka yang lantang. Di M6, sejarah di XL Asiata Malaysia yang belum dicapai kembali dimulai. Karena dengan pilar baru ini, Menciptakan badai pun bukan hanya jadi andai. Berlaga dari musim ketiga, saat itu menang hanya jadi semoga. Di regular season 0-14, mereka kalah tanpa belas, kalah tanpa balas. Mereka bukan tim yang sekedar kalah, tetapi memiliki harapan saja sudah jadi hal yang mewah. Di musim ke-8 sejarah diukir, menjadikan analis sebagai player terlihat seperti langkah terakhir. Tetapi dari sana justru harapan baru lahir. Kebangkitan tidak bisa dicegah. Dari langganan papan bawah, mereka terus melangkah hingga top 3. Tapi itu hanya sesaat saja. Di saat ingin beranjak ke puncak, di situ nasib tidak kembali berpihak. Kejayaan seperti hilang tanpa jejak. Chemistry retak, harapan terserak. Saat itu, pilihannya hanya 2, rusak atau rombak. Mendatangkan generasi baru, bara menjadi biru. Dari api yang berkobar, jadi penunggang kuda yang membawa kabar bahwa juara baru akan segera kita dengar. Karena para darah muda ini lapar, dan pada nama mereka tidak gemetar, pada raja mereka tidak gentar, hingga kata juara berhasil mereka kejar. Dan inilah Grand Finalist MPL ID Season 14, RRQ Hosi dan tim Liquid ID.
Yang tidak membuat kita jatuh akan membuat kita melangkah lebih jauh. Itu adalah jalan yang kedua tim tempuh. Bukti bahwa mereka telah tumbuh. Di season 13, di babak play-in mereka gagal. Kini di season 14 mereka siap memperebutkan piala di babak grand final. Dan siapapun yang mengangkat piala nanti, itu sudah menjadi bukti bahwa masa depan MPL Indonesia dimulai di sini.
Insurgents and revolution, the cavalry, now a band of young stallions, are under the subjugation of the royal kingdom. But now, it is their time to break free. Led by the usurper, they stage a rebellion and charge forth towards the kingdom. Behind the castle walls, a prince trying to unearth his crown leads his army to battle. Seeking ascension to finally become a king, he liberates his sword and prepares to fight. Cavalry or royalty? Welcome to the grand finals of MPL ID Season 14. It is Team Liquid Indonesia against RRQ Hoshi.
The Kings, who've been able to force the cavalry to bow to them in every meeting in the regular season all the way to the playoffs. Last time they met, it was an upper bracket final match, and for Liquid, the biggest doubt for them was could they conquer the mental block that they have? It's always just been lingering up against RRQ Hoshi. The answer was no, not yet. 2-0 lead. Didn't matter. They were still reverse swept by the Kings. But today, after getting all new morale, I would say, beating Bigatron Alpha 3-0 with a declaration of war back again to start this coup, to start this rebellion, to try to take that throne away from the Kings of Kings.
It doesn't mean the King of Kings can kind of rest easy though. They're up against Team Liquid, and every single time they meet, it seems like they get closer and closer to getting the job done. So for RRQ, the pressure is just as high, if not higher, to maintain their dominance, to once again gain success over Team Liquid ID and prove to the audience, prove to the world that this is their time, this is their moment.
The loyalists of the kingdom, of course, it has been a long time coming. Finally, in M6, they stand strong. However, still, there is going to be one more obstacle that they have to overcome, and that is toppling down the revolution that is going to be built by Team Liquid ID. They were able to at least convincingly win yesterday, 3-0 against Bigatron Alpha, but the problem with Team Liquid ID is that they have been on the backs of Rex Team Kaon because they haven't been able to beat them since the regular season.
For some reason,
our counters
has really just been the kryptonite.
Yeah.
Like you said, full counters for Liquid ID. So what is it, Arashi? What's going on here? We've been speculating that it's a mental block. We've been speculating that they're overthinking. But here in the grand finals, are we expecting the same? Are we expecting Liquid to bow down again? The cavalry to bow down to their kings? Or will they finally take that mantle for themselves? You know, the usurper has been looking very hungry. Mr. Flava Fave.
Flava Fave.
The whole cavalry has been looking very hungry, very eager to prove themselves. But for RRQ, I think that's the big question here is, have they shown their cards? The way they were able to actually perform not so well, but then afterwards immediately recover and go for a clean sweep, clean reverse sweep. A lot of people are thinking, man, that shows that RRQ still had cards up their sleeve. I mean, the Lunox pick on Skylar came out of nowhere. That's the issue when you're dealing with Keskute here, right? The trickster. What is he trying to do in this current match today, right?
That will be all for us at the caster's desk, because we want to throw it up to the panelist desk to decipher what is going to be the case for today's match. So panelists, take it away.
The boys.
Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much. I realize we have Mirko as well as Arashi over there, and we're back here on the panel with me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Gideon. And we're moments away now of coming into the drafting phase for our first game of this best of 7 series. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home as well watching, just to remind you, this is going to be the first time that TLID with this roster have actually experienced a full best of 7. It was only a best of 3 in the regular season to a best of 5 and best of 7. So this is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and the marathon starts here with RRQ actually being on red side.
Boy, oh boy, TLID, they will be tested. They will be, I think this is going to be their biggest obstacle. Remember, regular season, it was RRQ #1 position. Will that story be the same, or will the prophecy of Aaron the Conqueror be true?
Honestly, I'm genuinely worried for TLID. Yes, I'm going to be leaning towards their side, hoping that they take the victory here, but RRQ have been looking very stellar throughout not only the regular season, but when the kill switch goes off, I don't even know how to explain it, right? First 2 games that they played against them, it almost looked like maybe, just maybe they had a chance, and then suddenly new varnish, new polish, and new text coming out from them as well.
So we're going to see how that all pans out, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting phase. Game #1 presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And again, we're going to take a look at the bans here. TLID go for the Edith first ban, alongside with RRQ, full respecting Cho in the first phase. What's going on here?
Well, I can only assume that they want to get rid of some of the more flexible picks, or more so set up potentially for Valentina. And I'm only making these assumptions from St. DeLuca's perspective, because from Keskute's side, he's already getting rid of the Chill, banning out the Fanny as expected. I don't see the chip just yet.
Chip and Suyo is still on the table here.
Thank God.
Eterna, but Matilda actually banned out from blue side. This is very interesting. TLID, they like to rock the Matilda, but it does seem like that they will pariah the Suyo or Chip more.
Amen, amen. Now there's only, oh baby, come on, St. DeLucas. I'm pretty sure that you've been holding this back all this time. Chip comes through. No more illegal bans coming out from TLID.
Wait, is this the first time we've ever seen Chip let go in the playoffs?
In the playoffs?
It should be, right?
Yeah. I'm telling you, this has been the mind games. Nobody should ever ban Chip on the blue side, and only TLID is the only team that does that, and that's so bizarre. So this time around, it's looking even cooler.
And this is the thing, though, right? We haven't seen Witty on the Chip too much.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a big gamble that they're going for?
I think Chip is so broken that it doesn't matter.
Especially with the minds of Witty, right? Witty the Wise will rock and exploit this hero like it's nothing. Very, very strong response though. Natan and Yves, their high ground is looking very, very solid.
I love it. At least from Keskute's perspective, he understands that if we are going to go for a full-on team fight, I need to limit the area of influence that you have. But TLID opt to go for Hilda once again, as well as the Alpha. Are they expecting Keskute to go for maybe Khalid? No, goes for the Bane instead.
Very interesting, right? Because usually you pick up the Hilda after the Assassin, or if you can, bait the Assassins out, but that is going to be Keskute picking up the Bane. So, what's your play now, TLID?
That's a big question. Because if you're looking for neutral objectives, we've seen the Alpha falter against the Bane. We saw it yesterday, actually, in a opposite scenario, right? We saw that Fabian picks up the Bane. It was very difficult for Super Ken to pick up those neutral objectives on the Alpha. But I guess it depends on timing as well, right? Timing is going to be very important. In the second phase, we're moving on now. Lilia actually is the first ban from RRQ.
Really smart at Kescute. He understands that right now, seeing DeLucas' composition doesn't have any wave clear at all. Chip, maybe in the early game with Concussive Blast, but as the mid game starts rolling by, Chip really needs some extra wave push coming in maybe from a Lilia, ideally a Yi, but I think now that both of them are gone, I can only assume that Kescute is only going to get rid of another mage as well.
That and game 3 yesterday, Gideon, Yeskiel rock the Lilia against the Yiv as well. So somehow it's in a similar position here. So Kescute, yeah, we saw you game 3. Let's ban that hero out today. Carmilla ban though, from the side of TLID understands that, hey, I think we are going to clump up and it's the counter for that Chip.
So now the question is, for RRQ, do they want to ban out the Valentina?
Yes.
Right? Because Yeskiel needs a hero here, and if they want to kind of level out the playing field, they can go for the Valentina, but RRQ don't take it. They go for the Harith ban instead, seeing as that we did see that the Harith did do good, relatively good against the Natan in the lane.
Oh, I don't know about that, Arashiki. The fact that TLID is in the lower brackets is because he had 3 games on Harith and wasn't able to perform on any 3 of those.
I agree with that, up until their performance yesterday against Bigatron.
That's the thing. That's why I feel like TLID is a very momentum-based team, right? It's hard to say that everybody is consistent, but when they're heated up, their ceilings are extremely high, but then when they start to cool down, they're just a little bit below average compared to the rest of MPLID.
Like a microwave, it does seem like, right? Let's see here. RRQ though, with the first pick in the second phase, what do they need? They have DPS already, they need bodies, right? So I'm thinking a hero here for, can we expect a Thamos here?
It's a little
tough. Terizla makes more sense. PZ, Flicker, we saw how from the side of TLID, actually Iran, Flicker penalty zone on towards the Alpha, and perhaps Dyren wants to replicate that.
No, Dyren was the first person to utilize the Terizla in the playoffs, actually. So this is him picking it back up and be like, Iran, okay, wait. Let me show you how it's done. So this is a big problem, right? The setup coming in from the Terizla, sure, it's not as tanky as it usually was when we saw the prime of Terizla, but it still does its job as the facilitator.
It does very well, especially against compositions that want to kind of dive you, or you're looking to kind of stay away from the big wombo combos, right? It's a catalyst. It's the beginning of all things. TLID taking the Beatrix and Farsa. Oh, God bless.
This
God bless.
Is signature Yeskiel from way back when. Signature Yeskiel that did not perform well, by the way.
And here's the thing. Facehugger used to rock this Farsa like it was crazy, so I believe he told Yeskiel a thing or two on how to play the Farsa.
I don't know, this one might be a little difficult. As much as I want to believe that Farsa will eventually outscale the entire composition coming up from RRQ, there's just so many ways to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, right? At the edge of the RWM, penalty zone, even with the Deadly Catch, a lot of ways to put yourself at threat. So I feel like TLID, they're going to have to take a very slow comp game. RRQ, just let TLID come into you, right? Get those first 2 items, wobble combo them to the ground.
And on top of that, the implosion from the Tigreal. So there's a lot of things that they need to figure out with this draft. And we're gonna throw it over to our casters to begin game number 1.
The Land of Dawn will be the arena, and will be the witness of whether or not the revolution will go through. Game number 1 of TLID against RRQ Hoshi.
The battlefield for the coup. Will RRQ be able to quench this rebellion? Will they be able to beat the usurper Fabian? What are they up to? Leaving the chip open in a grand final. It's a best of 7. Iran already putting the pressure down onto Dyren too. Ooh, look at Terizla, man. We've seen Dyren perform well on this, but Iran as well. Team Liquid ID knows how the Terizla wants to operate, and they can kind of counter it. But the most important thing for sure has to be the Farsa, man. What season is it? Season 8. We were making jokes about it just yesterday. If you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing has changed at all? And in Season 14, the high ground artillery, front to back, backline setup is now back in fashion. Emblem shared by IndieHome though, showing again the Wilderness Blessing for mid and roam. It's all about moving around. But the Bargain Hunter for Skylar, showing some confidence here, knowing that he can probably move around and actually escape from a lot of this aggressive early game potential.
Yeah, the Farsa does kind of have that extra range in the lane against the Eve. But talking about the team fight, will the Farsa be able to at least survive the first encounters, the first, rampage coming in from RRQ?
Well, it depends. In the collision, I feel like Team Liquid ID with the fighters, with the Alpha and the Hilda will be able to burst a lot higher. But the moment the fight goes long, hang on a minute.
2v1 situation, that's a deadly catch as well. Around to be forced to use the Vengeance, but he will not be able to survive. So running away, wow, he does! The push is all he needs. Gets caught one more time, okay. Aran still with the reach, and he gets it with the push. Brings the flicker forward, stunned up by Winnie with a crash course. A big flicker wasted from Rins. Winnie shoved back into Sutsujin. No deadly catch. Fabian will save the Spear of Alpha for the Turtle. More prio for RRQ, but TLID have the healthier HP bars.
Looking dangerous right here. Both teams going for it.
Winnie with the crash course over to Sutsujin. Now it's going to be the feathered airstrike over to shove back from Edok. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha. Going to the Tyrant still. Losing his life. Winnie in the back with the crash course is now Aran jumps in, but he's going to be caught into the Turtle Pit. Sutsujin guns him down. And Rins gets him out with a double kill.
Oh, they get it all. They lose nothing and get everything. It's going to be Sutsujin acquiring the turtle for himself. Break down that fight for us, Arashi.
RRQ going in and out, waiting on the cooldowns. They know that the burst damage is massive from Team Liquid, but Edok was able to buy so much time, dodge away from so many skills using the Sacred Hammer as a bit of a displacement tool and also a repositioning tool. Team Liquid ID has to be careful, man. If they go for a long drawn scrimmage like that, they're susceptible to getting punished. But looking at Talent's prediction right here, I'm alone.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Mirko is right there with you.
Yes, sir.
Two votes.
I got used to us being on a different side.
Don't worry, Arashi. When BTR ain't here, Kescute is RQ, right?
Hey.
So there's a bit of BTR there.
Yeah.
All right, deal. An alliance made between the robots and the kings for now. But let's see, man. An interesting portion right here is that EXP lane, because Dyron, he didn't go for a Festival of Blood. He's going for the Wilderness Blessing. He wants to roam around there. He has the thrill to actually win out in the 1v1, so he's actually matching up to Aran right here, not really getting bullied.
It's almost like yesterday, Aran, when he was playing the Terizla, game number 3, he was constantly rotating into that mid lane, right? Just to help build that prio, help with the Wilderness Blessing as well to, fasten up his movement speeds. And of course now Dyron on the subject of maybe a potential dive. But he's still tanky enough to survive the onslaught because he is a Terizla after all. Sure, the body of Smith has been nerfed, but at least he can be able to just hold himself right there.
Flashing this emoji right there, Sticker. Dyron is playing it safe, knowing he doesn't have to risk anything. Wave is still going to be available to be collected by him. Yeskiel though, rushing the lightning truncheon. Nothing else, not even the boots. He wants that burst damage. He knows his team is relying on it to get those pickoffs in the early game. He needs to be the one roaming around with the wings by wings to actually combo with Witty.
Yeah, he needs that burst damage early game because look at TLID now. They want to advance further.
Amazing poke from RRQ. Rins is popping the real world manipulation, getting the prio over, but remember for TLID, can utilize it as a quicker forward in the crash course, also with a shortcut. Rins gonna be compromised. Fabian with a steal! Winner in the back, now Ron jumping in. Skylar getting rid of him, but yeah, his skill has rotated over. We'll try to go for some damage. A-Rod cheeky with the Vance Rage. Dyron's still able to survive right now, but look at the damage, the implosion! Edok finding two. Aran jumping back now, getting one. Getting very low, the push right there. Edok will fall, Aran will live. The cavalry charges, and they get the dub in the second turtle skirmish.
Again, a trade happening. Heron Shiki almost able to take down Rins. What was that, Arashi?
It's a great move from Team Liquid ID. They make sure they use Aran to its full potential. That's the combo, but look at Skylar.
Whoa. Of course, you has skill with the rotation. Skylar, you have the flicker. Can you dodge from everything? That's one. That's two, a basic from Witty. Dyron trying to help up in the top lane. We'll go for the hammer strikes over to the mini waves. We'll try to survive the power of wildness. We'll shoot Dyron down. He will have to respect this damage. In the mid lane, that's a solo kill. The Usurper is online.
This mid game is disgusting, man. The sustain, the damage, all these fighters for Team Liquid ID and all the long range burst damage is really allowing them to really threaten RRQ. Even when they're playing safe, is never really that safe. The fact that the Vengeance is also on Aran, he can just go in the back, and even if he gets taken out eventually, Skylar's gonna lose so much HP beating on him. And we've seen yesterday, Aran actually goes for the Blade Armor afterwards. So Skylar's gonna lose a lot of HP, and Rince is gonna be zoned out because Aran's gonna run straight at him, kind of negating his effect in those big team fights, where the Yve, in theory, should be able to actually spam out more DPS.
Now he has the Thunderbelt ready, of course. So take a look at the audience prediction by the new application GoPay, 86% for RRQ. Of course, the trust of the civilians of the kingdom still stands tall, unearthed on the kingdom, but Fabian.
Whoa, very brave to go in onto Edok, but that will give them a lot of advantage. That's Edok forced to back away. But the airstrike over to Rince. Very, very low. Entropy forward. Oh, the snipe there from Skylar. Aaron trying to pinch him down with the Mirror's Passion, unable to find it now. Siren will peel. That's a shot now, but it will not connect. Aran caught. That's a turtle taken down by Fabian. Meanwhile, Winnie that pops into the shortcut. Fabian pops into that shortcut. Winnie will lose his life. Edok, implosion, finding Winnie. Fabian is slicing through the Kings like they are nothing. Edok down, Rince down. The two members who've been so reliable are now down, and Fabian wants to continue the battle. RRQ don't.
The Crown Prince is still intact, but you can see the Usurper inching closer to the Revolution. Fabian again, just diving into the backline of RRQ Hoshi.
All this pressure, man. 2,000 gold ahead. Even the mid turret, Team Liquid ID pulling off all the stops. They know they have the better early game, and they're just forcing RRQ into these brawls. But the fact that RRQ are able to find something small, very small wins in these fights, kind of keeping them from actually losing too far in gold. But 3K is definitely significant, and Team Liquid ID, they're not stopping here. They do have that shortcut by Chip, so they can keep forcing out these plays from RRQ. And despite the fact that they've been clumping up for the deadly catch, for all the AoE of RRQ, they've been coming out on top, showing again how much sustain is there. Because Rince has the glowing wand. That is the reduced amount that Team Liquid is using to sustain these fights.
And Yaskill just rushed into the Divine Glaive as his second item. But number one was Lightning Truncheon, now it is the Divine Glaive. Talk to me about this item, Arashi. What is he trying to achieve?
There's more burst damage, man. Farsa's base damage is already quite significant. So just trying to make sure that any magical defense gets negated will be good for them. But Edok, man, against Aran, it's so difficult to recontest and find anything. Looking at Aaron Shiki, he also has the BOD already completed. So if they really get low from the Farsa, the threat of the Renner's apathy coming in out of nowhere from the sidelines. We've seen a couple of close calls. RRQ definitely have that in the back of their mind.
Also, was that a Malefic 4 as well from Aaron Shiki?
Yep.
Just to try to cut through the front lines of RRQ Hoshi. But then again, the way they spaced away, the subliminal amount of, ultimates that they can use to just push the players of TLID away is so significant. And now the Lord, he'll try to fight for this. But it's like only Fabian standing in the way of RRQ. They're blitzing the Lord.
We do the crash course now, also the shortcut. Everybody piling in. Good deadly catch. The Feather Airstrike will snipe him down. Together with Witty. Dive on him. Oh, the from Aaron Shiki. Able to find two. Now Rince is next in the chopping block, but Witty will respect it. The entropy backwards. Lord 1 taken by TLID.
They enter the castle of the kingdom, and they make it theirs. Having a party, feasting with the Lord. They get it for free.
It's a great play for Team Liquid again, using the shortcut to zone everyone away. And again, Aran taken out, no problem. Massive value for Team Liquid ID. And along with that, even though RRQ wants to try and hit back, the fact that Aaron Shiki can stand there and burst down everyone, full channeling all the ultimates, because Aran has taken away all of that damage, bought in all that time. They have the Lord right here, and they do have the global presence. What are they going to try and do with it? If you take a look at R7 making an appearance here.
Now Aran. Look at Witty.
Running forward, Witty is able to just crash course.
Implosion as well. RRQ will take Witty. But what do they lose? The Lord is still on top despite the entropy, the bottom lane. Holy defense. Already baited out. Up top, Skylar will finally deal with the Lord. It's taking a bit more time. It will fall to the mini waves there. So at least it is a tier 2 and a holy defense in the far lane for the cavalry.
Holy Crystal though for Skylar is hitting his power spike. And that means that Natan can be much more, oppressive in the team fights and in the defense later on. But as they say, Lord number 1 is to take map control. And they look for a conceal play.
Oh, the penalty zone now. Real revelation. Aaron Shiki will be caught. Skylar eliminates him. Around looking for an angle. Fabian looking for some damage. Feather airstrike forcing him down. Edok taken down. Around in the midst of it down with the vengeance as well.
Aran
will not be able to find a power wilderness. Skylar still able to cut away. Now Rins getting the kill back. Shortcut. Fabian, after recall and after going into the mid lane, will be able to rejoin the cavalry forces to get rid of Tyron. 2 for 2.
They fight back, and they fight back hard. RRQ is looking for a Hail Mary play, but TLID, they charge forth. The Stallions ready for any form of oppressiveness from the kingdom.
No entropy. Fabian finds his pure alpha. Now the deadly cast appeal from RRQ is not enough to take him down. Fabian will finally be slain, but at what cost? With a double in an outplay. But still, it's CLID who are able to take that kill back. Now, who's it worth for?
Considering the Team Liquid ID was ahead 4,000 gold, RRQ, it's down to 2,000. It has to be worth it for them. They've bought more time. They've stopped the momentum of Team Liquid ID. Man, Sutsujin, what is he made of? How do you find that moment there, walking through danger, just deleting Yehezkiel?
Ice cold.
Ice cold. The mercenary is here to back up the Crown Prince. Look at that damage. And this warrants a respect towards the Bane, because the Bane, as time progresses, as the game gets later, the damage just becomes disgustingly insane. And that is built upon, you know, burst damage as well for the Bane. And this could be the time frame where TLID has to respect it, has to be wary of it. And now they prepare for a Lord Dance.
Heading around for now, but there's the chip in the back line.
Woody looking for Skylar. Won't be able to find it. Sutsujin going to be pressure down with a better airstrike as well. The first time Sutsujin, the mercenary, finds it. Meanwhile, the fight with a shortcut as well. Aaron Chicken will take it. He will go forward. Fabian fighting the Spear of Alpha onto Rins. 1, 2, 3. Kings falling. The shortcut taken by Edok to look for the juke, but it's only 2. The clutches of Woody, the clutches of Yehezkiel, and now we're down to just 1. It's just Skylar against the cavalry.
The Crown Prince looking to defend his crumbling kingdom. Will he be able to hold this? The cavalry charges forth!
The further airstrike, Skylar with a flicker. Able to get rid of Cannon forward now. Aaron Chicken faction trying to go for it. Fabian falls, but they will take the battle in game 1.
They take control of the castle walls. The young Stallions. They charge, and they charge hard. Game number 1, TLID 1-0.
A great use of momentum right there. They know that RRQ, they can't really afford to lose more lords with the base turrets getting lower and lower. They go for that macro play. They go for the flank with Willy. That's the power of the chip. The backline in shambles. The formation disrupted. And RRQ, despite having that golden combo, the Yve and the Natan, are unable to stop the momentum, the speed, and the charge of the cavalry.
We talked about the Yve and the Natan boasting a very high win rate in the playoffs. And Rins with the Yve as well, 100% win rate broken by Team Liquid ID. Does this signal something, Arashi?
I mean, it signals that Team Liquid are here to fight, despite the stats, despite the history, the 100%, despite the 3-0 so far in this season. They are showing that they can break those numbers through sheer will. That is Team Liquid ID demanding respect from the kingdom.
It's insane how they're able to recover from this. The Lord taken away by Sutsujin, but their backline was collapsed upon. Edok bought a lot of time for Skylar, for the Crown Prince, to run back to his throne, but still not enough. They were able to maximize the initiation shortcut from Witty as they secure the first game. The chip has to be respected after this.
They definitely got to respect it. We were already questioning it here. Thing is, this is the grand finals. We've kind of filtered out all the teams who can't play the macro game. We've already filtered out teams who don't have, a vast hero pool. Leaving the chip open was a big gamble. I would even say, you can't even call it a gamble. It was ridiculous risk. It was super low risk for TLID to take that pick. There was no trades.
I'll take it away to the panelist desk. Let's talk about that game.
Thank you so much, casters, for bringing us game number 1 in this best of 7 series that TLID successfully will lead here 1-0 against RRQ. That was a 13-minute, almost a 14-minute game. And I would say with the Farsa being picked up, with the Chip, with the Beatrix as well on Aaron, these are heroes that we don't see quite often for this team. And it turns out it worked out wonders for them.
I mean, let's start from the draft, right? That Matilda ban from the side of TLID, it opened things up here. Opened things up, like the Suyo being open, Chip being open. Does seem like RRQ, they are more afraid of that Suyo. They banned it out. Chip, they thought that Natan and Yves will be enough, but it's not.
I don't know. I feel like a couple of things don't seem to line up here, right? TLID, one of the only teams that I've seen ban out the Chip in the blue side, decide not to do it at the very end here at the Grand Finals. Does that mean that all teams in MPL who have like these weird perks have been just like, even RRQ, all of a sudden we've never seen Skylar pick up a Lunox, he picked Lunox into the Harriet. So is this all just mind games? Is this all just a deep conspiracy the deep state is putting into this at this point for MPL ID?
Honestly, it's possible. Honestly, it's possible. And the other thing that I really wanted to point out as well, this is a Keskut kind of thing. Sometimes he likes to experiment in the early stages of a full, like a best of 5, a best of 7 now coming into it. I think he was experimenting. Let's try and let the Chip go. We know the damage that a Suyo can do, but we haven't seen the damage from the Chip quite just yet. Let's test it out for game number 1. He did it. It turns out the gamble didn't pay off.
Well, to be fair, his composition that he cooked up was honestly really good, right? It's just the threshold. If this game drags out until 15 minutes, I think definitely is where we see the big turnaround for RRQ. And I was even mentioning to Gunny, it's like, man, TLID, they're starting to run out of time. Like, Skylar is about to hit his power spike. Everybody on the side, even Dyren, as well as both already at the point where he can actually slow down the initial push from TLID.
Yeah, I mean, I think also to add to that, right, that far side actually caught RRQ off guard. I feel like that Farsa pick.
Well, let's look at our MVP. If it's not Woody, I would have to give it to Farsa. Yeah!
Okay. And here it is, the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. So let's talk about this Chip just a little bit more.
So, Chip, usually in all regions, it's basically 100% banned. And for good reason, because Chip forces you to think about the game differently macro-wise, right? Valentina, for an example, makes you think about the draft a little bit different with what ultimates you're giving. But in terms of entire gameplay, I think that RQ did a really good job at actually surviving somewhat in the early game, because Chip can easily just gank you out of nowhere. And especially for laners, and I think even for Skylar, he would be pretty annoyed if Chip suddenly caught him off guard. So I think here, when we start looking at the very first fight of the game, that's where we see it, right? Weedy goes in, he doesn't have his ult, can't really do much about this scenario, they trade equally. And this is where RQ is particularly strong. From this point onwards, once level 4 comes by, I think that RQ should have slowed down the pace of the game, start to focus around, or at least expecting Weedy to dive into that backline to set up for the big wombo combo.
It's a very, very straightforward, direct approach, right? It's rinse and repeat, right? You go to the back lines, you find 2, Weedy will pop the ult, and yeah, they will overload you with damage. You have the Farsa, and one thing that I really like in this specifically in this game, the Farsa has the wings by wings. Yves does not.
Yeah, and at least for being Farsa, you scale a lot harder than Yves. Your burst damage is rather ridiculous, and it's very easy to pump out. And I think a couple of fights that TLID ended up losing was mainly because I didn't hit all 4 of my shots. I missed 2 out of the 4. And when I do hit him, I think it was, no, it's definitely not this one. But as you can see, Farsa not necessarily being in a position where you have to take the portal every single time. The added range from that feathered airstrike allows you to be a little bit more flexible. You just got to be relatively near Witty. You don't have to be on top of him.
And that actually brings me to my next question that I really wanted to ask. How long is the cooldown for Chip's ult? Is it a long one? Is it a short one?
I want to say 40 seconds.
Yes.
Level 4. Right? So level 12, maybe 30-ish.
Because I find that quite interesting, because there are a lot of moments where he actually pops in the portals that he utilizes just to bring even one player from TLID in. Like, we saw a couple moments that he actually utilized it for just Fabian to come in to follow up into the team fight that he had to kind of go back before. Or maybe Fabian was actually chilling on a certain neutral objective that Weedy successfully dodged.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, right? Because when you're using that portal, it's also a transportation tool. So if, let's say, if you're a jungler, right? You do a particular clear, you're going to repeat that process. You're going to go start from your orange all the way back up to your purple. But guess what? Lord is spawning on the orange side of your jungle. And I'm already at purple. I don't want to walk all the way there. So Chip can actually teleport you real fast in those types of situations, especially when you know that, hey, our WM is down. We know for the fact that the Deadly Catch just got used. So it's pretty safe for us to transport you here and win over the neutral objective.
And also, that is why the efficiency, right, of this hero is still that expensive. I feel like, yeah, maybe call it experimenting, but Arkiyoshi definitely will not let the chip go in the second game. Take a look at the items here. Aaron Shiki 512, yeah, straight up, right? Penetration, have to seize, Hunter Strike, and also that Malefic. That is where I feel like, okay, you got the Malefic, Arkiyoshi is going to feel the damage, and then he adds more BOD. Arkiyoshi cannot handle that damage, that sort of damage. 13 minutes.
I mean, we look at the gold distribution now between Aran and as well as Dairon, and honestly, it's not too big of a deal, right? Because both of these guys were more concerned about the team fight than they were about their lane half the time. Once they walked out of the laning phase, I felt like Aran just kind of like checked out from the lane. He's like, oh, hey, Dairon, walks away. Comes back, hey, how you doing? You're looking good. Walks away still.
And this is a unique thing because from the last time that they met, we actually observed that Dairon had a really good foot in with how Aran actually rotated. And I think that was one of the main pillars as to how TLID couldn't have their footing in the neutral objective fights especially. But why this particular time, Aran seemed to have the better out of Dairon?
Well, I don't think he had the better out of Dairon. I think Dairon had some pretty good engages, but the counter engage coming out from TLID, and honestly, Aran got really lucky a couple of times thanks to his Wilderness Breast and giving him extra movement speed and his natural passive to keep him alive. He should have died like 2 or 3 times in the early game, but he survived with a sliver.
Yeah, it does seem like that Aran just... It seems like he's lucky, but sometimes his calculation is that deep, right?
I think from 3 minutes onwards, that's when his calculation started to kick in. That first lane one, oh my goodness, he is clenching his butt cheeks.
We saw that moment, right? He was on a sliver of health.
One.
It took like a couple more seconds for him to get taken down. Luckily, the healing just came back in.
It's great. It's great. And generally, I think this game really is a great showing for MPL ID because there's such deep understanding, right? KesQ decided, hey, you guys don't have any wave clear, so I'm going to ban out the heroes with wave clear. And then you get Beatrix and then Farsa as a way to kind of compensate for that. And not even that, even when we saw in the items, right? Going for Blade of Heptases, for an example, is not exactly very common amongst Beatrix players unless you know that I guarantee want to burst somebody down, which is what the comp wants to do. Because if it drags out and you get wombo comboed by what KesQ was throwing out, I don't think it would have been an easy game.
Because we've seen a different layer of Beatrix, right, Gon? We've seen the Beatrix go Sky Piercer in the beginning, but usually that's because when it's a paired win with like something like a Franco or something like a Kaja. But yeah, I like the adaptability that this team has shown as well as in the drafts too, because technically with the Farsa being picked up, one, they're able to utilize that early pressure from level 4 that the chip offers, but also a layer into the late game just in case it gets to that point. Because remember, RQ had the Natan.
It's a very good balance, right? All right, it does seem like SDL knew that RQ, they will pick up the Natan and Eve. And hey, guess what? We have the Beatrix and the Farsa that can equalize in that department. And well, TLID, they win the early game because of the chip rotation, very efficient. Fabian, of course, Flava Fave, again, delivering his world-class performance. Sure, a miss retry a couple of times, but not really impactful in a sense that it was crucial. Mid-game, they got the Lord, RRQ. They were the ones who was struggling to find the right connection.
I think, all right, now as much as the panel here being, big blue supporters, I think that RQ had some really good ideas. Generally, it just boiled down to just timing, really. It's just timing. All these early fights that were coming out from TLID, and because they were winning them, sped up the timer, but we did see RQ actually fight back, trading equally 2 for 2s, 3 for 3s sometimes, despite having a 2, maybe even 3 deficit, 3K gold deficit. So it's pretty good for them. I just think that, they just needed 2 minutes and the meal prep was complete.
Because technically, the Natan, Skylar, he already had his Holy Crystal, right? Did he get the Divine Glaive at the end? Jadi, was there enough time for him to secure that item? I think we'll get a little bit of a flashback later on, maybe after. But I don't know. TLID, they knew their timings really well. They knew that, pre-level 4, they didn't have the power spike that they needed. And especially, that's why the first turtle was a little bit shaky for them. So the drafts are going to be interesting when we get into game number 2. But before that, we are going to throw it over to our host to see. Who declared Mongstar? Melissa, what you doing over there?
Satu poin pertama yang didapatkan oleh tim Liquid Indonesia. The Cavalry, mana semangatnya? Tapi nggak mau kalah dong, Kingdom, mana suaranya? Dukungan terus mengalir dari seluruh super fans yang hadir. Nggak hanya yang ada di rumah yang lagi rame banget nih, pasti lagi ngetik untuk mendukung timnya. Tapi juga ada di, tentu saja di venue ini, ada 2 nih yang tadi masuk ke dalam capturean kita di Gelora Juara kita.
Betul sekali Bude, langsung saja ini dia, boleh silakan perkenalkan dirimu, siapa namanya?
Nama saya Ridwan, asal saya dari Tegal.
Dari Tegal? Bang Tegal?
Iya.
Wis Madang?
Sampun.
Sampun, rang apa kenapa enak ngomongnya dewek. Oke, satu dari Tegal. Di sini jauh-jauh naik motor.
Ya benar.
Untuk hari ini nih?
Ya benar, dari hari Sabtu lagi.
Dan hari Sabtu, berapa jam tuh dari Tegal ke Bandung?
Hampir 7 jam.
7 jam.
Kalau sebelahnya boleh, namanya siapa, dari mana nih?
Nama aku Dita dari Cirebon.
Wow,
Cirebon.
Ya.
Naik apa nih ke sini?
Aku naik travel.
Naik travel khusus ke Bandung?
Iya, khusus ke Bandung nonton RRQ.
Dari hari pertama?
Iya, aku dari tanggal 23 udah di Bandung.
Suaranya sampai serak nih didengar-dengar ya?
Iya, teriak-teriak kan dukung RRQ.
Keren. Tapi kakak-kakak di sini jauh-jauh untuk mendukung RRQ. Gimana sih kalian, udah puas belum ngeliat RRQ mewakili Indonesia ke ajang M6?
Cukup puas sih dengan hasil ini gitu.
Cukup puas ya, tapi Ridwan dan Dita sendiri harapannya hari ini di Best of 7, berapa poin yang didapatkan oleh RRQ nih pengennya?
Aku 4-3 menang RRQ lah pasti.
4-3, berarti 7 series dimainin semua nih ya hari ini. Kalau Ridwan sendiri gimana prediksinya nih?
Prediksinya 4-1 lah ya.
Oh, berarti ngasih 1 tadi poinnya udah ya?
Iya, kasih 1 aja ini.
Kasih 1 aja. Emang serem nih ya di sini. Ridwan kalau boleh tahu di sini, coba dong tunjukin seberapa cinta nih tresnone koe karo tim RRQ. Dari kapan sih kamu cinta sama RRQ sampai rela? Apa yang membuatmu jatuh cinta pada tim RRQ?
Ya dari season kemarin RRQ kalah kayak gitu ya Bude ya. Kita juga Tegal pernah bikin RKK season kemarin gitu. Ya dihujat sana sini gitu. Sampai akhirnya season ini dapat rezeki akhirnya bisa ke Bandung gitu.
Akhirnya bisa ke Bandung menjadi, mungkin kamu ngelihat sejarah berjalannya RRQ makin cinta lagi berarti ya?
Ya benar Bude.
RKK nih, hasil RKK.
Betul sekali, melihat perjuangannya pasti gak main-main. Tapi kalau Dita sendiri udah dari kapan nih jadi Kingdom setia untuk RRQ?
Aku sebenarnya udah lama sih, tapi kayak nonton ke MPL itu baru ke stake-nya pas lagi season 12, pas RRQ pulang ke duluan apa yang lawan BTR kalah.
Oh. Jadi memang
pas di Jakarta.
Pas di Jakarta, berarti jauh-jauh juga tuh pergi?
Iya, aku dari Cirebon ke Jakarta juga nonton RRQ.
Demi nih ya. Tapi boleh dong, mungkin ini kan saatnya kalian untuk menunjukkan cinta kalian, menunjukkan seberapa cinta kalian. Boleh langsung ingin mau disampaikan sesuatu atau mau ngajakin Kingdom di seluruh dunia untuk jatuh cinta juga?
Ya buat Kingdom yang di luar maupun yang di dalam stake, ya jangan lupa lah dukung RRQ biar bisa juara di M6 sama juara di MPL Indonesia.
Ridwan, saatnya kamu semangatin nih tim RRQ. Let's go!
Salam buat RSI Bahari Korn yang dari Tegal yang sedang mengadakan nobar di Warmindo Hita. Itu aja udah.
Buat RRQ-nya yang mau main
buat
nih?
RRQ tetap semangat lah, fokus, riset semuanya pokoknya game ini. Kita sikat habis sisanya.
Sikat habis!
Betul sekali. Terakhir, kalau kan ini sudah pasti masuk nih ke M6 di Malaysia. Bakal ikut ke Malaysia nggak nih untuk dukung tim tersayang?
Ya kalau ada rezeki pasti bakal ke sana sih.
Kalau Dita sendiri?
Aku udah ada niatan mau ke Malaysia.
Wow, fans setia sekali untuk RRQ. Dan kita harap yang terbaik ya pastinya untuk hasil hari ini. Terima kasih banyak Kak Ridwan dan Kak Dita.
Betul, kita semua akan langsung melihat bagaimana Best of 7 ini akan berlangsung. Tapi sebelum itu kita akan langsung ke panelis mencari tahu seperti apa game kedua akan berlangsung. Inilah dia, RRQ dan juga tim Liquid ID. Game kedua.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongstar, as well as Alyssa, for that, cute interview with the fans on stage and in the venue. Man, I swear I have not seen the venue this packed.
Fair enough, it's the grand finals.
Not this packed. Nuh-uh.
Hey.
Come on, it's
all the
MPL
way
ID.
outside. I think this is one of our, well, no, not technically, but it is one of our biggest venues that we've had.
Is it? Wait, actually? Wait.
One of.
If you include the MPL festival, it's...
It's like packed outside too.
I mean, would you count like M4? Because I think that would technically be the biggest. I am knocking the ball out of the park here and setting unreal standards. But I will say it's a little jarring for me because I come from MPL MY, right? Stages like this is ridiculous. Like I used to complain a lot about Homeboys fans and Vamos fans being extra loud. This is ridiculous. They had 2 sets of parades walk in.
I mean, it's bound to be a good day, when that happens, right? It sets the vibes. Oh yeah, you're right.
When they were walking in, I'm pretty sure they couldn't even hear each other, and I'm sure because of that, it is kind of set the tone amongst the fans.
Yeah,
It's that crazy.
it is.
Wild. Intense.
Intense? Does that, wait, are those synonyms that would describe when you're drinking a good day, maybe?
If I'm having a good day, I'll be drinking a good day, all right? It's ready to drink. The coffee is in a 3-in-1 ready-to-drink bottled coffee with a variety of flavors as well, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss, and avocado delight. And we actually tried the groovy cookies. Magnificent.
Yeah.
Magnificent. So this good day, ready to drink coffee is perfect to enjoy while you guys are gaming with your friends, because every day is a good day with Good Day. Yeah.
GG, good day.
GG, good day.
Every
Thank
single
you.
time.
Get in, Donnie. Good day.
That's actually really cute.
It's not that cute.
That is super cute.
It's not. No,
I don't think cute is a right or
it cute,
the
guys?
precise term.
Where do I fit in?
Where?
GAG.
Gag?
GAG.
The gag duo. Trio, sorry.
Trio.
I meant trio.
GAG.
Keep your BL fantasies to yourself, woman. Okay, look, we've got professional things
Oh, yeah.
to do on our hands
forgot.
here because honestly, considering that how everything has been kind of playing out, and honestly, even your regular season MVPs have been looking good. Coming into these playoffs here, at this point of time, like I cannot figure out who's gonna get the MVP.
That's a big question, right? Season 1, it was Watt. Season 2, we have I Am Jago, Udil Rect, Vin, Albert, Luminaire. Oh, Luminaire, he got...
Season 7.
Oh, interesting. Okay, CW, we have Clay, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and then CW. So, I mean, for the most part, it's always been from, Fnatic Onyx and RRQ. But the big question is, who will it be for this, upcoming grand finals, right? Okay, let's say RRQ wins, and let's say TLID wins. So let's talk from each one, seeing as we've seen the progress that they've, undergone through the playoffs, as well as our first game in this grand finals.
I mean, it's the finals MVPs, right? We can't really see their playoff performance.
Yeah, just, a little bit of
I'll indulge.
A guess.
I'll play around.
Okay.
RRQ, I really like Tsutsujin.
I'm going to say Idok. I think despite being the rookie, I think he is one impactful player. He's one of those players where it's like, oh, if he's doing bad, most people aren't going to even think twice about him. But then it's too late because when he makes like a 5-man ult or something crazy out of nowhere, or even his Franco hook, right? I think that alone is enough.
Nightmare. You're gonna stick with Tsutsujin?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Me? Oh, I've never been asked back. This feels So you guys, thank you.
Blushing.
Oh, I feel important. RRQ, I think I would go for. Oh, it's tough. Okay, just reflecting from game number 1.
You got a lot of good options here. I think, you know, even Skylar has probably a pretty decent chance at it as well. He's been playing pretty well during the regular season too. So it's just been doing great.
I think I gotta agree with Gideon.
Dairon?
Okay, Edok.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I think
Edok
Edok
too.
as well.
He's great. He's great. I think definitely a standout for RRQ. I think that Dairon is, you know, kind of finding his own, but it kind of depends on the meta. I think
agree.
if the meta leaned more towards what Dairon likes to play, I think it would have been GG well played.
I agree. Okay, let's TLID.
Easy. This one's easy for me.
Yeah, I mean it's Fabian or
Fabian,
Witty.
for both of you guys.
Yehezkiel.
Yehezkiel.
I think he is the missing piece to both Witty and Fabian. Without Yehezkiel, I think both Witty and Fabian probably will be at each other's throats.
So you guys have included me in this conversation.
Yes.
Let's include the audience in this conversation too. Not about the MVP, finals MVP, but rather how can RRQ, it's okay, we'll go back to that later. But how can RRQ equalize in game number 2? According to you guys, statistics show 45% give Skylar space to farm. All right, so let's talk about that. Did we think that Skylar was not given space to farm? We'll start with you, Gunny.
We'll have the two things, right? Space to farm, meaning the other 4 distracting the, like going to the other lane so that, yeah, he has space, quote unquote, to farm, or someone babysits him, quote unquote, a lot, rotating towards the gold lane a lot to have space to farm. Either way, I feel like it's hard against TLID.
I'll say right now, 68% of the audience is wrong. Because they need to be aware, specific. Now, let me preface.
I like this.
Aran, beware of Aran's aggression. It's not because he is aggressive, but what does that tell you? If somebody in lane is low and they start walking up to you, does that not seem suspicious? Like, you're already winning the lane, but he's still walking up to you. That means a gank is imminent. I think that RQ need to figure out what some of Aran's patterns are, because I think he's got some pretty dead giveaway tells about how he plays the game and what that could signal for the rest of his team.
This is the first time that I've been on a panel and one of my panelists is like, no, I disagree. I like this. Guys, keep on disagreeing.
Oh, look. It's not that I entirely disagree. I just think that...
No, it's okay. I like it.
You sure?
Yeah, it opens discussion. Right?
Let me just check if my Instagram's still around.
I didn't say that, guys. That was an Eternal.
The genuine fear.
Back to this. So now, coming into game number 2, we do see that there is a difference in side selection. RRQ will now be on a blue side instead of red side. And remember, we were talking about this, the fact that they forced a Matilda ban in the first phase for blue side, for TLID, but now that RRQ are the ones on blue side, how do you think this is going to change the scene and scope of the first phase?
Before we answer that, you guys follow the same system, right? If one team, it's coin toss and then the losing team decides which side they are. Okay, perfect. So that means that I would imagine that Keskut is probably thinking, okay, now that we know for a fact that they can play chip, we can go back to the standard of drafting where blue side is mostly dominant, which RQ does a very good job at, right? I think right now, if TLID want to stand a chance in this upcoming game in the draft, they need big tempo breakers, because I can only assume that RQ is going to set up to get Suyo for themselves.
Tempo breakers, i.e. Cho, if possible. Tempo breakers, i.e. Ruby, if open, or if accommodates the composition as well. I mean, now with TLID second pick, I see Yves being the hero that might go and fall to the hands of TLID. Does RQ have the response to that? Maybe the Valentina for instance.
Oh, that's actually a really good point, because technically, Yves has been doing really, really well for all teams who have picked it up so far. Wait, are they still 100% win rate?
Game 1, Yves, RQ, they lost.
They lost it, right? But TLID still 100%?
I think 80-90 if not.
80-90, if not they dropped.
If not 100.
Oh, no, they definitely dropped one. Yeah. Okay, so that means what would they have to do? I think we need to start thinking about the other lying mages that could be played. Valentina, as Bonnie mentioned, is great. I also think that Lydia needs to be taken into consideration. one more just because it got shown last game has to be Farsa.
Oh, Farsa wins.
Exactly, and that adds layers now, right? It's not just as straightforward as we once thought. It's no longer just Jushin, Yves.
That's
Yves,
right.
Lilia, Yves, Valentina, right? There's layers to it, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Oh man, even TLID are going all out. It's not just the Kingdom here showing for their team, showing up for their team, but the Cavalry is here to show themselves as well as we make our way to the drafting phase for game number 2 in this best of 7 series. This is the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. And let's take a look. The bans are already in place. RRQ on blue side. We have the Fanny Joe Hilda ban. TLID Chip and the Suyo. Talk to me about this, guys. Matilda?
They want the Matilda.
I don't know. This is what I was worried about, right? Kesku, he's really smart. He's already thought about it. Tempo breakers, he got rid of the most important one, which is Cho, because they're setting up for assassins. They wanted to ban out the Fanny. I'm pretty sure they will always ban out the Fanny no matter what side. And St. DeLuca is like, okay, get rid of Chip, get rid of Cho, and now he has to make a really difficult decision. Do I still focus down on the assassins? No! Goes for early game aggression bans, huh?
They opened, or he opened the Matilda for RRQ, and RRQ will gladly take it / deny it from the hands of Weedy Device. TLID, they will pick up the Yves and the Alpha, so they will deny the combination that, yeah, cheeky Matilda Alpha combo.
And so, does the Natan come to play here for RRQ?
I think it's, yeah. I think they should pick up the Natan, or if not, they might explore the Focus, perhaps the Bane. Yeah, they are going to prioritize the jungler here, because if you remember upper brackets, Bane was always banned at second phase from inside of TLID.
Yeah, but also Bane makes it really annoying specifically for Yehezkiel on this Eve, because now every time you drop the RWM, you are put on a timer when the deadly catch is coming at you. You want to get as much damage as you want to, but you're not going to get the full extent of your ult.
It's my way.
Wait, does the deadly catch cancel the real world manipulation?
It doesn't, but you don't want to eat the damage.
Right.
You don't want to be put to 1 HP because of one shark.
All right. So Ixia here gets banned by TLID.
Very smart.
Yeah, I mean, TLID actually brought the Ixia yesterday, but it does seem like TLID knows that RRQ that definitely can rock this Ixia. They do not want to give that opportunity to RRQ, though. It seems like they will ban out bodies, right? Hero for Iran, I think that will be their main priority.
I have a big question. Do you think the Angela might surface here for TLID? We've seen TLID fight support with support before.
As a last pick?
If not that, Rafaela?
As a last pick.
Yes.
Yes. I think that is going to be the case, and Barat, as expected, right? EXP leaders will be the target of Iran. No Hilda, no Barat, no Khalid.
I think there's not much of a winning matchup here, because right now Phobius does pretty well into most things, even against the Ruby to a certain extent, but it's a skill matchup, right? Also, one more thing that needs to be taken into consideration for the EXP is whether or not they need to like get their hands on something that can slow things down, right? Maybe even play a Terizla here still to kind of keep them in place and force out ultimates, or they go straight into the CC and just purely focus on winning the lane.
Oh, the CC, I like that. But RQC, it seems like they are, now they don't want to deal with the heavy spins that a Kai can produce. TLID, they should just pick up the EXP here. What EXP? Rock? Is that the desperate play? Is that the only play?
They can go X-Morg if they wanted to.
X-Morg. High loss. I forgot about the high loss, but
I think high loss is kind of like mid here, only because I don't think it's a bad hero. I think by all intents and purposes, it's great, and that's why it's in the meta. But against Bane, against Matilda, that's where it gets a little bit iffy. If they add one more layer to it, a means to kind of slow them down on the Glorious pathway, or even just taking up a Valentina for themselves, it kind of just evens out the draft anyways.
So Valentina is definitely on the board here. So again, real world relation, perhaps Sphere of Alpha can be stolen, but no. They are going for that Jusin and the Irithel, most likely with Sprint.
Okay, so the signature Irithel for Skylar does pop up here, but this is a Jushin pick into a Yves that has been quote-unquote the theoretical counter.
Angela, no. Huh. Support v support.
I feel like this last pick might not necessarily matter. Because looking at RQ's composition, it's push and pull, right? It's all
Ruby.
I think they need a stronger initiation tool, but then most of them have already been banned.
So you don't have Is it a Grok?
Yeah,
there you go.
All right.
Yeah, so it ends up St. Lucas decided instead of going for a full dive composition, tell you what, let's just change it back up. We're also going to play the push and pull. So this game is going to be very adaptable. Both teams are going to be playing a very strategic game of ping pong where they're going to be rallying against each other. And once we get into the late game, that's when we see the very big smashes where Phoveus comes in, Deadly Catch even, and even the RWM. So we need to see that evolution of the ping pong into the tennis and then the tempo breakers.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Let's see. I think TLID with that draft, we might see a 1-1.
Oh, okay. Okay, the bold statement here from the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see exactly how this ping pong tennis match proceeds between both of these teams as we throw it over to our casters for game number 2.
Game number 2 on the cards. TLID, they have 1 foot in the castle of the kingdom. But now it is the time for the kingdom to once again reinstate their oppression.
Gonna stake their claim to try and get that early game dominance. We were expecting something completely different, man. With the bans showing up earlier, we thought an assassin was gonna show up. But once again, it's a jungle, utility jungle, fighter jungle showdown here. And Fabian and Sysogen both duking it out. But now it's a very different approach. RRQ seem to be doubling down on that early game option.
This Irithel is picked, right? And we saw it. Skylar yesterday with the Mathilda and the Irithel playing around. Don't you think it's situational? But before that, the emblems, Rashi.
Ooh. Wow, Litho taken by Fabian there. Emblems by Andy Home showing the tenacity for Yehezkiel, respecting the aggression coming in. Dairon with the agility and the Festival of Blood, so he's trying to play that massive frontline role, but ooh, duel.
This is the thing, it's still a skill matchup in the bottom lane, man. It's not entirely a win for the Irithel. You do have an advantage, in a way, for poke and wave clear, but Aaron can do what he's been doing best, laning.
Yeah. Back to my question though. The Irithel Mathilda combo in this scenario, do you like it? I mean, sure, they have a high loss, they can charge at them, and as well as the alpha maybe, but oh, Skylar.
Good juke, but the damage still. Oh, can't really ignore that. Skylar almost taken down, has to pop in sprint. Sysogen rotating over, has a deadly catch. Witty bit down by the Sharks.
Wow, out of nowhere, Sysogen playing it aggressive, matching the alpha, getting the gold buff as well. And on the top side, even with Aran trying to be sneaky, avoid laning, cutting the wave, Dairon actually came in to punish him, kind of equalizing the situation. Looking kind of okay for RRQ, but the big moment is this turtle fight. Can they actually get it done? A lot of zoning tools for RRQ. It's tankier frontline technically, but Team Liquid has a lot of damage and a lot of true damage at that, and more sustain.
Yeah, TLID, they want to contest this turtle. And Yehezkiel already level 4, has the RWM to just push them away. But now Rin's coming in.
Comes a beacon, a flicker backwards as well. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha over Rins. Now the glorious pathway to the back as well. Now he's giving the Infernal Pursuit all the way to Witty. Sysogen able to utilize the distraction to go for it. Rins still able to save Witty very low. Dairon on the chase. Infernal Pursuit from Dairon. And he gets the kill down. Aran is next on the chopping block. And it's RRQ with an amazing win in the first turtle fight.
They strike hard and the cavalry off their horses. 3 kills in 3 minutes, and they get the turtle as well.
We've seen this before, dude. The Tsushin, deceptively tanky and doing a lot of damage, a lot of distraction in the early game, diving to the backline. It was looking so weird, so wonky, and we've seen it go wrong before, but it worked out right there, and Dairon on the Phoveus, man, putting it down. RQ doing a great job utilizing this strong pick that they first picked, but now can they maintain it? Can they find more?
And now the Rafaela pick, right, in the hands of Witty. Yesterday, Key picked it up as well. Now it's in the hands of Witty. What are the comparisons you could draw in this composition, at least, to fight off RQ?
Oh, whoa, wait, what?
Witty pops the flicker. Okay.
Every time I ask a question, something happens, but that is not what I expected.
Immediately circling Eagle from Edok to kind of get information, trying to find control, and with that moment, with that exchange of resources. They're gonna go for the third goal, but look at this. Oh, Crimson Beacon, Witty gunned down again. Rins with the Lantern Flare. Aaron's gonna enter Entropy, and now it's gonna be Fabian with the flanks as well. The Spear of Alpha able to find another kill over. It's 2 for 2. Fabian caught in the bad spot. Sutsujin does a bit too much damage. Now Yehezkiel against Rins, flicker out, and Yehezkiel gets the kill. 3 for 3 at the end of the day.
Comfort zone for RRQ. They're able to dive into the tier 2 turret and force a fight into Team Liquid ID's waiting hands. RRQ, is this the lead they're looking for, Arashi?
It was looking so good. I thought the tower was definitely going to fall, but they kind of overextended a bit. Team Liquid ID, the fact that they were able to actually get somewhat of an equal trade there is definitely concerning. But right here, there's so much control over the turtle. You can see Fabian immediately just going for the clear, going for the other resources available on the map. But look at the duo on the top side.
Yeah, 1v1. They run with the flicker. That's a mistake. Skylar will capitalize on that mistake. A solo kill. Tyron all alone. Able to flicker out of the Holy Baptism, but you cannot flicker out of the Glorious Pathway. TL will get a trade.
What is it with Team Liquid ID and their flickers in game number 2? That was a miscalculation from Matt on Chicky.
It certainly came out of nowhere. And looking at the items here, whoa, hang on a minute, 1v1.
Deadly catch now, the spear versus the shot, Sutsujin soloed! Fabian getting the shutdown now, getting the Lantern Flare to throw him back around. Fabian traded back again.
Wow, that's Sutsujin 3 and 0 taken out by Fabian though. So they're both having 3 kills, but in theory, Fabian shouldn't be able to win it out there. And from that engagement there, Skylar also wasn't able to get the turrets. So both teams are hanging on to their early game objective very, very well.
Yeah, the Baptism again whipping this time around. Aaron Cheeky has the entropy backwards. Circle Eagle knocking him up. Aaron very low, and now the Lantern Flare on him. Skylar with a heavy crossbow takes them down under the tier 1 up top.
The power of the Irithel Matilda combo. This time around, the Crown Prince has company.
And even with the Has Cross, there's no need for Skylar to go back. He can stay on the map indefinitely. No mana cost. RRQ using it as pressure. He's gonna for sure be able to get the tower on the top side. But even on the bottom side, Sutsujin being very active here. Which one will Team Liquid actually move towards?
No. Ron will have to address the wave created by Sutsujin down bottom, but this just gets scarier for Team Liquid ID. But in this scenario, Arashi, in this sort of circumstance, can they still bank on the Natan?
I think they definitely still can. That's a lot of damage.
That's disgusting.
Oh man,
that's just spoken away. That's just one War Axe, man. Around in the back now, looking for it. Oh, Spear of Alpha missing the Glorious Pathway. Dodged away from now the Circling Eagle to go onto Aran. Meanwhile, Tyron in the back, forcing real world. Palladium will be shredded down, and it will be a trade 1 for 1. But Winnie takes the kill. It's an XP for an XP. RQ get all the turtles in game 2.
I think the big deciding factor here is the fact that both frontliners, the Hylas and the Phobias, one can kind of delay you, right? The Hylas is too beefy to kind of push through, but the Phobias can actually take you out, having a lot more damage built into the kit. So now RRQ can actually be a bit more aggressive because they know that Tyron, however you want to spin it, becomes a bigger threat compared to Aran on the Hylas. And that single advantage is allowing them to just control more ground. But again, Team Liquid have that late game.
Circling Eagle, Aran, no vengeance this time around. The Holy Baptism, again from Witty, only landing onto Dyron.
Yeah, and the Phobias can somehow skip the high loss as well, right? You could practically target the backline of TLID indefinitely as E-Dog just opens up the map for RRQ. Now the question becomes for TLID, how do they want to deal with this Phobias, Arashi?
You just have to wait until they get a bit more damage, but even then, with the Vengeance, it's going to be difficult, so they have to kind of play the back and forth. That is what we theorized earlier with that Rafaela pick. They wanted movement speed, but look at Rins.
Crimson Beacon, Aran still trying to go for the defense in the mid lane, pops the Glorious Pathway and dives all the way to the back. TLID, is this a mistake? The Holy Baptism catches on the Skylar. Oh, Dyron's free hitting. Now, 2 fights going on. Dyron able to get that Infernal Pursuit, Fabian very low. The chase around Cheeky! Again with the flicker forward, only to get gunned down by Skylar.
The Stallion misses his flicker yet another time. RRQ, all hands on this game.
6,000 gold advantage. Is this a mental block you're talking about, Mirko? Playing the Natan against the infamous Natan in MPL ID. lot of moments here where it seemed so close yet so far. Skylar on this Irithel that really shouldn't be doing so well. 5-1 and 5. The mobility allowing him to just be so aggressive.
Holy Matheson, no, under the terminal. Skylar now makes a mistake. Gets caught by the real world manipulation. And TLID, they'll have an advantage. Skylar shut down 20 seconds. And it will be a Lord that is in the Lanadon, up and ready.
Mistakes after mistakes, both from the marksmen of their respective teams playing today. Now the Lord, though, they want to blitz it, but I think they're just waiting for Skylar to respawn to get even more source of damage.
Oh, that burst, man. Circling Eagle, forcing the vengeance out now. Deadly catch, Winnie! Disappears, straight to the back now with the Crimson Beacon. Able to get some damage down as Fabian goes in, gets rid of the back as well. Here on Shiggy with the entropy forward. Fabian slices through Dyron. Yes, Teal gets the kill back, but Sutsu Jin shoots Aran down. Another 2 for 2. Skylar back online. Heavy crossbow onto Fabian. Will use the Spear of Alpha defensively, but the Circling Eagle to the back will be able to find 2. Aaron getting gunned down. The heavy crossbow is too much for Aaron to handle. And the Kingdom again are able to make it work.
Team Liquid ID overzealous. They saw that momentum. They saw the mistake from Skylar. They thought that they had that Lord for sure, but they overstayed. RRQ were able to find a relatively equal trade, and the moment Skylar returns, that was a signal to retreat, but the cavalry just did not notice it.
Wow! Almost just one-shotted.
What is the damage?
Yikes! A lot of damage from the Kingdom. They're angry. They don't want to give up their throne that easily. They don't want the castles to be usurped by the Stallions now. Aaron Shiki 1 of 5. Aslanatan. Is there still a late game angle?
If it goes long enough, there's definitely a late game angle. At 10 minutes, 6,000, we saw that Geek Time were able to come back from such a deficit, but RRQ, what is the plan here to crack open the base? This is the Nathan Eve combo with the Hylos. They do have Siege, they have the Irithel, but the Mage, it's a Sushin. What's the plan here for Kescue to really crack open this base? It might be some kind of dive.
Yeah. It's more of a zoning mage with the Zeusin, right? You want the CC to keep on going, but the Lord will blitz and march forward.
Lord on the bottom lane. No, first Lord, so should be able to defend this. Again, it's a Yve and a Natan combination. Last time we saw, I would think it was day 1. Fnatic Onyx having a 12,000 gold lead, but struggling to end against a Natan and a Yve.
Now we talk about it, right? The Natan and the Yve. 2 of the best base heroes for defense in this patch, in the playoffs at least. Will RQ be able to topple down that foundation for TLID?
Oh man, we'll have to see. Looking at the items right now, already the Glowing One and the Divine Glaive. So he's Yehezkiel here, not playing to shred the front line. He knows Iron's gonna be taking up too much damage, too much sustain. He's gonna focus more on having burst damage available in case Skylar makes a mistake, in case Weedy finds a great stun onto Skylar. He can just follow up and deal a ton of burst damage. For Iron Shiki, it's only about scaling up here. Holy Crystal almost completed. It's gonna be a massive spike. But the Radiant Armor is completed for Dyron, so again, it's kind of neutralized for a bit. Maybe one more item will be required before Team Liquid ID can really claim to have that shredding potential.
Yeah, he has his Holy Crystal ready for Aaron Shiki. Now the big problem is he able to exert the damage? Because the problem is he has been overextending and creating, minute plays that is not necessary, flickering forward with the entropy as well. That has been the criticism towards him since yesterday, even since 2 days ago in that match against Finitron Alpha as well. Now it is a matter of how he will hold himself when the time comes.
Now this is a delicate situation for Team Liquid ID. RRQ, just want to get the Lord, try and get some structures, that's fine. But Team Liquid ID, if they fail here, they falter and lose their front line, there's a lot of ground that RRQ can chase them through, and there's a ton of mobility available for them.
Yeah, this Lord is important. 7.9k gold lead in the hands of RRQ. They look to even subjugate TLID further. They look for the zone, and here goes the Circling Eagle.
They spot Faven in the bush. Spear of Alpha, Edok, able to flicker out, but whoa, the healing's there. Dyron with the flicker, finding 3, and now Skylar gets rid of all of them in the back. Sutsu with the red tree, and the Kingdom, they will take the fight here in the second Lord fight of the game. Skylar is a goddamn maniac.
The Crown Prince might look for the Savage, but it's way too far. Yehezkiel still riding into the dying night, but the Kingdom is here. They wanna reinstate their oppressiveness towards the cavalry.
A lot of damage, a lot of burst. Yes, Gil going for the play.
RWM on the Skylar, very low with the Wishing Lantern, but again now with the Infernal Pursuit, the Demonic Force onto them. RRQ will level the game, will level the series in a best of 7. Oh, it is 1-1.
Woo! The Kingdom, they will not go down without a fight. 1-1. They equalize the score. TLID. The Revolution still on hold.
Wow, what a recovery from RRQ. We saw the draft, we kind of doubted it. It didn't seem to connect, but maybe that's exactly what RRQ wanted. Who needs connections when you approach the fight from 4 different angles? What was that last fight? Before Team Liquid understood, they were charging into an ambush.
They were running to the back line. They had their target. They had their eyes on the Crown Prince. But his soldiers, his army, protected him. And RRQ at least, again, that fight, that spirit is still there.
Oof, man. I'm seeing great moments from Team Liquid ID still, but RRQ somehow, they're able to just maneuver around the expectations. So many times you saw that guiding wind used to just bait out resources. I think Fabian even showed a bit of discomfort there. Prodded at, poked at, you know, approached from multiple angles, not knowing where is the real attack coming from. Let's take a look at it again. It was looking so weird because Edok made the move so early, and I thought for sure that he might get punished for it. But he flickers out again, baits a ton of resources, including the entropy, and look at the backline. What backline for RRQ? The backline is diving towards the backline of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they were giving and handing themselves on a silver platter, offering themselves in the very eyes of the Kingdom, in the very eyes of the maniac Prince. 1-1.
That's very just unlike Liquid, I would say, man, in game number 2. The flickers randomly from Aaron Shiki, those miscalculations.
Yeah.
And fighting with an 8,000 gold deficit. Fighting when clearly the power spike has been kind of delayed for the time. They got the Holy Crystal and they thought this was still a normal 11-minute game, still a normal 12-minute game. No, it's a game with an 8,000 gold lead. They didn't defend, they just went for a fight.
Well, panelist desk, break it down for us.
Thank you, casters. What an amazing comeback by the Kings of Kings, RRQ, to equalize this to 1-1. And obviously in the grand finals, we wouldn't expect anything less from both of these teams, but we have got to talk about this game. Man, I completely agree with the casters, especially Mirko bringing up the point that TLID made a lot of mistakes, and RRQ, being the strong team that they are, completely capitalized over them.
This is the thing, right? We mentioned that TLID, they're a team that is addicted to the rush, but they're behind, so they need to keep their addiction to that rush. When they're behind, they need to, just slow down their pace.
Rein it in.
RRQ, they got the early game, they got all the newts, important fights as well. Yeah, of course they want to push the pace. TLID, they need to tone it down when they're behind, especially Euron and Natan, who got the Holy Crystal minute 12.
Yeah, I think the worst part about all of this is had the team just kind of kept even against RRQ, this would have been a very different story here. But like multiple times we see that Aaron Shiki tries to go for this 1v1 early against Skylar and misses just one ability, makes one singular mistake. Because had he shut down Skylar early on in this lane, he probably would have been able to be more effective in fights like this, for an example, trading maybe 2 people before the double kill happens.
It's again, from the draft, we know that the Rafaela, sure, it's good. It adds mobility, it adds sustainability, but that's why RRQ, they know they just want to push the tempo from the get-go. They can overwhelm them with mobility with the Mathilda as well, and we saw how multiple times as well the guiding wind came into clutch, saving Sutsujin, saving Skylar, and with sprint as well, Skylar is able to mobilize very, very fluidly in the Land of Dawn.
So we're gonna see who gets crowned the MVP or the player of the game for game number 2, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. We talked about Edok, we talked about Skylar, but let's talk about Dyron now, as he's able to claim this title for our second game. What did he do to deserve this title?
Get his hands on Phoveus is just so good for what he is required to do. Because again, at the beginning of the game, I told you, these compositions, it's going to be a constant push and pull between the both of them. They're both baiting each other out. But the beauty of this Phoveus is that I could make a mistake and I press one button and I basically buy myself 0.5 seconds worth of time every single time he taps that ult. And he can effectively do it as many times as he wants to because he has Edok as a way to bail him out of tough spots. So it's interesting because for me, I thought maybe he was gonna go, if he had full faith in Edok, he would have taken a Vengeance. But with the Flicker, it makes him very flexible, but it also could potentially punish the Natan. He takes the Entropy, goes all the way to the backline. You Flicker, passive mark him, and then instantly initiate.
And again, you mentioned initiate. Without Dyron here, multiple fights, there's no points of initiation without the Phoveus, right? You have the Matilda that can't really initiate. You're just there to cover. You've got Skylar who will protect his position. Dyron was the sole potential initiator in this game, and he played that to a T. It does seem like TLID, they got ahead of themselves. They weren't really ready in this position, and they took the fight, which cost them the game.
Which is why I think what Gideon said was very important, right? He mentioned that technically RRQ don't really necessarily need the tools to initiate. All they needed to do was work around and trust that TLID are a team at the moment that can't hold themselves back, right? There were so many moments that they were so behind, they didn't have the necessary skills available, equipment available, the gold available, the items available, and yet they still wanted to go in for these engages. And RRQ, they were very happy to just get and receive it on a silver platter.
I think, overall, Skylar, the fact that he was able to find kills in his lane, would I say it's an outplay? Maybe the first one was the outplay. The second one, probably not. It was the onus was definitely on Aaron Cheeky, and all the kills afterward definitely were Skylar. He's ending this game 11-2-5.
Maniac, by the way.
Maniac. Skipped his boots, went straight into the Haas Claw, and played purely off of the timing of his sprint, which is, again, very bold of him, right? Not everybody is comfortable doing this as well. But in that mindset, right, because your scaling hero has already kind of caught up very fast to the item power spikes of everybody else, like Dyron, for example, when he got just the Thunderbelt alone, you could just see, if people are focusing on that Phoveus, Irithel gets a free access into that backline. And honestly, if I'm in TLID's position, I'm thinking that by the 5th, 6th minute, our two biggest problems is Phoveus as well as this Bane on Sutsujin.
And it's evident in that game, right? Sutsujin getting the important fights, sustaining in most of that team fights as well. And that Zushin is so annoying, Gideon. And also, why? I can't touch on the draft. Remember, Keskian banned out the Hilda. Against Zushin, the Hilda would do so much. It would get so much value. And that's why Keskian, he wants the Zushin, and that's why he banned the Hilda out. So that Rins can focus on elsewhere instead of hovering around looking for Hilda in the jungles of Sutsujin.
Oh, come on, Skylar. 945 GPM. I guess it did make sense, right? He got to that power spike so quickly, on top of the mistakes that Aaron made.
I mean, if he didn't die
Talk to us about that, right?
Well,
you think it would have hit 1K?
It would have if he didn't die twice. Because that was a huge shutdown when he overextended. He was like, all right, Edok, take me out. Edok. No! And Aran just stuns him before he gets it and dies to the RWM. Like, there's only so much you can really do. And honestly, this isn't even Skylar's highest score of yet. This game was going very well for them, but at the same time, I hope to see that Team Liquid ID is going to take blue side for this upcoming game. And RRQ Hoshi, I want to see some innovative ideas for red side. Because again, now that we've kind of like taken away the identity of these teams and gone back to the standard meta which we're used to, blue side has a huge advantage at predetermining what kind of a draft is going to be coming out for the game.
Really shows that the blue side really dictates the draft. And first pick value seems like the Matilda is just popping off. Also, Team Liquid Game 1 blue side, they picked up the Matilda and it really supplements their victory. On the other side, red side here, yeah, that last pick value, not really showing in the series.
Which is why this is such an incredible matchup. Because notoriously, even if, let's say, TLID gets red side, if they let the Matilda go on blue side, not a lot of teams can actually utilize the Matilda to how well Weedy as well as EDOC utilize it. Because yesterday with Bigatron Alpha, Key picked up the Matilda, but the impact just wasn't the same.
Yeah, it's a different mindset here, right? It really boils down to how connected you are with the rest of your team when you are playing that Matilda. You want to be able to like communicate, oh, I could save you, without having to say that verbally. It's a kind of like a sixth sense almost.
Chemistry comes into play as well, all right? Communication, coordination, and RQ, they got the better coordination in that game. They know what to do. They press the right buttons as well. TLID, slow things down. All right, I think that's just my recap for TLID. RQ, keep doing what you're doing. KSQ, believe in you.
I think I have a slightly differing opinion on this one.
Oh.
I think TLID need to play an early game composition right now. Because I think that honestly, Aaron Cheeky is doing pretty good against Skylar. He made a couple of mistakes, but he was like, it's Natan versus Irithel. It's like a 1 auto worth of difference between the two heroes at equal level, at equal items. So, this is the laning phase, of course. So, if you play something a little bit more lane focused, I think he's got a very good chance, and it might actually force Skylar to play something a little bit more on the scaling half of the thing, the scaling half of the marksman spectrum.
Yeah. I agree, but also TLID need to be able to adapt from that. Like, you can't just be able to play with an early game comp and utilize that to that's it. That feels so one-dimensional, Gideon.
No, it's not one-dimensional. I think there's a lot of beauty in early game aggression because it builds up to something big. And honestly, it builds up to something bigger than all of us, some may say.
Wait, are you talking about... I like how he's mentioning big things.
Yeah.
Okay,
Building to
phrasing.
something big.
Bigger.
Bigger.
Guys,
better.
Greater?
Than ever.
Don't even. You talking about Kadia here?
I am. I'm talking about Kadia, ladies and gentlemen. Feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities. And you can only experience that in Kadia City because it's not about just esports.
Okay.
It's about all games and communities and fans as well. And a new era of play awaits, so don't forget to follow them on their social media at Kadia Gaming. You can also scan the QR code down below. They also have a Discord that you guys can join to, really feel that community vibe on Kadia.
Yeah. Based on what I've heard, apparently like Kadia, as much as a city for all the gamers, apparently they've got like an in-city game thing.
Wow.
I don't know how to explain it because it's so massive. Like you go around to different checkpoints, having to do like mini challenges and stuff to get like points to eventually build up to something bigger. I don't know the full details about it, but this is what I've heard.
Sounds fun.
The little rumors going around.
Dude, that's not fun.
What do you mean that's not
That's
fun?
like super, super duper fun.
There you go. Always get me with that one.
Fun.
It's not just fun.
Super duper.
Super duper 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 fun.
Yeah, just the more dupers you add to it, the better it gets.
Of course, guys. But okay, let's go back. So 1-to-1, let's tackle that a bit. Because I feel like Aaron has this continuous behavior of making plays like that. We've seen this throughout the entirety of the playoffs. And sometimes he gets away with it because his team is already leading. But isn't that something that he needs to fix, that discipline?
Well,
I think it's Aaron Cheeky. He is that type of player, right? He likes to take the
risk.
50-50. He likes to take the risk. And this time, what bothers me, or what bothers perhaps the TLID fans, is he made a lot of miscalculation, which is unusual for Aaron Cheeky.
I feel like he rolled the dice maybe a little too many times here. Like there's obvious moments where it's like he clearly sees Skylar's kind of low. If I land just one ability, I can kill him. I can for sure kill him. And he did it twice and failed twice. One wasn't his fault because Edog was able to save Skylar with the help of the shield and the flask of the Oasis. So instead of addressing Skylar as the problem, I think they need to address Edog as the main issue here. Because right now, if we are comparing Skylar to Aaron, I would say out of 10 games, it's 5-5 in the laning phase.
It's not even.
I think that Skylar's great in team fights, but I think that Aaron holds up the snuff against Skylar when it comes to the laning. Here, obviously he made a mistake, but we have seen Skylar actually make the same mistakes before.
Interesting. I don't know, do you think it's an ego thing? Because, you know,
honestly, maybe.
It's play style.
No,
I
here,
would
wait.
love to imagine if it was.
An ego
Wait,
play style,
wait.
maybe.
Give me a second. Because look, we know how Aaron is as a player, as a person. The personality that he exudes on the stage every time he goes in for the interview. He's very confident, he's very cocky. Okay?
Okay.
And the only person that he's actually said that he respected was Skylar. And he looks up to Skylar. So is this kind of him trying to prove a point? Like, hey, if we're talking about best gold laners in MPL ID, maybe it's not Skylar anymore. Maybe you should be looking at me.
Or maybe this is one of those like from idols to rival situation.
Yeah.
But he hasn't made the full transition. He's still kind of nervous. He's just like, oh my god, Skylar actually respects me in lane.
Oh my god.
He's so
idolizing, fanboying.
He's playing footsies with me. He's keeping perfect distance all day. He's just fanboying in his head. That'd be so funny if that was true.
That's like how we all feel when we're casting with Gideon.
No. That was me with Coach Tic Tac. Just I jumped the gun straight into like I gotta know this.
So you think that is a potential factor or layer to why Aaron is playing the way that he is?
It would be funny if it was. It would. I would. If the interview comes out and it happens to be true, that would be great. But I think right now it's about the outside factors. How can you get your supports involved? How do you get your mid laners involved?
So with that, we're going to throw it over to our host first before we start in game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, what are they doing?
Satu sama poin yang didapatkan oleh RRQ Hoshi sebagai penyeimbang dalam game kedua match Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Begitu ramai dan begitu ketat tentunya, apalagi yang lagi nonton ini Dakdikdukser. Gimana tidak, kedua tim saling membalas. Dan kalau membahas tentang ketegangan di Eldorado Dome Bandung, pastinya kita bakal membuat suasana ini lebih tegang lagi.
Betul sekali Bude, karena kita akan kembali bermain Franco Hide and Seek bersama salah satu penonton yang di sini kayaknya win rate-nya nih tinggi banget nih Bude.
Benar, karena hari ini spesial banget di hari Grand Final. Hadiahnya bukan hanya redeem code saja, namun juga ada
Samsung Galaxy. Jadi pemenangnya akan langsung mendapatkan satu buah Samsung Galaxy. Dan pastinya penonton juga akan mendapatkan redemption code yang akan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Ya banyak banget pastinya yang bisa didapatkan. Kita akan happy-happy bareng. Jadi kita langsung saja panggilkan Franco hari Grand Final. Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Halo, siapa nih namanya?
Andre.
Andre.
Dari mana Andre?
Dari Bandung.
AA Bandung.
Bandung asli.
Asli.
Asli, ya sampurasun. Nih gimana kalau ngomongin Franco Hide and Seek, win rate-nya berapa nih Andre?
Untuk saya 701 match 63,6%.
Lumayan ya, keren naik loh. Kemarin tuh 57%.
Oke.
Sebelumnya 40.
Oke, naik ya setiap harinya karena hari ini hari Grand Final jadi spesial. Kira-kira di hook tiga-tiganya akan langsung mendapatkan pada bidak-bidaknya tidak?
Semoga aja.
Semoga
aja. Tapi tahu kan hadiahnya sekarang apa?
Belum tahu tuh.
Tadi, jadi kamu harus mewakili semua yang ada di sini. Harus menang, harus dapetin biar ada redeem code. Dan kalau kamu bisa ngedapetin, ngehook dengan tepat, kamu juga ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy.
Terima kasih.
Belum dong. Belum nih.
Semoga aja.
Jadi siap nih?
Siap.
Oke, jadi kita akan panggilkan nih untuk lawannya Andre yang akan bersembunyi. Silakan tim MPL, let's go!
Oke, ini dia penantang yang akan mengumpat di sekitar area bus yang telah ditentukan. Pastinya di area sungai dan juga di area turtle pit. Oke, dari tim MPL. Jadi Andre harus bisa mencari 3 bidak-bidak yang bersembunyi di area tersebut.
Jadi kalian punya tempat persembunyian khusus gak bertiga nih?
Punya Bude, aman ada.
Aman ada?
Ada.
Jangan jauh-jauh ya.
Ya Bude.
Nanti yang di sini dibantuin. Oke.
Ya.
Ready?
Ready.
Andre ready?
Siap.
Siap, semuanya siap. Kita akan countdown bersama-sama. Kamu Sunda Asli, coba hitung mundur dari angka 300.
Jauh ya Bude,
Oh,
jauh. Dari
jauh.
3 aja Bude, dari 3.
5 deh, 5.
Berapa leh 5? Sampai 3 aja.
Ya oke, 3.
Tilu, hiji, tilu, 2, hiji.
Yeay, mari kita mulai. Inilah dia, Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Let's go!
Oke, ini akan bersembunyi dulu di area yang tadi sudah disebutkan ya Bude. Jadi hanya boleh di area sekitar bush, area turtle pit, dan juga di area sungai.
Benar, dan kalau satu aja udah ngedapetin, kita akan langsung kasih aja redeem code-nya. Kita lagi baik hati ya.
Betul sekali, karena hari ini hari terakhir pasti kita mau semua ya hari ini senang dan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Turtle pit ya, turtle pit. Ayo jangan ngumpet di tempat lain, abang-abang Q. Ngumpet yang benar. Ini cloud-nya, itu kayaknya, apakah itu tempatnya? Cloud? Di turtle pit, let's go.
Ini untuk para penonton dibantu ya nanti untuk Andre biar bisa mendapatkan redeem code-nya dan pastinya membantu Andre mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy.
Tim MPL sudah? Sudah? Oke, Andre silahkan jalan. Rulesnya gampang banget, jadi 3 tim MPL ini harus stay di tempat turtle pit. Dia nggak boleh bergerak-bergerak, dia harus bersembunyi, nggak boleh pindah. Sisi satunya ya Andre ya. Sisi satunya. Yang sebelahnya, yang satunya. Bukan yang situ Andre. Oke. Dan ini akan menarik banget karena Andre harus mencari 3 kali kesempatan. Kamu gak boleh masuk ya Andre ya.
Penonton boleh dibantu ya.
Waduh. 1 dapat, padahal 3 kali kesempatan. Tarik semua Andre.
Oke, kita lihat
Mana lagi nih,
kesempatan
mana lagi
kedua.
nih.
Boleh maju. Kemana?
Kanan, kiri. Oh, Andre 1 kesempatan lagi nih untuk mendapatkan 1 player. Mana? Lah. Waduh, terjadi. Kemana?
Kemana penonton?
Lomang. Gak denger. Mana? Ya, 3 kali kesempatan sudah dihabiskan. Dan tadi siapa ini yang recall? Benedetta? Hey, kenapa kamu recall? Gak apa-apa, gaya dulu. Recall, malah kepencet. Ini nih harus hati-hati. Namun karena kamu sudah berhasil mendapatkan 1 tim MPL, kamu berhak memberikan redeem code dan juga Samsung Galaxy.
Yeay,
Asik.
selamat Andre mendapatkan 1 buah Samsung Galaxy dan pastinya untuk penonton bisa mendapatkan redeem code dan berkesempatan dapat skin gratis.
Yap, tapi Andre, kamu kan udah ngedapetin 1, tadi menculik 1 cloud-nya. Apa tuh rahasianya kamu bisa mendebak dengan tepat? Apakah kamu habis semedi atau apa?
Feeling aja.
Feeling.
Ya, terbukti kali ya win rate 64% ya tadi ya?
63.
63%-nya ya langsung mendapatkan.
Terus Andre, udah penasaran nih, kan kamu bakal ngedapetin hadiah. Coba dong kasih sesuatu buat kita, pantun.
Jalan-jalan ke kota Bandung.
Cakep!
Aing Bandung bukan aing maung.
Maung!
MPL ada di Eldorado. RRQ Liquid sama-sama gacor.
Mantap! Dan langsung saja kita akan buka redeem code dengan pantun yang cakep ini. Inilah dia redeem code. Jadi siapkan device kalian, langsung aja cepat-cepat dia dapat. Dan semoga kalian beruntung ngedapetin skin. Dan inilah dia, jangan sampai salah huruf, jangan sampai salah angka.
Betul sekali karena ini kodenya yang bisa membuat kalian berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis. Gak usah difoto, langsung aja dimasukin karena siapa cepat dia dapat.
Betul. Dan pastinya hari ini seru banget, tarik menarik. Dan dari Andre sendiri udah ngedapetin handphone ini. Mau kamu buat push rank biar mungkin win rate-nya naik gak sih?
Push tiap hari.
Push tiap hari. Mantap.
Dan pastinya kalau dari Andre sendiri nih pendukung dari RRQ atau Liquid?
Saya Liquid, khususnya Iron Siki.
Iron Siki, berarti Kalvari ya. Boleh dong dikasih semangatnya dari Kalvari. Boleh dipanggil? Kalvari, mana suaranya? Oke, jadi langsung aja. Ini kita akan serahkan ya hadiahnya. Satu buah Samsung Galaxy yang akan diberikan kepada Andres.
Betul sekali, ini spesial langsung di tangan. Hati-hati ya, ini nanti Bude kantongin. Enggak dong, ini untuk Andre karena sudah bisa ngehook di Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Congratulations Andre, kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Dan thank you udah memberikan kita redeem code.
Ya, dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita pastinya bermain Franco Hide and Seek. Masih banyak lagi keseruan lainnya dan pastinya game ketiga yang jauh lebih menegangkan karena di sini kita akan melihat siapakah yang bisa mendahului skor yang sudah didapatkan. Kalau begitu langsung saja Bude, kita akan lempar kemana?
Kepada panelis kita untuk mencari tahu seperti apa game ketiga. Let's go!
Oh my god, I can't believe you got the S14.
I'm jealous.
I'm so jealous.
Got it for free. I don't know. You guys are handing this out.
Hey, he got a hook. It wasn't
It's
free.
not for free, Gideon.
I mean,
It wasn't
it's
free.
basically for free.
Come on.
Are you saying you can do a better job with the hook? Are you a
proper-
better hooker?
You know what? Now that you bring it up, I think generally the fact that you guys are handing out these phones, because again, this isn't the first time you guys are just handing out these phones. Even yesterday somebody was doing that as well. And the day before that you're handing out phones.
Hey, this is how much we appreciate the audience, man.
I mean,
And the fan base, the support for MPL ID so far. We've been hitting records, and hopefully we get to hit some records as well today for our grand finals.
he earned it, right? I mean, he earned it, Gideon, for that phone.
I'll trade that phone for a Labubu. How about that? Think about it. Think about it,
I
right?
haven't received my Labubu.
I think it's in the back somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's just waiting to get. I think Pop Mart is just waiting for you to walk in this store to make it a whole event.
Okay. Oh, what?
Interesting.
Dude, what?
Yes.
How packed is it outside?
It's not funny. Here in Bandung, the weather is usually cold. There's so many bodies in here. I think it's like gone up by 4 degrees.
I mean,
That's
hopefully
true.
it doesn't rain,
That's
right?
true.
Whoa.
Oh man, we're in the dark for the top 3 combo picks, literally in the dark. In each region. So, let's take a look at this. We have all these 5 regions, actually, all the way up until NACT. What do we see is like a thing that we need to point out?
I mean, NACT really likes the Julian, huh? With the Aurora, with the Cho. And it does seem like that NACT here is the only region that really likes the Julian.
But these are combo picks, right? So
True.
bear that in mind. Combination between Edith and Suyo.
Yeah, okay, I can see it. I can kind of see the combo potential. But then again, anything with Suyo is like dangerous. As long as you deal somewhat like enough, like 50% of the person's life total, like Suyo will do the rest of it for you. The interesting ones that I have to say, like Ling Tigreal, okay, sure, that one's like not as common as I would have expected. Vixana Tig is the more go-to. Phoveus Moskov.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what's the synergy between the two. I guess you push the guy away and then Phoveus jumps in and then like you all
create space
and then you knock him up. Like I'm not 100% sure what it looks like.
So there's absolutely no Matildas on the board, by the way.
Nope.
No Matilda Iritel, no Matilda Phoveus, no Franco Butrick.
Yeah.
We don't see that at all in all the other regions. So very interesting. But for those of you at home, we want to ask you guys, how can TLID regain momentum? How can they bring another victory under their belt for game number 3? It looks like statistics show 42%. All right. Aaron Shiki is more disciplined. Yeah, we touched on this just a little bit. We do still have a contest early objectives as 39%, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And give Woody a what?
give Witty an initiation
There you
hero.
go. An initiation hero.
I think 39% of people are wrong. I think 2 out of the 3 were correct. I think that Witty does need an initiation hero. It feels really bad when he's forced to play on, like, specifically the Rafaela. I think Matilda is still okay. But I do think that Aaron Shiki really needs to, like, kind of calm down here. He can't keep forcing these 1v1s against Skylar, especially after you lose the first one.
Yeah, I think most audience got the right right idea here. Aaron Chiki was one of the main factors on why TLID lost their footing in that game, especially in the early game, mid-game likewise. So in game 3, if TLID or Aaron Chiki specifically can tone his game down, especially being under, I mean, expect TLID can bounce back.
Especially him being on an Aton as well, right?
Exactly.
Usually we see Aaron... Usually we see...
Chill.
Yeah, usually we see Aaron like get that power spike sometimes at 10 minutes, under 11 minutes usually. And he got the Holy Crystal, I think, above 12. So we're gonna see now, it actually looks like TLID have chosen to come back on blue side as we get on to the drafting phase for game number 3, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE.
So far, I think most people are going to be like, yes, he needs to be disciplined. I agree he needs to be disciplined, but I think the mid lane matchups are really important right now because there's a lot of opportunities for TLID to kind of set themselves up for their mid trio to influence the gold side of the map. I mean, they can predetermine what's going to be strong side still. Even so, I think that RRQ has been doing some really interesting scenarios, like Sutsujin. The way that he's starting on these jungles, he's changing it up. He's not consistent with how he rotates across the map when he's doing his jungle pattern now, compared to like 2 days ago, where he always follows one path.
So no templates here for both junglers as well. It's going to be the main key, but for the bans here, right? TLID, similar to game 1 here, right? Banning the Matilda out.
Chip's
open.
Chip is open, so there you go. Witty will rock the chip again like game 1. RRQ, they need to readjust. They need to have a different scenario here from the drafts.
Guys, here's the thing. This is so unsettling because RRQ purposely left the chip open. They went in for the Choban, understanding full that the chip will be left open. So what do you think is the game plan now? Do they go for an early counter towards this chip, pick up something early like the Carmilla in the first phase?
I think Eve for sure. The Carmilla, I think they might want to hold off on that. Because it's really difficult to play Carmilla when your lanes are already in a lot of trouble. So it's one after the other. You cannot go before and then before.
I mean, Gatot Kacha is also open, but no. They actually deny the Hilda pick from Iran. So maybe that's the way that he wants to invade the jungles with the Hilda, possibly. Even though TLID locked the Alpha and the Even, now that's going to be a problem for the Hilda.
It's going to be quite a big issue. I don't know if they're going to throw it into the EXP, but I'm just going to assume for now that it's going to be the support. I feel like the Eve would have been a better pick here for RRQ. They technically could still play Jushin to kind of slow things down if they wanted to. If they want to take it even a step further, they could play Charm. But that means the whole team has to play like very vertically, which isn't ideal considering how fluid both teams play.
I mean, Lilia's still on the board. Valentina's also still on the board.
True.
But I think the point of this Hilda is that you're trying to deny the early invades, right?
Yep.
Because with the chip being in the hands of TLID, they need someone strong in the mid lane. They choose the Jushin. The Jushin in lane against the Eve is that mid prio.
I mean, game 2, right? Jushin against Eve as well. From Yeheskel, it does seem like Rins was able to somehow monitor the members of TLID second phase. RQ, they can somehow eliminate the gold lanes here, right? They have the first pick. So yeah, they can, oh no. Instead, they eliminate the possible of a penalty zone. They're really targeting Iran here. Hilda picked up, Terizla banned out.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with like secondary engagers, and not to mention, I think this is like a dead giveaway that most likely this Hilda is going to go into the EXP. Because as much as Hilda can like, you know, beat down the Terizla clears the waves way too fast compared to the Hilda. And by the time he's like down to 50% of his HP, it becomes a pillow fight at that point. So I think that Keskut is thinking ahead. He's thinking about the EXP matchup. He wants to hold the support matchup for later down the line.
All right. Okay, here's my question. If the Hilda does go into the EXP lane, the only way to prevent the Hilda from roaming around is to win that lane. Who wins lane against the Hilda?
I'm thinking
Thomas.
Edith.
Edith
also
Van
Van Dal.
been pretty good. Yeah. What other really decent ones? I mean, it'd be weird if they pick Yutong now because like against that comp, it's just you're gonna get like peeled away so easily.
Dairoth, if you're talking about 1v1 Raw, Dairoth wins. Then again, Thomas, Dairoth though. I mean, Hilda can roam around, but let's see your first pick, second phase. They can actually hold their marksman pick.
But do they really want to eliminate the flex of the Hilda this early?
Probably not. I think I'm with the turn on this one. That this is where they could start considering maybe going for. Oh, okay. They reveal it so early on. I mean, technically, this doesn't say much, right, about the matchup. It's
True.
double flex at this point, so they can still hold it up until the very end. So yeah, we're both wrong, but both correct at the same time.
Avatar of the Guardian can definitely counter the chip shortcut, right? From range, can actually just jump your formation out. TLID with this in mind, they need DPS for Aaron. Natan is untouched for the first time in the series.
Natan may be untouched here. I guess they could pick it up. I think it's between Natan and Carry at this point because they're mainly dealing with the frontliners. I don't see for them far away.
Benedetta.
Oh!
Okay.
Huh!
Very ambitious pick.
That was one of my questions, right? Because I've been hearing that Irithel, okay. I've been hearing that a really good counter towards the Hilda in the EXP lane. This is assuming that she does go into the EXP lane, is damage EXP laners. But the current trend is Benedetta tank. What are we expecting here?
No, I think Benedetta tank is kind of illegal right now. Doesn't provide us, especially if you take Revitalize. If you take Revitalize Benedetta tank, I think that you should be punished for that. It's a heinous crime. I prefer Petrify a lot more because there's a lot more scenarios of which that is useful. Because when you have Revitalize, you have to go in, but then also have to figure out a way to go back to your team to actually get value from it, just to maximize it.
So with that, Aran being back on one of his signature heroes from way back when, we're gonna see how this pans out. Will it succeed or not for game number 3? We're gonna throw it over to our casters.
2 down, 5 more to go. We are in game number 3 of the grand finals of MPL ID Season 14. Still equal. Structure of Kaon against Team Liquid ID. A Benedetta pick finally in the hands of Aran.
Man, I mean, this is an interesting situation. Aran, target banned technically, and target picked away from as well. The Hilda that was such a menace, such a problem in game number 1, now is in the hands of RRQ, even though now there's the chip to kind of consider. But look at Tyron. Whoa, going back and forth. Oh, this is a bit of a different Hilda. It's a Revitalize, not the Vengeance that Aran has been able to take. And it's actually not the Revitalize Benedetta. It's a Vengeance Benedetta.
What difference does it make? The Hilda with the Revitalize and the Hilda with the Vengeance?
The Hilda with the Revitalize can get more value from the shielding of a bush and the regen from a bush, but to a degree, it's already limited when you're in a fight. Whereas with the Vengeance, you have a lot more resistance to burst damage, and you can argue that throughout this match so far, the resistance against burst damage has been the more important factor here.
Yeah, that was the case, but now Edok, he will be able to be close to Skylar, but now add on Shiki. A lot of critics towards him, but Dyron.
A deep cut. Oh, great eye for an eye. Comes to the Vengeance. Rin's Lancer Flare. Even with that eye for an eye, Aran should still fall. Dyron picks up first blood.
Aran in no man's land, punished. And Dyron, with his own weapon, with that Hilda snatched away from the hands of Aran, he has to fall.
Smart moves for both teams. I mean, for Skylar, kind of knows that, hey, there's a lot of movement from my team on the bottom side, and they don't see anyone. So most likely they'll be on top. So he played safe there on the Irithel. Hard to catch anyways, but look at Dyron already roaming around.
Wow. Dyron will give a lot of prio towards the laners of RRQ as they prepare themselves for the turtle.
Ooh. Waiting not level 4 just yet. Lancer Flare will pick him up. Now crash course on a 2, real level place into the back line. Super J to be compromised in this position. Aran is the one who takes the turtle. Now Rin's caught in the bad spot. No Crimson Beacon just yet. Slows down, and Aran will be looking to go for the kill. It's a slow back
kill, but our Aaron Cheeky actually will pop into Entropy to rotate to the mid lane too. So they're looking to capitalize on that turtle fight win.
Definitely a bit more of a spontaneous reaction there from RRQ. Not having the level 4 is quite, quite detrimental to their success there. No massive lane coming in from Rins that we've seen RRQ use to try and sow chaos in the formation of Team Liquid ID, and no Avatar of the Guardian. Those two massive ultimates could have swung things in favor of Team Liquid ID, but they didn't get a turtle, but they got a couple of kills, they got the level 4s, and they were able to get a bit more of a momentum in this early game. Now it's about maintaining it, especially with that EXP lane peskiness coming in from Dyron.
Yeah, and Aran is still just roaming around again. Like, it's almost the same, similar playstyle
Wow.
as the Hilda.
Great read.
As Witty is scouted out by Setsujin. He needs to get that purple buff. Uh-oh.
Skylar in the back spot, that's a Guardian. Shortcut coming down, Skylar with a heavy crossbow, Aaron! Oh no! He flickered, he went away, but he got all the way to the bottom lane, but there's another skirmish happening! Aaron just teleported to his demise! Dyron walking forward, Fabian taking a brunt of the damage, Dyron with a double! He might be able to get a triple now! Chasing the chip, trying to run away desperately with a crash course. Aran stun down, Yehesky with a slow, Dyron with a chase, one more shot, triple for Dyron! Is he really going for the Maniac? Pops to revitalize in the bush, that shield, that regen! Edok walking forward, looking for the help, and it's another revitalize. Dyron versus Aran. He will be able to escape, but my goodness!
The sustainability from the Hilda provides Dyron the cover to pick up the triple kill. That is insanity!
Oh, Witty now caught again. Still, just a deadly catch, but man, they have been able to handle this chip really, really well.
They've been able to find him again and again. That's the big problem. Witty has not been able to find a way to sneak around. And if he does get spotted, Aran is absolutely on the case, man. He is a marathon runner. It's not about the sprint, it's about how long he can chase. Look at how far it went. It was from above the turtle pit all the way to the bottom side turret almost, but look at this engagement.
Again, the shortcut. Edok just gets out with the AOG. Skylar up top winning the trade as well, so man, RQ really just winning on all fronts right now.
Was that Witty's flicker that was burned? There is a slight problem over there, of course. Flickerless chip now. STLID, they want to try to match the pressure. But how exactly can they do that, Arashi?
It's so difficult because they don't really have the best of catch. Again, it's only the chip and maybe Aran that can kind of have some kind of stun. Everything else are just slows, are just knockbacks. And against a Hilda, that's difficult. Against a Gatot Kacha, even more difficult too.
Oh, nice one. A blink and another. Oh, Tyrant! Raid Boss is here! Not taking any damage. He laughs at the face of TLID's damage.
Raid Boss for a reason. And other items, Arashi. It's a Thunderbelt Benedetta, so still the Diablo way of the Benedetta, but now it's with the Vengeance.
A Thunderbolt in the hands of Dyron, and he has been proccing it left, right, and center, dude. With the War Axe completed for Setsujin, it's gonna help with his sustain as well. And look at Dyron, almost taking the position of the roamer here, looking for info. And just how fast you move in the bushes, in the river as well. The Benedetta from Aran just can't really match this pressure.
And the only thing he can do is to cut the waves, make sure it doesn't crash towards his turret. That's about it. The Benedetta needs to also match the pressure, maybe come to the mid lane as well for the chip. We'll try to open up the shortcut, maybe no. Edok and just scouting around. This is a very, very well dictated game played by RRQ.
Yeah. RRQ is doing a great job just making sure that the Hilda and the Gatot Kacha are the ones in the front, but look at Tyron's damage!
Half of Yehesky's HP! Flash on the Dyron, but the AOG will find one! That's gonna be fake. Lock in, Dyron's able to survive. He's not in the midst of it all right now. He pops in the entry, but Setsujin was looking for the kill! Fabian shreds through the HP bar, wins no flicker, has the Crimson Beacon and a Lantern Flare! And now Skylar comes in again with the heavy crossbow! Yehesky, who teleported in, will teleport to his demise, and Witty, who has been isolated, will fall as well! RRQ! Wow!
Dyron cheats death for I don't know how many times around 1v1.
Against Skylar. One more dash should do it. Skylar solo killed up top by the assassin, but the turtle still falls in the hands of the mercenary.
That might be the only real problem for RRQ. The fact that Aran can go. Oh, Dyron! Woof! Oh, no damage! What is this Hilda pick, man? He cheated death in the previous engagement. Edok almost gets the catch there. again, they're just sending the Gatot and the Hilda and alternatively. And if they jump on Dyron, Avatar of the Guardian, if they jump on Edok, he flies away. There isn't really an easy way for Weedy to find an engagement at all.
Talk about tankiness, right, Dyron, and the fact that RRQ, they have a lot of disengaged tools to just further themselves away from TLID beats. They can prolong the fights. Be able to stay in even further shortcut.
If you want to go on to Edok though, right? So exactly, every single time you see Edok, the crash course, it's literally just a crash course. It's a test. You don't want to go for the shortcut, but I have a question for you, Arashi. In the bottom lane, Aaron getting sandwiched there. Oh, okay, no Crab Claw Cannon. Fabian rotating as well. Red Tree already used up. Oh, what? Fabian, a rare mistake. He dashed into the deadly catch. He wanted to go up on it. Sutsujin, no deadly catch, real world manipulation, and the ability locks him down, but he has the top of the AOG. Around the final blow, really going to be taken very, very low. Simon again swings that sword or swings that spear, whatever you call it. It's him dying. Around next eye for a knife, trying to turn it around. Finds it. That's one. Shut down though. Poor Dyron.
How do they fight this? Every time they want to try to fight back, every time they want to try to revolt, RRQ just collapse upon them out of Shiki.
No flicker. Aaron, entropy to the back, goes in for Riz. Oh, the flicker, but Riz gets the kill. He puts the light on Aaron Shiki's head.
Illuminating him, finding him in the darkness of the jungle, but Edok, does not get hit. Dyron, 7-0. Not really going with the same build Aran was going with the Vengeance, with the Blade Armor. He's going for the Dreadnought instead, trying to make sure that Fabian gets mitigated, that Aran can be chased away from the backline. Again, solving these issues for Skylar. And again, even with the global presence, the movement speed alone from RRQ is allowing them so much prio. But now the Lord is here. Team Liquid ID definitely have more emphasis in getting control around this area.
Okay, I have a question, Arashi. Is this Dyron Hilda thing a hero that he's practiced before? Because he's 7-0, he's doing better than Aran.
Oh, when you talk about that Weedy getting shadowed,
I don't know about this, man. Even when he pops a conceal, I don't think there's any threat. RQ want him to pop in the shortcut. Because if you shortcut in, you shortcut to your demise. Weedy with the flicker forward, pops in the shortcut. No one should take the Spear of Alpha to the back, finding Skylar actually. But look at the damage from Sutsujin. Crab Claw Cannon, look at the sustain from Edok. Aaron checking the entropy, still able to shot some damage. Dyron continues to chase, but slowly but surely, Aaron is able to dish out some more. Renz melts Aran down. In the end, it's a 3-for-2, but RQ take the Lord.
The Hilda in the hands of Dyron.
Oh,
it's acting
man.
like the castle wall for the
my
kingdom.
goodness. Dyron Wilderness smack! Boom! Right in the head of Aaron Shiki.
He's legendary. How do you stop him?
Dyron with the guitar solo, putting it down once more from the EXP lane. Dyron dictating the whole pace of the game. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Liquid ID has the great late game combo again with the Yves and the Natan, but RRQ, what's the plan here? Dyron alone is just so much for them to handle. They're gonna lose a bunch of structures right here. Expect the gold lead to really increase in gap.
Yeah, the Lord marching up top still. A relatively easy Lord to take down. The Deadly Catch will zone them out. Now the problem becomes the Hilda, right? But when the Hilda is there, Erythal will also scale. Sutsujin as well with the Bane will also be a problem for TLID. Do they really want to bank on a base defense again and again?
Oh, hang on a second. Weedy actually has made his way to the back, but Dyron is zoning Aaron solo. But watch out, man. Skylar does not know he's there, but Edok is the one opening the way!
Great read from Edok. Gets the taunt. You don't want to pop the shortcut there. It's a shortcut for Weedy to get back to base. 5th death this game on the chip.
Edok reads minds. Is able to know that Weedy was in the back looking to pounce. And now, Dyron, this is his lane. Everything is just onto him right now. Look at the way he just moves.
Look at Aran. Whoa, Fabian. Fabian, good damage. Spear of Alpha to the back, respecting the damage. Skylar, oh my goodness! Forcing the reload, the blink, and even that doesn't really matter. Skylar surviving. Deadly catch, the shots on the Fabian. Aaron should give it the kind, but now he just smacks him to the ground. What's the counterplay?
Insanity. The Kings, they have divine intervention behind their very backs. Repeatedly, they cheat death. And death is something that they want to bring to the cavalry.
Chase him, Dyron. They're just gonna go round and round. Aran gonna be chased down. Final blow. Lantern flares up. Aran brought back. Rinse constantly putting the Lantern flare on him, but Aran has the dashes to escape. Meanwhile,
What?
a desperate play to the back. He pops in a shortcut. Fabian takes it. Skylar caught his Spear of Alpha. They go in and they find him, but they all get fed to the sharks. Sujin. Fabian, there's no way you can 1v3, not on the Alpha after you use the Spear of Alpha. He gets taken down. It's a shutdown over, but now it's the AOG to the back. Edol very low, taken out. Aran running away. Tyron continuing the chase. Doesn't see, it just feels like a stalemate at this point.
Oh. What was that fight, Arashi?
It was just pure chaos. RRQ are living for it. Gonna get some more right there. But look at the goal lead, man. I think that was actually favorable for Team Liquid ID. An equal trade when they're at a goal deficit with an infinitely better scaling late game. The fact that Skylar got caught there is part of the win condition. Let's take a look at the replay here. Presented by the official team on smartphone. Oh man, this was that burst damage. Skylar even goes under the turret casually, chunking Aaron Shiki to half HP. And Edok, the Nakakacha, that's the roamer, my guy. Flies out of danger. Now, securing the area around the Lord. But Team Liquid ID are trying to make a play with the chip here, sending Witty to the top side instead.
Uh-oh, Aran. Oh, times it well. Teleport to the back line. Witty pops in a shortcut, goes for a crash course. Skylar going to be covered. Deadly Catch will be able to find them all. Fabian, Spear of Alpha, now to Edok. Big bunk into the head of TLID. Oh, no. Hezkiel caught.
The base.
Aaron in the base, still looking for a possible split push. He gets a base turret down, but Skylar's able to recall. Aaron should be able to recall as well, but RQ will not go onto the Lord. Fabian, not back up. 18 seconds on the clock for Witty. Aaron, can you defend it without an entropy? Skill 2, skill 1, used up Divine Claim. Aaron against the world. RQ will not risk it. They will go back to the Lord. They'll take the base turret.
Public execution of the usurpers in front of the Lord pit. And it's Aaron Shiki having to watch his teammates die. Now the Lord is going to be conceded by TLID. RRQ 25 kills in 14 minutes.
Oh man, Divine Game is completed for Aaron Shiki, by the way. But he is just so vulnerable, especially if he wants to kind of enter the fight with that shortcut. But the Skylar was kind of kite away from Witty, and then recognizing that he has the protection, he ran back into Witty, into his team, to allow that wombo combo to really get used to its maximum potential. The Deadly Catch, the Avatar of the Guardian. Oh, and Aran now, facing danger.
Uh-oh. He's gonna try to cut the wave. Skylar having crossbow already. Aran still has a shortcut, that's why he's staying up top. Rinz walking up, Fabian, Spear of Alpha, able to find Rinz, big mistake. Dyron isolated, now gonna be melted down, but he has the winter crown as Fabian will pop in his own winter crown, but it is inevitable. It's a shutdown over for Fabian to take big taken down as well. 2 for 1. Oh, Lord cleared. Crab Claw can do it a lot. Witty, shortcut over, crash course as well. Full lock-in, got to catch up. Ida finding them. Skylar able to cut away, and again, Sujin gets the Deadly Catch on him, forcing Hezkiel to back away. Ida will chase Aran as Skylar makes his way back to the mid lane.
They have to hold. Hezkiel has to hold with Aran as well. Can they hold? Can they defend?
How do you do it? How do you do it? The Crab Claw Cannon will be used for the passive, but just go for the base as Skylar gets the kill on Hezkiel. That is game number 3. 2-1 over to RRQ.
Absolute cinema. But it's RRQ with the public execution of the usurpers. TLID, they had to try to match the pressure, but it was way too much for them to handle. 2-1 RRQ. They have their foot up front.
What was that game, dude? So many moments looked so good for RRQ, and it got overturned by Team Liquid. But just when you expect Team Liquid to finally get some momentum, there was a fight that looked so good for them, and RRQ turned it back around. That base tower take in the mid lane didn't seem like a massive factor. But right after that fight, they found the window, they recognized the calculations, and go straight for that end.
They were looking for a Hail Mary play. That was split push up top. The way Witty wanted to dive to Skylar, open up the shortcut, get the Crown Prince, steal his throne, steal his crown. But it all didn't work. He has 4 soldiers circling him.
And let's not forget to mention Dyron, man. We've seen the Hilda in the hands of Aran. It was oppressive. We thought, man, this is a great pocket pick that only Aran can use. Dyron comes up, steals it away, and look at what kind of chaos he's able to just demonstrate in the Land of Dawn for this game. Again and again, just not dying, just doing so much damage. And the fact that this composition again was found by Kescute, letting go of the chip, beating the team fight, and then getting all the combo, man. Every single team fight just looks so tough for Team Liquid. Where is the front to back? We didn't see Aran get to kite Iron Shiki get to kite back and forth properly a single time.
They can't play the front to back when RRQ is just running rampant into the face of the cavalries. What a way to win game number 3. Dyron with the revitalized Hilda. The shielding. Felt like no one could kill him. But we want to ask our panelists on what they had to say on game number 3. Take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for game number 3. And I mean, I gotta say, you know, despite me being a full TLID fan, I swear that was one of the most amazing games I've seen from both of them. Honestly, RRQ putting up an amazing fight in the early portion of the game, and the way things just really progressed, the outplays, the skirmishes that went down, that was a very high kill game.
I mean, Iran basically carried the team back. I believe Iran made a lot of plays that game, but Dyron, sure, right? 8-0. Gatot Kacha, such an underrated pick in that game. He made it work. Where the shortcut, sure, it may surprise Skylar multiple times, but the AOG has been connecting like crazy that game.
It really has. And honestly, when we look back at some of these moments, right, dropping the AOG, it feels like he can't miss. There's so many things that can go right for him, and worse yet, the chip ultimate as well as the RWM are huge signals that the Guardian, Avatar of the Guardian wants to come in for, and it cuts them off from that backline, which is all Skylar needs, because he's doing a phenomenal job when he's allowed to free hit.
And that was the biggest problem, right? Because even the casters mentioned we didn't really see Aaron Shiki being able to get that front to back. I mean, Gatot Kacha didn't really allow that to happen. So chaotic. It really messed up with the formation that TLID really wanted.
I mean, yeah, it's surprising because technically Gatot Kacha was available to be banned in the second phase, but a very, very strong performance yet again coming from the Kings of Kings. MVP goes to the highest kills in that game.
Yep, Dyron, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. And for the longest of time, he was sitting at 8-0.
Yeah.
Eventually, he got shut down. But I mean, at that point, Dyron already kind of did his job, right? That oppression in the early game. I think Arashi put it really well. We thought that this was a specific signature hero for Iran, but Dyron picked it up and showed us a different layer that the Hilda could offer.
Not only showing us a different layer, but at the very least, just maintaining so much control over the early game, right? A lot of these, the fact is, Dyron knows that despite getting these kills, he's not going to be able to scale into the late game as a penultimate tank. He's going to be on the weaker side of things. He can't really wave clear like Iran, but at the very least, he is slowing down Aaron Shiki from getting that third item. He is making sure that Yehezkel always has to keep an eye out for that Hilda to peel away from Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, this was the only fight where I feel like TL got the better of RRQ. Even then, RRQ, they were responding, right? It's a 3v3. Aaron Shiki got some kills, but again, I talked about Gatot Kacha being an underrated pick, but generally speaking, Hilda, game 1, caused havoc. Game 2, game 3, Kescute denied the Hilda away from Team Liquid.
I also think the Hilda addition into this game, there was a reason why it was first pick prio, especially for RRQ on red side, right? The fact that the Hilda had so much oppression into the enemy jungle disallowed Weedy to have that information into the opposite jungle, and therefore it was very difficult for Weedy to utilize the chip to its utmost value.
And we see him getting punished because of that, right? With the bot side gank or initiation, or with the help of maybe a split push from Iran to try and pull attention away, they just eliminated the possibilities, right? As long as you're standing on top of two of those portals, and one of those portals is in a spot where you don't expect any action, it really just limits it down very, very quickly.
Such a good game, brilliantly played. And again, Dyren, Edok in this game played a crucial portion in why Rins, Sutsujin, and as well as Skylar got the efficiency that they need, got the optimal farm that they need as well. All right, looking at perhaps the post game here, it's 15 minutes. It's not bad.
It was an average of 13 to 14 minutes for our first two games. Finally get a little bit of a longer game, despite it only being like a 2-minute difference. But the one thing that I really wanted to point out here is, shout out to Reptar, or Renmar now. He always gives, I want to give my flowers to a certain player. And, my flowers go out to Aran. Despite this loss, we saw what he was able to do on the Benedetta. It's very nostalgic to the old Aram that we used to see. Do you not think so? Very individualistic. I mean, split pushing, doing a lot for his team macro-wise.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx lost against Benedetta Aran. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, I remember. But this time, it's a tanky Benedetta. He was on the Vengeance as well. He knows that he wants to target Skylar, and one of the ways is that Vengeance.
Yep, and not to mention, not only did he have the Vengeance, he also bought Blade Armor, right? So every single one of his auto attacks reflect a good amount back at him on top of the critical reduction that you get from the Blade Armor. It's a very good idea, of course, but even so, Skylar, mechanically, you can see that he's hyper aware. He's
very sound.
He's playing a very hot game today. He hasn't made too many mistakes overall, and I think, with the supplement of the consistency of Sutsujin specifically, these neutral takes have been looking better and better and better, and Sutsujin, he's focused on the Lord until Skylar says the call, hey, I have an angle. All right, let's pivot.
Do you think it would have been different, that final moment?
If
Weedy went in, portal, they tried to target the Irithel, they tried to target Skylar. Skylar was able to outplay. Do you think it would be different if Skylar died there?
Ooh, yes, I think it would be different. It would be different because I think that Aaron Shiki would be able to kite back Sutsujin, who would be the only other person to deal some real damage to that Crystal. I'm not sure whether he will be able to buy 11 seconds worth of time, but clearing that wave seems very likely if he could.
I think it actually might be. I think it's Iran mispositioning because he cannot recall. He could not recall in that moment. He had to walk to the base, which made RRQ, the base wide open basically. And Iran, unfortunately, in that last sequence, he was out of position to recall safely.
And the gel of the chemistry in RRQ in that final moment was insane.
It's ridiculous.
Right? Oh, the outplay from Skylar, but that was facilitated by Edok jumping in.
AOG.
It was beautiful to see.
Oh,
the new pillars of RRQ wreaking havoc in this game. I love to see it.
And it kind of reminds me of something like, when R7 and even Clay decided to join RRQ that time, and everyone was like, man, I miss the old guard. And then they became staples themselves. I think we are seeing the next generation of RRQ really solidify themselves as one of the best teams here in MPL Indonesia.
I agree. And for the past 2 games, we've been highlighting so much about Skylar and so on and so forth. And we actually even mentioned, Dyren's a good player, but we haven't really seen him shine. Finally, Dyren gets the recognition he deserves for game at number 3.
Which makes me wonder, right? If he's pretty decent on this Hilda, I wonder why his performances on Khalid are a little topsy-turvy. Because they kind of do the same thing, except you have a utility ult that actually does something in team fights compared to Hilda, who is just I don't like you, and you specifically.
Yeah, I think it's a different kind of feeling as well, right? Is it though? Hilda.
Is it though? You just go in, you be like, bah! Just a little tap, just a little nut tap, and then you walk away.
Right.
Be a little sneaky boy.
You're right, yeah. Quicksand guard somehow same.
The timings of the abilities are different, but the general concept is the same. So I would like to see whether Dyren can expand his hero pool even more. If Hilda is so good, I want to see him be really devastating on Khalid as well.
So now the big question is, what do TLID do now, right? What's the main problem here?
I think their main problem right now is that they don't necessarily have an answer into catching Skylar specifically because Cho keeps on getting banned. They need a new answer to this and something that doesn't require a hero to dash, if not be able to close the distance very quickly against Skylar. Because they keep forcing this Natan into Irithel matchup time and time again. And yes, it's a little more favored to Natan if he has full items, but half the time, and based on what we're seeing, the laning phase is where we see Irithel really take control.
So if that's the case, is Irithel worth to ban?
Compared
Switch
to Bane,
blue side.
I think Bane is something that they need to get rid of. I think Bane is a big deterrent here because every single time they're about to fight, they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna free hit," and then Bane's like, "Oh, but I'm gonna ult," and it's like, I don't want to be there.
Keep in mind, RRQ has been taking the Bane first phase.
They have.
So, is it really worth to ban the Bane one slot in that first phase?
Maybe not. Maybe TLID should just pick it up for themselves. Because so far, in terms of rating, I don't know what the stats are exactly, but so far the win rate between Bane 2 Alpha against each other seems a little more Bane favored.
Right now, especially in this matchup, yeah.
Okay.
So they have to think about Bane, Irithel.
I mean, Chip now, yeah, Gatot Kacha. That's the answer.
But what, like, okay, TLID, what if they choose blue side again?
TLID blue.
And then again, RRQ, leave the chip open. You can't allow the chip to be given to RRQ either, right?
They gotta open the whole draft up.
Okay, well, we're gonna see how it pans out before we get into game number 4 because we're gonna throw it over to our host to see exactly what they're doing over there. What are they doing?
Mengguncang, deg-degan sekali ya Bude pastinya.
Iya Alisa, nih Bude tuh lagi bingung ya, mau upload juga untuk membagikan momen ini.
Wow.
Nih, pilih yang mana ya Alisa ya?
Loh, Bude itu lucu banget. Itu gimana cara ngeditnya Bude?
Gampang banget kalau pakai Samsung Galaxy, semuanya bisa. Nih Bude tunjukin ya Alisa. Alisa pasti tahu kan sebenarnya?
Oh, yang pakai icon bintang itu. Oke, jadi tinggal klik icon bintang. Lalu klik Portrait Studio dan bisa langsung pilih, wah ada komik, kartun 3D, cat air, dan sketsa. Coba pilih yang kartun 3D deh Bude. Dan klik buat. Wow, gampang banget ya, canggih banget Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini. Dan kita bisa lihat.
Tinggal dipilih, ini banyak banget pilihannya Lisa.
Oke, Bude langsung berubah banget ya. Wow, oke. Ini gampang banget menggunakan Portrait Studio dari Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Dan pastinya fiturnya banyak banget. Wow, pilihannya cantik-cantik banget Bude.
Bude mau upload. Kalian juga bisa loh ikutan kayak Bude. Seru nih.
Betul sekali.
Pilih.
Pastinya dengan membeli Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini karena khusus penonton MPL bakal ada diskon loh Bude.
Wow, diskon serius?
Betul, karena dengan pembelian harganya mulai 791 ribuan aja per bulan dengan cicilan 0%, bisa dapetin total bonus hingga 2,8 juta dan pastinya gratis 2 kali memory upgrade sebesar 256 GB, Bude.
Buset, seru banget ditambah lagi. Khusus penonton MPL nih, ada yang spesial karena kalian bisa ngedapetin travel adaptor 25 watt, lalu ada Google Play voucher 200 ribu, dan gratis screen permanen MLBB untuk pembelian di samsung.com/id. Pakai kode voucher promo Galaxy S24 FE X MPL.
Dan gak cuma itu aja Bude, karena kamu juga bisa dapetin tambahan diskon sebesar Rp500.000 untuk pembelian pertama di Samsung Shop App.
Waduh, jadi buruan ya, karena promo ini hanya sampai 31 Oktober. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Get yours now.
Betul sekali, jadi bisa langsung aja dibeli di toko Samsung terdekat kalian karena promonya khusus untuk penonton MPL aja.
Benar, dan atau langsung ke toko Samsung terdekat.
Betul, atau bisa juga langsung scan barcode di bawah ini atau di deskripsi. Jadi kalian bisa langsung gampang banget check out dan punya HP yang sama kayak aku dan Bude.
Yeay, tapi gak hanya itu karena ada sesuatu yang spesial dari Samsung Galaxy juga nih. Karena ada Samsung Galaxy Quest. Buat kalian yang mau ngedapetin ini nih, bisa.
Betul, caranya gampang banget karena Samsung Galaxy FE24 ini prosesornya sangat cepat juga, dilengkapi dengan vapor chamber yang bakal dukung kamu untuk win streak seharian tapi HP kamu tetap adem. Jadi buat para gamers wajib banget untuk punya Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini, ditambah lagi karena ada fitur Galaxy AI yang bisa bantu kamu jadi lebih kece pastinya.
Iya, jadi kalian bisa ngedapetin ini secara gratis. Samsung Galaxy Phone gratis, mau? Gampang banget, kalian tinggal jawab aja pertanyaan yang akan Bude berikan. Pertanyaannya adalah, berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE?
Yes.
Berapa ya? Berapa?
Langsung dicari tahu ya Bude, dan cara jawabnya gampang banget, tinggal langsung aja follow akun X dari Samsung ID. Pastikan juga akun X kamu tidak di private supaya kita bisa lihat jawaban kamu. Dan langsung ketik dan cari pertanyaannya di Google. Berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, lalu posting hasil pencarian kamu. Dan pastinya bisa berikan alasan kreatif kamu kenapa kamu harus menangin HP ini. Mungkin para gamers-gamers yang HP-nya aduh udah panas dan lemot banget ya kan. Dan tinggal langsung aja masukin hashtag Galaxy S24 FE, hashtag Galaxy AI, hashtag Fun Experience, dan jangan lupa buat mention 3 teman kamu.
Dan tentu saja, satu pemenang yang beruntung akan mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Phone. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
Yes, dan pastinya periode ini hanya berlaku dari tanggal 23 sampai 27 Oktober 2024 aja, dan pengumuman pemenangnya
akan ada di X dari Samsung ID. Jadi buruan sekarang ke X, langsung follow dan jangan lupa untuk jawab pertanyaannya. Dan kita ngelihat kalau pertanyaan itu banyak banget ya untuk saat ini. Selain dari untuk ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy tadi, kita juga bertanya-tanya nih, kira-kira mana nih yang masih semangat dari para super fans untuk grand final kita?
Boleh kita tes dulu kali ya Bude, aku mau dengar suara dari Kingdom, mana semangatnya?
The Cavalry, jangan mau kalah, mana semangat untuk tim Liquid ID? Semuanya riuh pastinya karena kita akan menyaksikan, akankah ada raja yang akan mengambil kembali tahtanya atau akan ada juara baru di season 14? Jadi untuk melanjutkan permainan, sudah saatnya kita melihat bagaimana jalannya pertarungan untuk selanjutnya. So panelists, it's yours.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, Monster, and Alyssa, and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. Once again with us three, the GAG trio.
JG.
The gag trio.
We really got to come up with a better acronym.
Why? What's wrong with gag?
Let me think about it for a minute.
Something wrong?
Wait, that's
You're
why.
gagging, yeah.
That's why. That's the problem with it. Look, we're professionals here. We need to be at the top of our game, and I don't think gagging's part of that. But even so, I am starting to get a little worried for TLID because at this point, TLID have a lot of problems that RQ continue to pose to them. A lot of it has to do with the draft, and I think even in their gameplay, they made a couple of weird decisions in both Game 1 and as well as Game 2. I think right now TLID are just looking for a way to kind of break out of the stalemate.
It's a very good. Yeah, I think it's a very good challenge here, but I really want also to touch on TLID and RQ. They made it to M6. There will be new faces in M6 as well.
Yeah, for the first time ever for M Series, we're gonna crown a new champion, right? From PH.
Yeah, no AP Bren.
No AP Bren.
No Echo.
No Echo.
Liquid Echo.
TLPH now.
Yeah, no Blacklist.
No, who else? Oh yeah, that's it, right? Wait, how many M Series have we had? 5?
Well, I mean, if you really want to go into
no EVOS.
Exactly, Evo. M1, baby!
M1.
M1. I mean, it's exciting to see these new faces because it's not like we haven't seen them before. Some of these people, like Aurora and even Sanji, came through the wild card even, and even when it came down to EWC, Twisted Minds was part of it as well. So I think that it's great to see teams who have been longing to get that championship spot actually achieving it now.
And especially now, it's going to be a Swiss round, right?
Yeah.
So possibilities are endless. Speaking of endless possibilities, what did you guys think? If RRQ are now leading 2-1, how can TLID come back for game number 4? 59%, is that right? 59%. Aaron must avoid mistakes again? Are we... I understand game number 3 being Aaron related, but for game number 4, do you guys agree that this is Aaron related?
Game number 3.
Game 4.
Specifically for game number 3.
Oh, 3, yeah.
I don't think it's 100% Aaron's fault there. I do think generally there is a bit of an issue with the draft right now. It's hard to answer it because if you are taking away something, you're giving away something. And I don't think that TLID have been put in this type of position where Witty is losing out on his really big playmaking heroes, but at the same time having to deal with a draft that is technically pretty passive, that wants TLID to over-aggress and over-commit.
I think that's why I'm more inclined to agree with the second point, right? Don't overcommit is where I feel like TLID needs to repair for game 4. And for game 4, speaking of second pick for RRQ, meaning
they're gonna
TLID.
get right side.
Yeah, TLID will have the blue side.
Okay, avoid overcommitting and overextensions. Name me moments in game number 3 that you believe TLID made that problem.
Again, I think wanting to kill Darwin in the early, I don't think is wise.
Was that is that a discipline problem though?
Discipline problem?
Because I feel like in game number 3, the discipline was a lot better for TLID.
Yes, the discipline was very, very high. I think the biggest overextension probably was around that very first Lord that we saw glimpses of it, and then even when we got on over to like the fight, the overextension of the fight afterwards, which inevitably led to like their mid inhibitor breaking and and things like that. I think that was as close as you can get to the overcommitment that people are worried about. But I agree with Eterna. I think so far, coming into game number 4, TLID in terms of discipline is looking a lot better, but they need to find a clear solution in the draft, if not show us something else. Because if not, I feel like Hescube, he's just going to keep replicating this draft again and again and again. Take the chip, I don't care.
I agree. So we're going to get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. For the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy FE.
Yeah.
There it is.
The shake-up.
Let's go!
Suyo, Jushin, or Matilda.
Sushin.
Suyo, right?
I mean, Fabian, he's been having a tough time in Alpha, so I think he needs a bit of a change of pace.
If they want to go, I don't think giving Suyo to Sitsujin is wise. Picking up the Matilda here, they need to go Suyo, and there you go. RQ, Matilda, Phobius perhaps?
Phobius bad,
Bane.
Jushin?
Oh, Matilda. Hilda again.
Oh.
So game 2, they banned the Hilda. Game 3, game 4, they picked up the Hilda.
Dang, Kescu. Oh, this is so smart. Both of these coaches, very, very smart. They know what they're doing against each other. I think the Lucas is still going to have to go in for the Jushin, but he's going to pair it up with the Khalid, and this is a great flex pick against specifically the Hilda.
Okay, Ben Irithal. RQ going for the Cho ban is signaling highly that they might want to go for the Irithal. Do you think it won't work against the Suyo and the Khalid?
I think the worst part about this is that not only do you have to ban out the Irithal, there might be some consideration for Ixia as well. Because again, we're thinking about things that work well with the Matilda at this point of time.
Oh, you're right.
Man, Kai, woof.
Just like game 2, RQ. They banned the Akai out. Okay, TLID, you understand that maybe Hilda, Bane, and Paramis, and of course Matilda with favor. They do not want to combine Matilda, Paramis in the same composition. So, yeah, TLID, they're running out of bans here. Ixia, or Ska, or Irithel, or let them both open.
I think might as well let them both open. It'd be really annoying if we see like Harith into Lunox once more, but I think the iframes are going to be very useful in this game. We'll see what these next two bans are before we get into that.
Okay, what is going to be the choice here for RRQ? Why did they go for the Akai ban here, by the way? The Akai hasn't found as much success. Sure, it has worked, but the amount of times it's succeeded as compared to it kind of failing in terms of that execution is quite huge. They're shutting a run down now with the Benedetta now taken off the board.
Okay.
Let's go.
Ban out the Benedetta. They want to force it. Yeah, ban out the Irithel and now keep it standard here. They know that Skylar can play Lunox, so it doesn't really matter if you get Harith at this point of time. I think that Skylar might even play a more safer option because Natan is still wide open, right?
I think leave the gold lane.
Yeah.
Leave the gold lane.
So what, high loss here maybe? No. They already have Hilda and Mathilda, so Mage. He's been out.
Probably Lilia, right?
Lilia, I like Lilia.
They need some kind of wave clear, some kind of high ground. Vixana is all right as well. Doesn't look like there's too many good ults anyway, so Valentina doesn't seem like ideal just yet.
Or do they want to go crazy Luo Yi? Okay, they open their card with the marksman pick here.
Very safe, very safe.
Natan finally switching over for the Kingdom.
This is concerning.
You're so stressed.
I'm so stressed right now. Oh man, all right. So they already have a nail in the late game now with the Natan. An early game control with the Bane, the Matilda, and the Hilda. TLID, what's the stopper here? They choose Hylos as well as the Beatrix.
I like this a lot. At least Beatrix can hold her own for a little bit. There's a lot of combo potentials, with Bojushin as well as the Khalid. Let's not forget, I don't want to put Suyo out of that picture as well because he has an inbuilt stun, but he was more to set up for the other two.
Yep, Aurora.
Oh, so good.
Perfect. It makes sense, right? You want someone a little bit safer as well. As compared to a Vexana with the passive that the Aurora has, if the Suya wants to go in for a trade kill, it's a lot easier to weave in and out of this with the passive that Aurora has.
Honestly, that Aurora pick might be the pick that makes RRQ to the championship point.
I think it will as well. I mean, Eugloria's pathway, you don't want to get hit by that frigid breath. It really forces you to think about your zone of influence. Taking the traditional front to back might not be easy, but you gotta make things work.
So will we be heading over to championship point? Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna throw it over to our casters to bring you game number 4.
One game away from that ever so coveted MPL Indonesia trophy.
Smash them.
2 steps away.
2 steps away.
2 steps away. 1 away from that elusive match point. There we go.
It's a battle for match point for RRQ. As we get into the land of Dawn for game number 4. 2-1 right now for RRQ and TLID. They got their hands on a Suyo.
We've been waiting for this possibility. Fabian on the Suyo. How crazy can it possibly be? Rins, though. No. How crazy is he? Oh, sacrificing the passive.
Whoa, bottom lane. Getting ganked on the Hilda and the Fabian dash forward. First blood for Suyo.
Well, we talked about the Hilda being the pick to kind of keep the Suyo in check, to contain it. But what is he supposed to do in the situation now, Arashi?
That was the idea, right? Cut the wave, go into the jungle, be a nuisance while your lane opponent, Aran, is supposed to stay right next to the turret and kind of, wait around. But look at Weedy do. Ooh, that's a roam. We thought it was going to be the Hylas, I think. I at least expected Weedy to be on the Hylas. But on the Khalid, we've seen it match up to even the likes of a Cho. So it's going to be a lot of damage in the early game for Team Liquid ID. But the poke, the AoE, definitely favors RRQ. Movement-wise though, Dyran with the Wilderness Blessing, they're going to be roaming around a lot more. And Skylar, despite being up against all the aggression, Bargain Hunter and the weakest finder, but look at that damage!
Forced out a flicker already.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very important resource because he has burned the passive, he has burned the flicker, and next up on the menu would probably be the turtle, so they have to be ready. As Widdy is there counter invading the jungle, Fabian has so much freedom on getting and plundering Sujin's resources down bottom in the jungle. The problem with Suyo now is, of course, he has level 4, he has level 5 even, and they're ready to take this turtle.
Should be free, RRQ don't really, or can't really go for the battle. with so much pressure on the hands of TLID. Fabian gets it, saves his retreat. Trying to go for a cheeky little steal, but knows that RRQ will have avenues to try to stop that from happening.
The early damage is what it is, man. I mean, it's the Sushin, it's the Khalid, it's the Beatrix. So many ways for Team Liquid ID to pressure. Just like Edok and Daiwan even, they're both kind of a bit more concerned about their survivability, unlike game number 2 earlier, where they can kind of do whatever they want because they were just too tanky with the Gatot and Hilda, but oh, look at Edok.
Something, but he won't be in much trouble. Of course, TLID, they have better rotations, I suppose, with the Khalid always on its toes. But Vanguard is to heal up, and Fabian has the 100 strike. But Dyron, good so far.
All right, maybe not. Maybe you can't take that damage. What the heck? Suyo, very balanced.
Dyron is punished now twice. What's the difference between previous game, Arashi?
Maximum missing HP damage in the Suyo allows them to really burst down targets like Daiwan. They want to play with regen, but all things considered, the Natan really hasn't really been the recipient of a lot of big pressure items, and Edok is doing a great job just monitoring, shadowing Weedy, ensuring that not a lot of laners really fall behind. But from the jungle, from the farming difference alone, already a 2k gold lead at 3 minutes. Quite significant. Where do you Sandstorm dodge from?
Wow. Good dodge, Witty. Knocked out by the Circle Eagle, able to flicker out with the regen too. Gets a bit of HP. TLID will just respect this. Well played RRQ to escape from that. Well played Witty to escape from that too.
They want to brawl out in the early stages of the game. Now still Dyron with the same scenario that it has been in previous game. 1v1 down bottom.
And we get to see how much damage you can truly do on the Suyo. If you can burst a Hilda, that's a lot of damage. Revitalize even. There we go, power wildness. Now Yehezkiel should be able to lift him up. The stun connects and the execute should get him down. Turtle up top though, gonna be dealt with here by RRQ, held down. Good snipe over to Rins, now walking forward, throws it down. Frigid Glacier will lock him down. Sutsujin with the help of the guided wind, not able to survive. Winning just slashes him down. Rins cannot sustain from that damage, cannot take that damage. Lantern Flare, Aaron Shiki will gun Skylar down, and Edok will be forced back.
The cavalry recharges their energy, and now they are ready for yet another revolt. Everything is going south for the kingdom.
Wow. They have legging potential, but the early game is looking really, really rough. This approach from Team Liquid ID to just double down on that early game aggression. I mean, we talked about this a bit, Mirko. Hey, if the game never reaches the late game, because the fights keep happening, because both teams, you know, have it personal, they want to just win it out and show everyone they're better in these fights, in this early game, then why even get these late game tools? Look at this though, Circling Eagle on a run. Nothing available for RRQ to really realistically get. You're only trying to make sure that Sutsujin doesn't fall too far behind, and Skylar at least gets some really good farm.
It'll be okay, around off the glorious pathway.
Running through Ray Sandstorm on the Sutsujin, Frigid Glacier. Able to stop the deadly catch as well, but now Fabian comes in. A snipe from Aaron Shiki down in the mid lane. Will be the end of Sutsujin. 0-2-0 right now.
Problematic for RRQ. We actually talked about how the Hilda is actually a very good pick against the Suyo, and the draft planned out by RRQ is way solid compared to the previous one. But it's now going so hard for them. What's the big problem here, Arashi?
I think it's just Suyo damage. I mean, are you seeing how much damage Fabian is doing? Oh my lord. I mean, even against Daiwan, he's just shredding him down. It's way too much damage. I think RRQ, in theory, have a good composition, but individually, these heroes are way too strong. And considering the gold lead has increased to 7,000, RRQ are definitely in survival mode. You can see Widdy understanding that, recognizing that, looking for avenues to set up traps in the jungle.
The execute, Fabian. Whoa, but he's taking him away. Skylar walking up with the entropy. Now Frigid Glacier able to lock Fabian down, but no, it brings out the safety. Widdy zone Skylar away, and they will be able to steal away the orange buff here. Fabian takes it. Widdy trying to zone RRQ away from the tier 1 of the mid lane. Only a shot over to the Hilda. They can't take it, and it should be a perfect turtle take for Team Liquid ID.
What's the call now for RRQ? What do they want to do? Back on late game again?
They might have to really bank on that late game. Again, the Suyo in the end is still an assassin, but Skylar!
When he walks up, they try to go for that shotgun for the Wesker on Skylar, but he has the entropy.
It's a scary situation. Skylar also doesn't have to purify. So Raging Sandstorm, the stun from the Suyo from Iran, there's danger everywhere, and Dyron zone away immediately, dude. These towers are falling down like dominoes.
The bully gets bullied in this game. Dyron is not having a good time. And take a look at how much pressure, how much control TLID has circling Eagle.
Ooh, Flicker. So much respect. Knowing that if you do get knocked up there, Rince could just flicker forward and, you know, combo them together with the Aurora.
So in theory, for the late game, they still have a good composition, but survival, right? Is that even possible with all the pressure? And Susujin actually gets his purple, but man, Weedy is just relentless, dude. Always in the faces of RRQ, and that gives all the time. But look at his play, though.
There he goes, though. Once you use the flicker, you are going to be susceptible to that. Samson to the back. Oh, hey! With a flicker backwards, but still, look at the sustain coming over. TLID favored with the playing backwards. Skylar trying to go for the chase right now as Edok walks forward. Breaks the quad. Over Skylar and to be getting the range. I did not expect that. A shutdown, a big one at the 8th minute mark, and it went to the worst target for TLID. It went to Skylar.
The castle walls are shook by that one retaliation that is made by the Kingdom. They get a lot of kills on that altercation. TLID shut down after what was looking like a very good initiation from Witty.
Iran maybe locked down again. Circling Eagle, everything. Sutsujin Crab Claw Cannon. He was 0 and 2. He's gotten 3 kills out of nowhere.
We know this issue, man. Aurora is so annoying to deal with if you're the fighters. If you're Weedy or Iran, and later on, it's gonna disjoint the formation of Team Liquid ID. The load is up, but Iran is not around.
Uh-oh. This Lord, they want to fight for it. They want to blitz it. They want to dance together on this chance. Conceal open by Witty.
Very early for Glacier. Now Raging Sandstorm. Aaron Shiki. Redemption. Now it's Fabian in the midst of it all, jumping in. Deadly Catch used up as Aaron Shiki deals with Tyron Witty. Quick Sandguard, still healing, still buying time. Finally frozen and taken down. Fabian with the flank again. Fabian with a Soul Sever will be able to find it. Aaron forward. Skylar gets shot, but he will not fall.
Almost, he assassinates the Crown Prince. It was so close. And now TLID, they have a time frame to control even deeper into the map for RQ.
He's kicking his shoulder on the top side. He's going to be forced to go for a 1v1. Fabian is absolutely on the hunt.
Ooh. Sutsujin stunned.
1v1.
Now slashed down. What is Bane going to do against Suyo? He's just going to run. But even then, Suyo can chase. Glorious pathway in the bottom lane. It cuts them from the Lord. Still Skylar able to find a space to go for some hits over to the Lord. 2000 HP. Diamond gun down here on Shiki. Nibiru's passion, but again, RQ has dealt with the Lord.
TLID, they contain any possible pressure exerted by RQ. They want to play with the side lanes. It was Sutsujin overextending and he was punished for it. Now they might look for a siege. A few more minutes, but still, the passive from the turrets standing strong.
The Holy Crystal is completed for Skylar though, so the man has absolutely enough damage to be a real threat. The fact that he was able to get that shutdown earlier definitely was a big value moment. But looking at the items here, Queen's Wings completed for Fabian, trying to get the reduction just to survive long enough to use the output potential. And Aaron Shiki on a vengeance here, going with the Heptases, the BOD, the Malefic Roar. He wants burst damage, he wants to take down RRQ. He's not trying to do DPS. Therein lies the concern though. He can be great in sieging down turrets, but in the defense, RRQ have so much ways to kind of deter a Team Liquid ID from moving forward. But as of right now, the gold lead that earlier shrunk down to 4K is now back at almost 8K, so Team Liquid ID have regained that momentum.
Yeah, pretty late Hunter Strike there from Sutsujin, but 7.6K gold up for TLID. They're waiting for that Lord to spawn so that they can get that Lord and maybe stage yet another siege. The talisman as well for Edok. That extra cooldown reduction, but now TLID, they're playing the safe. Even Yeheskel is itemizing towards that Blood Wings. He wants that extra shielding, Arashi.
Extra shielding and extra movement speed on the shield. Plus Skylar though, whoa! So he's all good. There's limited crowd control for Team Liquid ID, but there's a lot of burst damage. Skylar might want to be a bit more careful doing that. Look at the damage!
What is that? Disgustingly good. And on Shiki, accurate. And so impactful as well with the Renner's Apathy.
Man, Aaron Shiki with the gun fu is gunning down the members of RRQ. Dyron now not having a lot of chances to proc that Thundervelt. Not nearly as tanky as he was in the previous games. Oh man,
again. Whoa, let's repeat. Witty has to Raging Sandstorm defensively. And that is one engage 2 taken down. But the cooldown, of course, is not going to be a big issue for Witty and TLID. Free Lord Arashi, they blitz it.
Oof. Divine Glaive completed for Skylar, so damage is there. But can he survive though? Team Liquid ID are notorious for being able to find their targets in a team fight. And Skylar just isn't on the same kind of hero like the Irithel. He isn't really as maneuverable. If they were gonna let go of a Lord, I would think it would be the previous one instead of this one. But now circumstances has pushed their hand with the Lord for Team Liquid ID marching down the mid lane. Do they have enough right here with the Frigid Glacier, with the Entropy? In theory, in the base, Skylar should still be able to just stay safe, to really be that, you know, static defense for the base.
Yeah, proper dive though, Liquid.
They do. The Raging Sandstorm will open up the map and the way as well. Glorious Pathway popped up.
No, Skylar gets caught. Raging Sandstorm from Witty. All the way to the back, finding them. Skylar will fall, unable to utilize the Flicker. Tyron gets gunned down and slashed down by Fabian before he can even do anything.
Crystal.
The Suyo, we thought it might be countered here, but maybe the Suyo is just too strong. Fabian on the Suyo, 12,000 gold lead. 2-2. We got a game 5 in our hands.
Domination by TLID. They will still ride into that dying night. RRQ. They are shook that Hilda wasn't even able to contain the Suyo.
Is that the solution? The Beatrix. Mr. Dyron tries best to do the exact same thing he was doing on the Hilda. Zone away the backline. Be too tanky. But against the Beatrix, has that Hilda bitten more than she can chew? The Weskers, the Nibiru's passion just absolutely melting Dyron down. No pressure at all coming in from the EXP lane. And an absurd amount of damage coming through from the jungle. Team Liquid ID has just powered through the draft through brute force. In theory, RRQ had a chance. But in practice, Team Liquid ID has just stomped all over them.
They don't care about the odds. They like those odds. They equalize the score. We got a game in our hands. Game 5 imminent. And TLID, their young blood's boiling again. The revolution, the rebellion is not done yet. TLID. What a game that was.
Phenomenal stuff from TLID, man. Again, you know, I think there was a miscalculation for me, right? I expected the Hilda to, I think they expected the Hilda to be able to match that damage of Fabian, but man, I don't think so. I think this is just why Suyo's just been auto-banned every time. Even here, Tyron just disappeared, man.
That mini Bauman ult though.
Mini Bauman ult, you have an alpha.
A mini retry.
You have an alpha 3-time swing with that hold of the skill 2.
Yep.
You have a stun, a dashing stun with skill 1. You have a
sword.
Yeah, you have a blink.
You change it to Mia.
You know what? Nerf 1-1.
Nerf. Hey.
Yeah, probably, man.
But give some respect to my girl.
You want to talk about the elephant in the room, though? Skylar, he doesn't know the Purify. Is that too greedy?
Answer our questions, panelists. What do you think about the non-Purify Natan in that game? Take it away.
The Suyo.
The Suyo!
Thank you, casters. I mean, I personally am not complaining about the Suyo, you know, being given over to TLID because, man, yeah.
TLID.
Super balanced, by the way, in the early game.
Very much so.
Perfect hero with no flaws whatsoever.
It was evident in that game. But yeah, speaking of Natan Flicker.
I think it's a mistake. I think it's greedy. I think that like Skylar, as good as he is, has costed his team games for one reason or another. Sometimes it's like too many recalls. Sometimes, most of the time, it's battle spell choice. And finally, we get to see him punished hard for this one. Because previously, didn't want to go for Purify. Takes a Flicker. Irithel. We've been through a whole meta of Irithel. Most people were like, okay, we can go for Sprint, but as soon as there's CC, give me a Purify. Man still goes for Sprint. He doesn't care. He trusts in himself, and I respect that, but man, TLID, good punish this time. I don't think they're going to get away with it again.
Okay, I mean, it did bring TLID now back to 2-2. So we're back square even, dead even between both of these teams as we take a look into the highlights again, right? And what I find interesting, we talked about it before, one of the highest amount of survey votes was the fact that TLID really need to be able to secure that early game. And this is just typical template TLID gameplay that we saw earlier on.
Don't forget about the factor of that Khalid flex, right? I mean, I think 80% that Khalid, we thought EXP, then yeah, you pick up the high loss. Maybe Skylar thought that Hylos was going roam, and that's why he opted for that flicker. But then the switch up, right? It's Weedy on the Khalid, game changer.
He was so active, landing perfect moments as well with the Raging Sandstorm, and therefore he deserves the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone.
I think Witty is. Honestly, Witty had a really incredible early game, and I think that Rins unfortunately forgot what Khalid does. Losing losing Aurora passive level 1, absolutely unforgivable. It's just how? There's no reason for you to lose it that early on. At the most, you lose a battle spell, but your passive as well, that's when it becomes ridiculous. And as Gani mentioned before, having that double flex pick in both Khalid as well as the high loss is really interesting, because now if you play the Hilda, no matter what the matchup is, it doesn't feel very, very nice. And specifically against the high loss, you're just gonna get sandbagged. That's why you see the constant proxy of waves, and that's why you see the positions of Fabian as well as his boy Witty just pathing down for purple all the way down to orange, knowing that this could be a possibility.
So Hilda, meta undebunked?
Well, on condition that high loss isn't there.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm about to say. SDL, he brought the Hilda quote-unquote trend to Iran. It seems like Keskut, he denied it twice already, and suddenly with the Khalid, it's an answer from SDL himself, right? He knows the kryptonite, and it shows in this game that, yeah, Darwin Game 3 was nowhere to be found in Game 4.
Yep. Could barely play the game. And honestly, like, even Skylar getting his signature in that Natan, Eroshiki feels a lot more comfortable playing this Beatrix. Like, he doesn't even need the setup sometimes.
Whoa, I didn't realize 13 minutes and 24 seconds?
Yeah. And Natan, this series, for the record, very low percentage.
Very, very low percentage. It's not looking good for Natan all across the board, but generally, I feel like at least TLID is back in their element, right? Playing towards that early game, having a couple of late game securities, but generally just designed to team fight and to end this game as early as the mid game. Because RRQ, as you can see, once Sutsujin is put on this Bane, they immediately go a more passive route of play.
I think this is going to be homework for TLID once again. I'm still sticking to my opinion that TLID really needs to work on this. If they don't get the early game, they need to figure out a way to adapt in the game and just recollect themselves to be able to play into the mid towards the late game. But in this particular matchup, how do they replicate that same purpose of finding a better early game setup? Because I don't think that the Suyo will be let go again.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is why I think that blue side was very, very important for both of these teams. I think it's going to be a consistent back and forth until somebody figures out something about the red side that could maybe turn the tables for at least a minimum, for Team Liquid, at a minimum 2 games. If not, I mean, RQ is going to get the match point first, and then an immense amount of pressure is put on the team.
It's going to be very interesting, you're right. It's going to be very intense, and it does seem like for this series that first pick value has been delivering like crazy instead of, if you compare the last pick value, all right? Remember that Aurora last pick, it wasn't really as expected. I expected more from the Aurora.
I mean, Rin shouldn't have lost his passive at level 1. Like, so much happened because of that, right? Had Rin's not lost his passive, maybe he could have been able to contest that mid wave so that he could maybe save Dyren when he was proxying, you know? So many variables could have been tweaked significantly. Because again, as much as Edok wants to be able to kind of pull people out of these tough positions because he's playing Matilda, if you don't have the backup, you're pulling them into yourself for a free double kill.
Very interesting, but I want to go back here.
Go back? How far?
Coach TikTok.
Okay.
He mentioned 4-2.
4-2.
And for now, it does seem it's 2-2. Will it be 3-2 and then 4-2? Just
I mean,
as
like,
predicted.
calm down, because RRQ are also playing impeccable games.
They are.
Okay, they have been looking clean, they have been executing it well.
That's right.
And it always just boils down to the drafts. Because I'm not saying that RQ had a bad draft, but this was a really good draft for TLID with the identity and where they find their strength. Early game.
Man, you can tell that your blood is blue. At this point, you don't even need a blood test. It's just, oh, no, sorry. It's B for blue. I agree with you. I think that, like, even RRQ right now, it's not about the performance. It really just comes down to, like, can we get a better draft? Maybe Skylar, let's not, take a Purify every once in a while. This is starting to get really, really nerve-wracking. But at least for TLID, especially for the Calvary fans here, with this game, it's a refresh. It's a reset of mental.
So we'll take a little bit of a refresh. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into that championship point, we're going to throw it over to our hosts up on the stage. Bye. Right.
Ca, sini dong. Ca, welcome Bandung. Udah nyapanya gitu aja?
Gio, lihat mama.
Begitu ya. Ca, akhirnya setelah hari pertama datang, sekarang datang lagi untuk menyaksikan grand final.
Kemarin nggak datang, hari ini datang lagi.
Tapi kamu nyangka gak sih kamu bakal datang hari ini untuk grand final?
Nyangka dong, nyangka banget. Kemarin udah pede banget sih, meskipun kalah waktu kemarin, tapi pede banget dia pasti bakal masuk ke final.
Kepedean itu datang dari mana nih? Apakah feeling-feeling dari Echa? Atau mendengar bisikan-bisikan?
Pede aja sih karena ada Fabian Acu kan.
Oh, Fabian tadi jago banget gak sih?
Jago banget, parah.
Parah, tapi ngomong-ngomong kita bakal kilas balik nih. Karena ini kan pencapaian terbaik dari tim Liquid sepanjang sejarah MPL Indonesia. Dulu, pada saat dulu biasanya kita ketemu
Dark
sambil
Era.
Dark Era
kita pulang sambil ente, kadang-kadang ente. Kita paling bestnya tuh masuk 3 besar guys. Jadi ini sebuah kebanggaan sih buat kita. Kemarin aku capek-capek ngecas HP aku, tapi yang full malah perasaan bangga aku ke Liquid. Anjay.
Oh, asik.
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 Gokil.
Keren. Echa. Tapi Echa, ini kan perjalanan yang cukup panjang, apalagi Echa bersama Liquid tuh benar-benar dari Dark Era. Sekarang era apa nih?
Apa ya? New era ya? Nggak tahu sih apa sih sekarang.
Eranya baru, era kuda nih sepertinya ya.
Iya, era kentang. Hah? Kentang kentung. Nggak tahu Bude.
Nggak tahu.
Pokoknya GG aja, era GG.
Era yang GG.
Ya.
Ngelihat sekarang mereka bertarung sekuat tenaga sebagai brand ambassador dari tim Liquid ID. Apa yang Echa lakukan dari tadi?
Teriak-teriak sih. Aku disuruh maju-maju. Aku dari tadi waktu game pertama merinding banget sih meskipun sempat kalah, tapi aku percaya pasti bakal bisa comeback. Kan ini namanya final, kalau misalnya nggak balas-balasan nggak seru kan. Kalau dibantai gitu kan kurang seru ya. Jadi emang sengaja sih puring kayaknya.
Bukan puring.
Apa namanya?
Ngefur. Enggak dong, ini semuanya udah memberikan yang mereka miliki ya, Ca?
Iya benar.
Rasanya di panggung tuh biasa, Echa biasa di panggung juga ya?
Iya.
Mengalahkan rasa nervous itu seperti apa sih?
Nggak tahu sih, jujur kalau aku jadi player kayak tanganku gemetaran sih.
Gitu?
Iya. Tapi mereka hebat banget sih, maksudnya kayak player Liquid kan banyak yang masih muda dan first time masuk ke MPL kan. Dan mereka hebat banget bisa ngalahin rasa demam panggungnya gitu. Itu big deal banget loh buat anak sekecil itu berkelahi dengan rasa deg-degan.
Di panggung besar
MPL. Di panggung besar itu.
Wow, tapi Echa ngelihat semua yang ada di sini, The Cavalry, ada nggak sih mungkin yang kamu ingin sampaikan sebagai brand ambassador juga dari BA untuk The Cavalry yang ada di sini, yang lagi di rumah, yang lagi nonton, yang lagi deg-degan juga. Mau digombalin boleh nih?
Aku makasih ya udah dukung Liquid dari dulu sampai sekarang. Kita dukung terus sampai Liquid menjadi juara. Kalaupun enggak, mereka udah lakukan yang terbaik. Terus aku gak mau gombal buat yang nonton, aku mau gombal buat Fabian.
Langsung aja nih.
Aku dari kemarin sibuk nontonin kartun Mickey. Tapi Mickey-nya bukan Mickey Mouse, Mickey-nya mikirin Fabian Acu.
Tapi sekarang Fabian akan melanjutkan permainan. Coba semangat terakhirnya nih, ayo.
Semangat Fabian!
Avian dan tim Liquid, semoga kalian menang menjadi juara.
Kata-kata buat barudak Bandung?
Well.
Wow. Dan itulah dia, kita akan melanjutkan bagaimana keseruan dari hari ini. Final belum berakhir, Grand Final masih akan berlanjut. Dan ini akan menjadi game yang akan mendebarkan siapa yang akan mendapatkan poin berikutnya. Mari kita cari tahu bersama para panels dan juga para caster. Monggo, hand of down.
Thank you so much, Bude. Thank you so much, Echa Aura. She's actually, okay, she's not Echa Aura anymore. She's Echa TLID, sorry. There are differences. Get with the program. But yeah, we gotta get with the program here in the best of 7 because we're now down 2-2. We're going to the 5th game. And we could potentially be, well, not potentially, we are definitely going to be seeing championship point. But the question is, who will be able to get there first? Will it be RRQ or will it be TLID?
So intense. I genuinely don't know anymore. As much as I've already predicted that it's going to be a 4-3, it could go either way.
Right now, seeing RRQ's performance is so spectacular and awesome, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Eterna, what are you doing right now?
Sorry, you know how... So TLID are going to M6, right? And,
Yes.
And I think I could be potentially going there as well.
That is... Oh, okay.
But I don't know how to ask Yaoi out.
How do you... Okay. There's...
Just as friends, by the way. I just want to grab like...
Yeah, totally.
Like coffee or
There's
something.
a feature there where you
Okay.
can actually ask the AI. Do you know that?
Wait,
the
what?
AI feature on a phone?
Wait, what do I do? Oh, is it this?
I mean, practically, ladies and gentlemen, the Galaxy S24 FE. For those of you who are looking for a phone, it's flagship performance, but also a very budget-friendly price.
All right. How do I ask?
That's an
Yaoi
AI
out
feature.
in M6 Malaysia? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm using the AI feature. So I could choose whether to have a casual or professional response.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's very convenient.
What does that even mean?
Like
I'm
if
gonna
it's
be
like,
like,
a professional setting.
Is casual good just be like, hey girl, how you
Wait, I
doing?"
forgot to set it in English.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's kind of awkward. But for those of you who are curious about it, the Galaxy S24 FE is a perfect choice. Price only at around... I keep forgetting the Indonesian numbers are huge. 9 million IDR. Its gaming performance is 2 times faster than the previous version. Not only is it great for gaming, but the Galaxy S24 FE also has impressive Galaxy AI features that Eterna currently is exploring.
And also, one of my absolute favorite here, Gideon, the feature that is... It's called Composer. All right, this feature helps you create chat messages, captions, emails, and more with the help of Galaxy AI. And it's also perfect for inviting your crush to play together. How it works, Eterna is showing how it works.
Eterna, show the audience. Stop indulging in it. Eterna, Eterna, show the audience.
Oh, right, sorry.
Show it to the audience.
I forgot. So basically, all you need to do is like open the keypad on whatever, you know, chatting thing you use, guys. Super easy. And there's like under the chat box, under the chat box, there's the AI icon.
Yeah. Oh.
You just press it. Okay, I'm gonna press it now.
It's very simple, by the way.
Super simple to do.
Yeah, I press it, and then all I need to do is write what I want.
Ask away.
Ask Yaoi, yeah. And then you can choose standard or not, casual or professional. You can also change the language, which I just did. I changed it to Tagalog. Okay, and then
choice.
And then it auto-generated it for me. Okay.
Very simple.
It auto-generated?
That's how AI works, apparently, Gideon.
Dude, I was thinking like small
mama.
stuff. I was thinking about like, yeah,
There you go.
emails. I'm like, no problem. But now you can even open up to your crush like, that's the whole paragraph.
There you go.
And luckily, we can check it first.
Okay.
So it doesn't auto-send.
That's a
We
cool...
can tweak it here and there. I don't understand what this means.
It even added emojis into it, right?
Yes.
What does this mean?
Very, very interactive indeed. So you guys, what are you waiting for? Get it Because again, ladies and gentlemen, for you MPL viewers, you can get it a free 25-watt travel adapter as well, a 200K IDR, Google Play voucher, and a free permanent MLBB skin when you buy on Samsung.com/ID by using the promo voucher code of Galaxy S24 FE MPL. I remember, repeat that, Galaxy S24 FE MPL.
You can also get an additional discount of 500,000 IDR for your first purchase on the Samsung Shop app. Hurry up because the promo only lasts until October 31st, 2024. So buy the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE now.
What does Gandamo
I don't-
Yawi mean?
Look, I don't want to get involved in this bit. This is the part where I draw the line because as soon as I don't know the language, I know somebody is messing with me. And I
Okay.
know that from my Filipino counterparts.
Okay, but you know, we don't want to mess with you guys.
Thank you, po.
Thank you po. Chantel po.
I'm sure she's watching this, by the way.
Kamusta? Okay lang. Let's go, guys. Filipino. Anyway, for you guys at home, once again, you know, whether you're Filipino or not, you know, everyone around the world, we want to ask you guys, not language tips, but more so, how can RRQ make a comeback for game number 5? Yeah, okay, pretty self-explanatory. 45% ban or pick Suyo.
Should be 0%. No, that's a balance zero.
What do you mean? I mean, 45% of the audience is correct. I don't know who the other 55? Yeah, 55% of people are like, yeah, Suyo's not the problem in that game, man. He's not the problem.
You should limit Witty's initiation hero or power. Duh.
No, it's Witty. It's all Witty's fault. I think that Witty, yes, he has a couple of tells, but I don't think his initiations are great, but they're very, very telegraphed. And he only goes in when he knows he can guarantee get the hit. So it's like, why do you care so much about the initiations, especially when the early game was so heavily driven, not only by Witty, but this Suyo from Fabian.
All right.
Fave to win work.
And I don't think that's going to happen again. I
Nah.
mean, look at your screen right now. Second pick.
Oh.
TLID are now on red side, so RQ chose first pick.
I hope TLID has something interesting for red side, because again, it feels like they kind of figured out blue side, but they don't want to show it off again to RRQ to maybe pick up on some of those habits. So keep them on their toes.
You know what? I expect RRQ now being on blue side, they might ban the Hilda out.
Ooh.
Like game 2. I don't think Guess Cute has a direct answer for this Hilda, even TLID has shown what they can do against the Hilda game 4.
Do you think Fanny Cho Hilda again?
Fanny Cho Hilda.
Yeah, I think they want the Matilda, if not the Suyo. Or maybe TLID is trying to be cheeky. Let go of the chip.
Oh, to Edok? Oh man, I don't know about this.
I don't know about this. Mr. Gotti, I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Gotti.
Don't stress us out. Don't stress us out. Okay, let's get into the drafting phase for game number 5, right?
5.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. There you go.
You hit the nail on the head with this one. It's one for one, each and every one of them.
Fanny Cho Hilda.
Fanny Cho Hilda. Game 2.
So what did RQ go for? They went Matilda in game number 2.
They did go for Matilda in game number 2, but at least St. Lucas has already like put a big clamp on that, right? They get rid of Matilda, they get rid of the Suya as well as the chip. Now Fovius is going to get first pick for the side of Cascute. We come back to St. Lucas. Let's see how he's going to manage this. Because again, I feel like Fovius for certain teams are a hit or a miss.
Yes, and based on game 3, I believe. Yeah, Dyron rocked the Phobius like crazy. TLID, they should have the scenario, right? They should have the radar that Phobius first pick. But it seems like they're taking their time here.
Wait, do they go? Do you want Bane or do you want? Do they just go Angela Ling? Okay, sorry, that's crazy.
I mean, it's a little tough.
Bane and Alpha is Alpha.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like TLID always lean in, especially when they have that first option. We'll rather the alpha over the bait 9 times out of 10. But Witty now getting access to the Khalid once more. Pretty big deterrent for RRQ. I mean, if we're talking about how Khalid is supposed to play in lane against the Phoveus, generally Khalid has a slight advantage pre-level 4, but then afterwards, Phoveus doesn't really care what the Khalid does at that point. He can tank for days, he can poke him out, and most importantly, he can break him out of the quicksand guard.
What about the clear?
The clear, Khalid is going to take 90% of the time.
So the Zushin and the Bane, okay. So RQ, it seems like they will not prioritize the Yve. It seems like Rince is more comfortable here on that Zushin as well. TLID, they will take the Yve. So it's a very, the theme is still as game 1 in this series.
Yep. They basically kind of given what their main laners are going to be. 2 out of the 3 of their mid trio as well. Ooh, they get rid of Irithel. Yeah. So does that mean first pick Natan and then they kind of say, you know, whatever happens, happens?
Beatrix, I think. I think now Skylar wants the Beatrix. With this Irithel ban. If not TLID, ban for that last
Actually,
spot.
I think Kesku should ban out the Beatrix, to be fair. It's red side, and they've already got 2 enablers. They've already got the Raging Sandstorm, they also got RWM as well. If you pair that up with the Beatrix, you've basically got a death trap.
But if they do that, what's to stop them from picking up something crazy like a Claude?
Like a Claude?
I prefer the Clint. If Beatrix banned from side of RRQ, I prefer TLID picking up the Clint.
This is specific for RRQ, Claude.
It is.
Specific and against TLID that have picked up the Yve.
Yes. No, that's a very good angle to look at it. But 2 things that I was worried about. Number 1 was Hylos, which got banned out here. The second one is Franco, and that also got banned out by TLID.
Yeah, agree.
Dang, they are on top of this draft. Woo! This is a tough one. Do they ban out the Beatrix? I feel like they should, because I feel like RRQ's, especially Skylar's hero pool, is deep enough to take advantage of it.
Another body they are going for here. Terizla. One of the main factors. TLID, they will pick up the Natan early here. So they're not practically concerned in leaving the hero for Aaron Shiki last.
Guys, this 1-1, but outranged by you.
Yep.
It could still be Beatrix, right? Beatrix. Even Kaja is an option.
Because Kaja, you want to pair it with a mid laner who has more burst. Jushin is not very bursty here. And I feel like unless they've got like some... I mean, it could technically work with Bane, but I think Bane still would need items first before he can do that. All right, there we go. The Beatrix comes through. Shawhead. Okay. Jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, I hope Aaron brings Purify.
Owen, are you there? Owen?
Akai is good here. TLID can pick up the Akai. RQ banned it out like twice last game, and if not 2 games ago. Now I feel like Akai, proper disengage tool, great pin down possibility, and Jawhead is going to be very annoyed against an Akai.
How does it lane against the Phoveus though? Because I don't think you can put the Akai in the roam.
Actually, well, I think against Phoveus it does pretty well in the early game, right? Because his base damages are actually deceptively high, and when you're dealing with the poke, you need to just worry about Phoveus' second cast of his first ability. Okay. Implosion instead. So they're really doubling down on this big wombo combo.
You want the big CC. Tigreal and Jawhead, both roamers first time in the series.
Okay. How are we feeling about the drafts this time around?
I think this is very snowball heavy for RRQ as well as TLID. I think First Blood is really going to matter between both of these teams. That first turtle is going to determine the next 2 minutes of the game. That's how devastating it's going to be.
Let's not forget Natan Yve late game though for TLID.
Huh? Let's not. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from the panel. We're going to throw it over to the casters for championship point.
2-2. A ceasefire to be cancelled soon, as they will all battle it out again in the Land of Dawn in game number 5. It is still TLID against RRQ Hoshi.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. The battle for match point, championship point. TLID able to equalize the scoreboard, and now it's another Alpha versus Bane in the jungle. It's not really that crazy anymore, huh, Arashi, from the regular season. But still, so far, both these junglers, it really depends on the early game. Whoever seems to get the early has always just dominated through.
In theory, Edok on the Jawhead, again, can deal so much more damage. It's so much stronger individually, right? 1v1, especially with the Mecha Suppression. Extra damage, 2% per each stack, up to 6 stacks, so up to 12% damage, additional damage for the team. It's like a mini focusing mark. Emblems of Indie Home, though, show that it's full movement speed, agility, and Wilderness Blessing for Edok. He's playing full utility, whereas for Witty, he's always been more frontline heavy, going with the firmness for the extra bit of survivability, but the thrill on 3 members, they want to have that early game damage. With 3 agilities inside of RRQ, it's going to be an early game skirmish. It's only a matter of when. With Skylar having the weapon mastery, waiting for a kill. Whoa.
Good shove over. It's not the ejector threat. And for TLID, it's really just all about getting the Natan to a comfortable spot. It's not really the best of matchups against the Beatrix, so playing it safe is okay, as long as they go for the control over the neutral objective.
We talked about the Akai, right, as the disengage tool against the Jawhead, but then you see Witty in the Tigreal. Not one of his best heroes, of course. We haven't seen it that much.
Yep.
But we talk about the Sacred Hammer, right, that can really knock back the enemies from RRQ. Is that also a disengage tool to really just counter the Jawhead approaching?
In theory, that's a little force can't really be stopped like that, but, you know, if he gets a pushback, he might be in danger of being picked up himself. Look at this though, control for Team Liquid, but RRQ are ready to contest.
Good shove from Witty. Good ejector! Failing to be locked down, now the body force over the shots. Edok is the one who gets it with the spark missiles. Tyrant first blood, there you have it. Rin's Crimson Beacon to the front, forcing Witty to flicker out.
Fabian thrown it through the Sharks, and he was stuck in the turtle pit. RRQ, they get that early game going. Iron Chicky, it's not gonna go for the kill.
Darren has a level advantage. He's trying to bully Iran. Beat him up here while he has the advantage. In for a bit of a play here.
Uh-oh. Iran might be forced to use the Raging Sandstorm. Darren doesn't want to go for the dive. He's had enough. He got the dub.
Witty, though, pressured by Rins and Skylar with the Beatrix. How is he gonna fare in this lane, Arashi?
In the lane, I think for Beatrix, it's about getting some poke in with the Renner, clearing the lane and rotating. And we've seen Edok. This be a big problem here for Team Liquid ID. If they're just waiting around, Edok doesn't really have to commit to really do damage with the smart missiles. He can just walk around and have that extra shield, and he'll just win the trade by default. But I think it's going to be a long wait till the next neutral objective here for both teams.
So I got confirmation. Witty, this is the first time ever that we've seen a Tigreal pick from Witty. A debut pick, you would say, for Witty in the grand finals.
Oof. Is it a card up his sleeve? Is it desperate times with desperate measures? Edok though, whoa!
Real world inflation and the speed of Alpha. Iran walking forward. Edok, it got really low. Raging Sandstorm to take him down. Now with Lancer Flare, Tyrant moving forward. Crimson Beacon. No Spear of Alpha means you're dead. Alpha down. Iran in the back. Heston run. Chopped down by Tyrant under the turret. Witty getting the shot, but there is no way that they can go for any kills. There's no one alive to do so. Iran forced back RRQ with an early game win.
They know they have the phobias. They know the longer the game goes, the fight goes rather, Tyrant is just gonna pop off, dude. As long as it's a front to back, as long as Team Liquid ID are kind of corralled together for safety, it's fine. But look at Witty though. Whoa!
Oh, with the shove back again. Iran into the front. Whoa! Good knockup with the Fabian Spear of Alpha. Rins, no Crimson Beacon. Big resources spent earlier. Fabian, no Spear of Alpha.
Tango, they want to fight this
run. Raging Sandstorm on the 2. Retreat on point from Fabian. Gets out. Deadly Cash from Sitsujin will not find them.
Great trade there. Iran sacrificing himself to get the turtle. And Dairon actually comes in to try and flicker in, disrupt the turtle take. A bit too late though. But RRQ setting up for something on the top side. There's going to be surprise coming in from Fabian and Witty though.
Oof, they invade TLID's jungle. They have control over this. And Witty getting tossed upon.
That's the ejector for you. Whenever you're in these bushes, opening up is always scary.
There's a lot of abilities that could just mimic the movements of TLID, and they can jump into the backline of TLID as well. Talking about the Phovius jump and then Edok with the unstoppable force. Does this mean the only tool that can keep them in place is the trigger ult?
It might actually, maybe the real manipulation and the Raging Sandstorm, those two, this can all be comboed together in theory. So RRQ for sure needs to be a bit more careful. Not for now. I mean, our Q with this control, they can use the Jarhead even more efficiently. But look at this dive though.
Very aggressive on the Sun Tzu Jin. Aran also walking up concussive blast. Ready, Sun Tzu Jin will be taking down Fabian. Then will be traded back. Dyron, Rins is the guy that Dyron has given the kill over to.
At this point, man, Dyron is just absolute menace, but ooh, implosion from Witty. A shot.
Skylar, no Purify on the Beatrix. And that's why they picked the Tigreal. They know Skylar will be vulnerable.
This is a very good kill that also cements the lead up top. They get the turret going down. And this might be the chance, but it's of course Mr. Ade.
Is that an RRQ jersey?
Yeah,
it is.
Hey, Arashi, I'm just saying, man. I've been watching this guy streams, or at least his clips. And whenever he wears someone's jersey, they lose, man. I've used Pikachu's jersey, man. You know, so.
I want to see him flex his M1 medal. He did that in the regular season, right?
I don't think he'll do it twice. Maybe Enoch will do it twice. Ejector again onto. Whoa! Good dodge with the Spear of Alpha. Away from the Bennett's Rage. And we have Ade acknowledging that he's been featured here.
Hey, cool. Just like a Harkyo when they're engages, conceal play.
Shove over into the real room. Ablation, Witty looking for an implosion. Raging Sandstorm combo with the implosion. 2 members, but Rins. Oh! And that demonic force from Dyron. Onto the back. Aaron Shiki disappears. It's a shot over, trying to find them. Yehezkiel still gets out, but it's a big win for the Kings of Kings.
Dude, RRQ, they're just getting so much more value due to the clumping nature of Team Liquid ID. They've been trying to corral together for safety, but it's really working against them, especially when Dyron is just so out of control, dude. 3-1 and 4, getting shut down there, but having so much pressure. Compare his impact here to Aran. All Aran has been able to do is zone people away and get big crowd control AoEs. But for Dyron, he's doing everything. He's sustaining, he's doing damage, he's knocking people up left and right. It's just so good right now. His damage, he's actually the highest gold difference from both teams.
As an XP.
As an XP leader.
Insane.
Yeah, so good from Dyron. Has been able to get the targeting going on as the Phobies as well. Jumping into the backline, TLID, they have nothing that can protect them unless either Aran lands a healing Raging Sandstorm or maybe an implosion also going on. As RRQ, they want to take control of top side, and Aran is there just to safeguard the players of TLID. But now for TLID, what's their winning condition, Arashi?
The win condition is to get Aaron Shiki on curve and get a combo, right? If they can actually land a massive combo and catch 3 members of RRQ, it could be a big moment. Oh, Witty! Whoa, they go on to Witty. Implosion used up already. Demonic Force now. Dyron in for the pursuit into Aaron Shiki. Good Spear of Alpha from Fabian, but Dyron just flickers out. Meanwhile, Witty will be dealt with by Sun Tzu Jin. Rins picks Yehezkiel up. Fabian has been isolated by RRQ. Usually you see the cavalry run people down. The Kings are running the cavalry down.
The lone stallion beheaded by the kingdom. They want the revolution to stop, and they are on course of doing it.
Enoch has Flicker. They have a window here with 2 members down. No Tigreal. They're gonna go straight for the purple. Go straight for the Lord. I don't know if they have enough damage to rush it. There's definitely a lot of damage available. But Rins, that was a great play to really separate, to really break apart the composition of Team Liquid ID. This is the problem here for Team Liquid. If they go and group together, they lost earlier because of the AoE, of the combos. If they spread apart, Rins just kind of wedges himself in between all the members, and they just kind of win regardless. They just don't have enough damage just yet. 5,000 gold lead, Lord coming up, RRQ. If tempo is what they're looking for, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they're excelling in their own rights. But TLID, the only thing they can do is just cut down the creeps, farm it up, maybe just wait for Aaron Shiki to get his power spike in that Holy Crystal, maybe. And this Latan will have a very, very huge responsibility of carrying this game. Skylar with the BOD. This will just even exert more damage towards TLID, but not the items though, Arashi.
In the items, Thunderbolt, Radiant Armor competed for Dyron. He's definitely up on the curve. Skylar has the Sky Piercer though. It's a Spa. Let's see. With that build, can he actually get some stacks going? As Hitsujin, as always, man, that damage is great.
Oh, there you
but
go.
Third item, Power Spike for Aaron. Now RRQ needs to be a bit more careful. Dyron can maybe tank some shots, but Rins, Hitsujin, and Skylar, they have to be very aware of where exactly Aaron Shiki is. And he has a Purify, so he can't really be stopped as easily.
Yeah, a single implosion towards Skylar can be the end of RRQ because Skylar is vulnerable, like you said. No Purify on the Beatrix.
Wow.
And this is the first Lord, right? So it's easy to take it down, especially when you have an Atan that gets shredded down easily. And the Eve as well.
And a Holy Defense.
And a Holy Defense.
Yep. Well, Fabian, on top of that, goes for the Queen's Wings as well, so it's going to be a bit more durable. As wow, a fast-moving jawhead coming straight at you. Definitely scary, let alone the one piloted by Edok here. Finding a lot of opportunities so far, but RRQ, the patient just wait around right here, and we get a taste of that burst damage. Yeheskiel, almost.
The Renner.
More than half his HP.
It was almost Yeheskiel'd.
Wait.
Oh.
Not yet. Is Yes alive?
Yeah, easy
alive.
killed.
Hey!
Whoa.
Very like that. Because he'll play from TLID. They want to reclaim control of their top side jungle because the wave is shoving towards them. But bottom side, still a slow push for TLID. Tyron might jump in.
He does jump in. Ejector, not ready. Just ready. Sandstorm onto Rin. Still has a Purified. Good. Disengage here. You're not going to be taken very low. Real world relation. Unable to find him. Down to the back. Just jumping. Renner's happening. Not connecting. Aaron Shiki finding Tyron Winnie. Finding two. But then, only then does Rin decide to pop in the Purify. Very, very patient.
Oh, really?
Up top. It should be a base turret. It will. Free for RRQ.
Wow. Look at how much effort needs to be exerted by Team Liquid ID to catch Dyron. Even then, if they were just a little bit slower, if Dyron was a bit tankier, he could have gotten an extra kill there too. The damage on this hero really is quite insane. Now with the base tower taken, unfortunately for RRQ, it is not on the side of the Lord, so they cannot use it for an advantage. But look at where Skylar is, already cutting, already prepping for the next Lord take. 7.5k gold ahead. Team Liquid ID with the golden combo, the Natan and the Yi. Do they want to contest this? Do they want to let it go and play that defense? Take a page out of Geek Fam's book.
They want to. They
have to.
They have to. They have to defend. They can't contest this Lord. I mean, we did look kind of confused with the Tinkeril as well.
Yeah.
The implosion. It was hard for him to find and target a specific RRQ member, and I feel like yes, you have to bank on that implosion coming from Witty. But how are you supposed to maneuver if there's so much layer towards RRQ's front line?
Especially with all the AoE like waves coming in. You have the deadly catch, but also the wave of the Phobias just knocking you up. If you're coming from the front, it's going to be so difficult. And I think the idea for Witty is that he wants to come from a different route, not go for a frontal assault, but the zoning. Look at where Edok is at every single time. It's almost like the entrance to the jungle on the bottom side is plugged by Edok. The one on top is plugged by Dyron.
Yeah, they have a tri-lane wave pushing up top, down bottom, one in mid as well. This will be the base defense we all talk about. Geek Fam style, TLID, can they hold?
Let's see if they can. Edok walking up Rodin, zoning them away. That's an implosion onto Edok. Let's jump back to Edok. Able to flicker out. Rin's gonna be caught by the speed of Alpha though. Aran jumping in, diving in. Two members down. RWM catching Dyron with a Raging Sandstorm. Dyron melted by Aaron Sticky. And they keep themselves alive in Game 5.
The revolution still underway. They keep it alive. Renner's apathy to impale out on Shiki, but he will be fine. They hold the base, but they lose 2 turrets.
Very similar gold lead still, so all things considered, not a massive swing just yet for Team Liquid, but these are the moments where they can find some more turrets, more farm in the jungles, maybe even another pickup if really can get close enough. There is a flicker available and Skylar has no Purify, so now he needs to really respect it without the frontliners available, without Edok and Dyron around to just tank some of them.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, what happened to a run? A pull, but Edok ejector, Witty, caught. Lantern flare over to Aaron Shiki, no! There is no entropy, buys the Blood Wings, he pops the Purify, but he will still be cornered. Even despite dealing that damage. Now in the mid lane, it's a cut in the waves. Fabian will be able to buy some time. Yeheskiel gun down, RWM not enough to take this game, to save this game. Fabian chased down by Dyron. One cannon minion, another super minion wave up top. The Kings of Kings have secured match point. 1 game away from an MPL title.
The fashion, the closure of that game. It was unexpected. They won that fight in the middle. Sutsujin turning his back towards TLID, catching them all on their way back. And they got the team fight going.
It was just a great reaction from RRQ, identifying the Team Liquid. They have damage, they have high ground, They have everything going for them going into the late game, but what they don't have is mobility. Immediately you saw Edok burst into action. You saw everyone use everything they can to locate that fight. And Rins on the Sushin with the spammability, with the movement speed boost, with 2 gap closers, was able to just get the slightest bit of crowd control onto Aaron Shiki. And just like that, we talked about this. You're the kings of the base defense, but dare you venture out into the wilderness?
It feels like it's a deja vu of the games they've played with the Natan and the Eve. They want to defend their base. They want to hold on to dear life. They want to hold on till Kingdom come, but it just didn't happen. Why are they pushing outside?
At this point, it's just no discipline. Why would they push in like that, right? They have a Eve, they have a Natan. They're great at wave clearing. They got a win in the team fights, but they didn't. There's no way they didn't pay attention to the respawn timers. There's no way. They definitely knew it was coming. They decided to stay because they thought they could win the team fight despite using all their resources for the skirmish already. That was just a bad call. It seemed like they thought that RRQ were gonna come in one by one, because we've seen it happen before. But RRQ waited. They sacrificed a structure and they got it done as a team.
We'll throw it over to the panelist desk to decipher what happened right there. Eterna, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for that game. Game number 5, and we're finally at championship point. RRQ just need one more game to be able to win the Raja Galaxy title for Season 14. Everything has led up to this point, and what a game by RRQ. Very clean. They held control from the early portion of the game, and it felt like TLID had absolutely no answer to that.
Again, I think the series, just first pick value again. Dyron just rocks the Phobius very, very well. And last pick value, that Witty Tig Witty. Yeah, that ain't it, man. That ain't it. I ain't feeling Witty on that Tig. And yeah, unfortunately, his implosions wasn't really game-changing implosion in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't, but I also think that they needed to focus a little more on an answer to particularly Jawhead, and I think they needed a better way to kind of get around the map. And as Arashi mentioned, yes, they don't have the mobility, but they have if they execute well enough in these fights, it's basically impossible for RRQ to have any kind of callback to it, especially when it boils down to resources. This is a war of attrition between these two teams. Nobody wants to pull that trigger first, but TLID is more inclined to do so, because if they're able to take at least one member out, the whole fight suddenly shifts into their favor.
But for some reason, if the pilot behind the Tigreal wasn't Weedy, let's say it was somebody like Key, I think it would have ended a little differently.
It's tough to say, considering that they have a Zushin as well here.
I understand. He gets caught time and time again. It was a huge problem for Weedy to find those combos. It's not as simple as that. It's not as straightforward as that. And beyond that, Weedy, we haven't seen this pick in quite some time. I don't think we've actually ever seen Weedy on the Tigreal. But going back to the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE, it's Dyron on the Phobius. So we saw that the Phobius was first pick prio by RRQ. We thought that maybe that was a big gamble as compared to letting go of the Alpha and the Khalid, but man, just, this guy, man. I mean, even in the lane, Iran was suffering so incredibly that he couldn't go anywhere.
He really couldn't. I mean, TLID found success in the previous match only because they had potential answers in their flex pick. Unfortunately, Phobius does really well into both Khalid as well as Hylos, so it really didn't matter for him. Dyron had the time of his life. You can see that Iran is significantly under-farmed the entirety of the game. By the time the game ended, he had like what? T2 boots, a Thunderbelt, Blade Armor, and then one more component. He was getting shredded by everybody at max build. Sutsujin, to me, is a very big standout in this match. He hits level 15, he's 4 levels ahead of Fabian pretty much the entirety of the game, and he can kill anybody who builds armor when he purchases Malefic Roar.
Oh, it's so disgusting. It really shows as well how Keskut is always the one step ahead on the draft. And of course, execution, there is no doubt. RRQ is definitely up there. Dyron, take a look also this last sequence here. Yeah, I think TLID, they snoozed a bit, right? They snoozed a bit in this last sequence, which cost them the game. Aaron and Shiki really know where to go. And they know when Aaron Shiki's down, yeah, it's just over. Again, very good call from RRQ, but very bad call on the other hand from the side of TLID to overstay. I know that they want the inner, but it's really not worth it.
I think that, like, even so, at a certain point, you need to just throw your abilities out, right? I feel, unfortunately, it's starting to look like everybody is looking for maximum value at all times. Sometimes I think that Yehezkiel just needs to drop the RWM to stop the bleeding, man. If you're missing a leg and you're running out of blood, you're gonna die faster unless you cauterize it. So he's got to be able to slow them down.
And in the end, RRQ, they completely capitalized over that. Oh, man. 14 minutes and 35 seconds, that's all it took. When it comes down to it, is there anything that we should note about, you know, emblems, itemizations, or is this all standard?
It's all standard all across the board. I think the Winter Crowns are really making the difference here. I think the only other thing to point out is really Skylar going for the Sky Piercer because his job generally is to finish off his targets rather than chunking them out. It's, you know, two different play styles, and that's why he's 3-1-1. It's not his job to be that guy just yet. He's just letting the rest of his team kind of bully Team Liquid ID into submission, and just before their last breath, they just see Skylar on top of him.
So does this warrant Jawhead being a good replacement towards the Franco and the Kaja as that, you know, combination with the Beatrix?
Not necessarily. I think that Jawhead was in a very unique position here because he is good in the early game, but he's not a game changer. He is more so a lead extender. Any kind of small lead you have, he's like a 10x multiplier who walks in and is just like, big money for you, big money for you.
Yeah, I mean, with the Jawhead picker, they're taking a risk because if they win the early, they will surely control the mid fairly and, of course, control more, snowball more, which RRQ evidently showed in that game. But if RRQ slipped, let's say, yeah, it's going to be tough for a Jawhead to be that game changer if Team Liquid got the lead early. So RRQ taking a risk, but very well calculation or very well calculated risk because they have Dyren on the power pick, right? That Phoveus was the center of that early and mid, and RRQ Oshi, they bank on the EXP, that first pick value very, very well.
So again, right, the general theme still reigns through. Not through, true, I mean. Still reigns true, early game. Early game, early game.
Yeah, no comebacks, right?
No, not just yet.
I think so far RRQ is much better throughout every phase of the game in comparison to TLID. I think TLID, their early game looks good. Their mid game is solely dependent on their early game.
Yeah.
And their late game, sometimes they've been making some weird calls. So at this point, really this marathon is starting to kick in, the exhaustion as well as the overthinking to certain scenarios as well. Right now, we need the TLID that is responsive, very quick on its feet, because that's what RRQ is looking like. Every opportunity presented to them, they clamp on it so fast.
Yeah, I agree. RRQ, they're so solid. No, Rashi!
There's a reason why the Kingdom's been looking good all season.
Oh, man. I'm
3-2.
freaking out a little bit.
I mean,
Championship point, guys.
Their job is not done that yet, though. If they snooze this game, momentum will shift.
But like essentially, we can't even consider this momentum based anymore.
No.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It's been the back and forth for a long time.
Exactly. So we're gonna throw it over to the host first before we get into the next and potentially the final game of this best of 7. Take it away.
Superfans, mana suaranya? Ramai banget pastinya karena kita melihat Grand Final nggak hanya yang ada di dalam Eldorado Dome aja yang benar-benar penuh. Di MPL Festival juga sampai membludak.
Membludak Bude sampai parkiran tadi aku lihat dari jendela mobil nonton Bude buat nonton Grand Final MPL Season 14.
Seru banget pastinya. Gimana? Seru nggak? Kalau seru tepuk tangan semua. Memang apalagi sekarang poinnya lagi kejar-kejaran banget. Dan RRQ memimpin dengan 1 poin.
Betul sekali, 3-2 nggak dikasih kendor baik dari tim Liquid Indonesia maupun dari tim RRQ Hoshi. Tapi ya Bude, karena kita sudah sampai di MPL Festival, kayaknya nggak lengkap kalau kita nggak kasih challenge buat penonton.
Betul, Bude akan challenge semua yang ada di sini kita bikin wave. Asik, tahu kan yang wah. Siap nggak? Pakai tangan aja ya. Jangan berdiri, nanti kesundul. Sundul Bude nih. Kita dari arah sana dulu, dari kiri Bude. Nanti akan dilanjutkan untuk wave di MPL Festival. Dari kiri ke kanan. Siap nangkep? Siap semuanya.
Oke, kita cek ombak dulu sebelah kiri apakah sudah siap?
Tengah siap? Kanan siap?
Yang belakang siap? Oke Bude,
Mantap.
langsung aja kita hitung pakai bahasa Sunda ya Bude.
Monggo, ayo.
Oke.
Mangga, ayo.
Mangga. Kita coba.
Tilu. Dua. Hiji.
Wow.
Merinding. Balikin. Dari kanan. Tengah. Kiri. Seru banget. Udah merinding sini MPL Festival Bandung Baruda. Well banget.
Super well ya, saking luar biasanya memenuhi Eldorado Dome. Tapi gimana nih prediksinya, siapa yang kira-kira bakal menjadi juara pertama?
Rame nih, rame. Semuanya berbeda nih.
Siapa? Wow, oke.
Di MPL Festival, memang semuanya itu lagi nunggu-nunggu tim favorit mereka untuk juara. Yang RRQ rame banget, yang tim Liquid juga rame banget. Semuanya menantikan kalau di sini semuanya rame untuk menunggu nih. Akankah tim RRQ bisa mengambil kembali tahtanya?
Ataukah tahta tersebut akan jatuh ke tim Liquid Indonesia?
Bisa ada juara baru, kita nggak akan tahu bagaimana pertempuran best of 7. Para player sedang berjuang, mereka harus menguji semua yang mereka miliki dari segi mental, gameplay, dan juga tentu saja bagaimana mereka bisa mengalahkan diri mereka dari hasil-hasil sebelumnya.
Betul sekali Bude, jadi kita akan lihat sama-sama ya di game selanjutnya apakah tim Liquid Indonesia bisa kembali mendapatkan skor dan kembali imbang. Jadi game of 7 ini akan menjadi full series. Langsung saja kita akan lihat analisa dari panelis, silakan take over.
Barudak!
Thank you so much to our wonderful hosts, Clara as well as Alyssa. And we're back on the English panel for potentially the final game in this best of 7 if TLID can't work themselves a way to come back from this 3-2. I mean, earlier on I was like, to Arashi, but he's like, I'm like, okay. I mean, it's very possible at this point.
I mean, your feud with Arashi is back and forth just like this game. So far, like I was pretty surprised. I thought maybe that, TLID, based on how playoffs has been going, it's just been like, oh, first 2 games, no problem, and then after that, a bit of a coin toss.
What about you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man.
Feeling
this
good?
is
Really?
For the first time.
I feel like I'm gonna.
Hey, for the first
drop,
time,
like, my
I
heart's
don't
gonna
have
drop.
to like worry.
Oh yeah, because I
forgot.
forgot your team's not here. History of Finals MVP though,
Hey.
right? This is potentially the last game. So now we got a little bit more of a taste as to the performances of all these 10 players. So let's say RRQ are able to go 4-2 with this. Who do you think is arguably someone that could potentially get the Finals MVP?
From RRQ, I'm looking towards Sutsujin. However, I think he needs that one, especially in this grand finals, he just needs that one big play to send him over the top for me.
Very interesting, right? I see the vision, I see your point, but he has been playing the Banes. Not, again, I'm giving not enough credit perhaps, but I feel like Darren has potential to be the finals MVP, being very, very calm and collected, being that X factor, especially if we're talking about the series, that early game, which is very, very crucial. And Darren really allowed RRQ to really have a great foundation in that early game. And if he did, or if he like do spectacularly in this last game potentially, yeah, I see Dyron being the finals MVP.
Here's the thing, right? For finals MVP, are we looking at someone that has spectacular moments here and there? Or are we looking at somebody that has stayed consistent throughout the entirety of this best of 7? Because it's different.
I like consistency better.
I'm gonna say big play. I'm going to say big play because right now in the meta, I feel like a lot of things are streamlined and as consistent as a team gets right now, and I think the level of MLBB competition across the globe has increased to a level where it's like consistency has already been hit. The question is, how do you get that extra 5-10% over your opponent? And that's with the big play. There's a reason why it's called most valuable player, and I'm not talking about valuable in terms of like, oh yeah, you have a positive KED8. No, you could be 0-9, but you make that one 5-man implosion like Keyboy did on a world stage, you get it straight away.
Interesting. Interesting.
Impact.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm not saying like consistent like Rins is being consistent. I'm saying somebody that has always remained consistent in a matchup that maybe isn't favorable to them. What I'm hinting at is more to Skylar, honestly.
Oh, I mean,
Skylar.
I feel like he's too easy of an answer. Because to be fair, he's got a long history in professional play, and there's a good reason why that RRQ keeps on trusting him with not only leadership, but and to guide the next generation, but to also hard carry the team if necessary.
Yeah, so I think if it were to be Skylar, it will have a better story, right, in that sense. But let's see here, right? I mean, yeah.
I think, sorry to cut you, but when we saw the earlier poster, it wasn't even Skylar getting the finals MVP for RQ season 8, right? It was Clay.
It was Clay.
It was Clay.
So technically, he has never gotten a finals MVP.
To be fair, season 8 Clay getting the MVP, it was pretty neck and neck between the two. Oh, season 9. It was pretty neck and neck between the two, honestly.
Season 9, yeah.
Ah, feels bad.
The reminiscence.
Guys, it won't feel bad if you have a Samsung Galaxy, because you guys can sit over at the Team Galaxy Zone, you know, with all the brand ambassadors, the talents, just everyone. And not just that, you guys actually get front row seats to one of the most intense
BRB
best of 7s that we've had in quite some time. Like, I hope it goes all the way, so you guys also still have time to head on over here. Because, you know, who wouldn't want front row tickets, front row seats?
And don't forget to bring ear protection because you still have the entire kingdom behind you. Every time they say the Viva RQ and start with the air batons, you know that the first like 10 rows is just all RRQ.
And even in the game, just like a single kill, or they get like a turret.
Little Wanderer, yeah!
Oh my god, that's so true.
Passionate, man.
And yeah, on the camera, you see the brand ambassadors as well as the talents from TLID. And guys, you know,
girlfriends.
Imagine sitting behind them right now. Starstruck.
At least you don't have to wear ear protection.
Hey, they're allowed too. What do you mean?
They are allowed. They are allowed, to be fair. Whoa!
Yeah, they're wearing protection of their own. They're using Head and Shoulders over there.
Oh my goodness, that is some lush hair.
Beautiful.
Beautiful hair, right? One solution, Head and Shoulders.
That sounds like a very guy thing. It's just like one solution, hair, body, conditioner, no problem. But Head and Shoulders got you guys covered, especially if you got dandruff issues. One-stop shop to saying clean, beautiful hair.
Guys, I'm so sorry, but I just realized why it's called Head and Shoulders.
Don't you dare.
Because dandruff, it falls on your shoulders.
Oh my, where
That's why it's called Head and Shoulders.
have you been,
Oh my
Eternal?
god, guys. Oh, wow.
Why do you think?
I am today years old.
Have you heard of their sister product for psoriasis that I use all the time?
What is it?
Knees and toes.
Are you making a joke or is that for real?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh man.
Hey, look, a lower third.
Oh yeah, what is that? Match point for RRQ. How can TLID win in Game 6? Just play. I'm kidding. Audience topic voting. Let's see the answers.
Baton is not the power. I love
so funny.
I love almost every like lower thirds for TLID is just Aaron Shiki. Is it Aaron Cheeky?
Oh my
not
God.
making a mistake. Aaron Cheeky.
You're actually right.
Yeah, Natan is not the power, Aaron Cheeky.
Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, the Natan.
The Natan has been a little bit of a curse, not gonna lie. It hasn't been looking too great. Even Skylar has, taken an L on his Natan as well.
Because the problem is with the Natan, you need a little bit more time to scale, and so far, we haven't really seen the Natan get to that point, right? The early game being the #1 theme so far.
Yeah, and I think, both times. Well, then again, I feel like RRQ, as much as we expect them to actually drag it out to the late game, feels like TLID really opened themselves up wide for the end game scenario for them, even when they're behind. So I feel like it's more on TLID than RRQ.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm blanking here.
Second pick.
I'm blanking.
Second pick. Okay. If you're a TLID fan, I think they have a chance. Because the first pick selection has been rocking the win rates here this series.
It really has. It really has. Let's jump into the drafting phase here. I'm excited to see whether or not we're going to see something different, something new, innovative, because right now Blue Side has been crushing it despite teams picking red on purpose.
Go big or go home at this point. Can we see finally? Oh, could we potentially be seeing an assassin battle in the jungle for the first time here in this best of 7?
Please.
As we get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE. Alpha being banned out.
Bane.
And the Bane! Let's go!
You got your wish.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
RQ, what do you want to do here? Suyo is still open, but
Matilda.
remember, Matilda is as well. But remember, for TLID, there's the Ling-Angela combo that has been broken by RRQ with the Hayabusa.
It has
Just want to
been
put it on the table there.
Well, to be fair, that game, I feel like that game's a bit of an outlier. It was like one mistake, the game was basically over at that point. I mean, when you're 4-0 at 3 minutes into the game, you know you're not having a good time.
That's the thing. Okay, RRQ, they learned from game 3, I believe, right?
Yes.
Suyo banned out here. And
first pick.
TLID neglecting the Matilda. They went for Phobia's understanding that Dairon was too power. They deny this hero from Dairon.
Okay. So if they do decide to take Matilda, we've seen teams have two opinions about Matilda into the Phobias matchup. One being, yes, I am building up his passive. What are you going to do about it? It's still good because I can heal you. Or B, we better not touch it because now 2 people are going to get affected by Phobias.
But the big question is, if they pick out the Matilda here, who are they going to combo it with? Bane Alpha banned out, Suyo off the table.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I mean, I definitely think he, or even,
That's dirty.
Oh!
That's dirty.
Rats making a comeback.
Guys, Barat's where though? EXP
most
or
likely.
jungle?
Yeah, I mean, it's usually it's
Right?
the
It's dirty!
This current patch with Lingela, Angel Ling. So this draft is, TLID did this draft, Phobias Angel Ling combo yesterday against RQ in the upper brackets.
Yeah, they did. I'm just going to assume that this Baratz is going to go into the EXP lane. Baratz actually has some pretty decent odds against Phobias on account that Baratz gets his stacks first. That is the big thing. If he doesn't have his stacks, he's just like any other hero, if not weaker.
Okay, and now we're going to the second phase, and the ban's starting to make sense, right? Ruby gets eliminated by RRQ. TLID, by the way, guys, first glance, RRQ's composition right now, does it not look like a Blacklist composition? Baratz, Matilda, and the Pyramid.
Maybe a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. It does reflect it quite a lot.
Shout outs to Blacklist, man.
Oh.
But, we're taking a look at this asset as well, right? A little data. Hero pool, RRQ right now with 60 unique picks.
Wow.
What else do they have under their sleeves?
Let's see.
A little too much. A little too much. I feel like they've been hiding a lot of stuff from the longest of times, and now that we're at match point, I think that RQ have nothing left to lose, right? I think so far TLID with the Bruno ban makes sense. They generally want to maintain this early game, especially if Skylar is going to try and win and dominate that lane. But at the same time, it's like, we don't really see what jungle would be effective here for the side of RRQ. I would argue that it's probably going to be the Hayabusa because at least you have iframes to work with.
X-Borg possibility.
X-Borg I think is also good, but then where does the Barats go, right? Do you throw the Barats into the jungle at that point? Do you put the X-Borg in the jungle just so that you don't die against the Ling Angela combo?
Yeah, it's tough. Let's see here. TLID seems like they commit to Skylar man here. Bruno and the Natan. RRQ, will they show their card with this composition? I see a possibility Clint might make to the composition of RRQ.
I think, I mean, with the Matilda, it could be, this is risky, but Irithel, I know it's against the Ling. We have a Brody possibility against the Ling as well. We've seen Skylar utilize it against an assassin. Oh, okay. Julian gets picked up for Sutsujin. So the Barat should be going to the EXP lane now for sure. And there's also a possibility of Moskov for RRQ.
I don't know if RRQ really want to play Moskov here. I think if they are locking in that Moskov, they just want the global presence and the potential to knock Ling away, maybe even Phoveus, because again, you're just stacking up this Phoveus at the end of the day. But I guess they're really confident that Barats is going to make sure that he doesn't go any further.
No, Ruby's banned.
Oh, Ruby's banned. Lunox. Beautiful. Great iframes, and they need an AoE.
All right, so there you go. All right, Khalid Rome, Angela mid. Angela Yeskiel will be the choice.
Last pick for RRQ.
Oh, it's really tough. They can't go Ixia. I think Brody's okay. Moskov would be very, very safe. You're up against the Lunox as well, so you don't have that many great matchups. Maybe the Beatrix, but even then it doesn't feel that great. Not a lot of setup other than the Barats and Julia.
Okay, Irithel.
Yeah.
Doubling down on Irithel.
It's a risk, but I mean, it's Skylar.
It is Skylar, and it's also the Matilda as well for Edok.
Yeah.
We saw that combination earlier before. Guys, championship point. Tell us what you think.
I think that right now Skylar needs to absolutely smurf on TLID. Take sprint, you have to win your lane, you have to skill as fast as possible, because generally RRQ, their team fighting is nasty, but they're going to lack damage.
I think Lunox will be the hero that will take us to Game 7.
Game 7? We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, championship point. We're gonna throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
1 game away from the trophy. 1 game away from glory. 1 game away until the kingdom finally rejoices. It is game number 6. Match point for RRQ Hoshi against Team Liquid ID.
The cavalry will not have it. They will not have it without a fight. Fabian on the lane. The usurper wants the throne. He wants the crown. Ladies and gentlemen, in the land of Dawn we go for a possible final game in the series, but a possible comeback to equalize on the board from the cavalry.
A signature strategy from the cavalry. Great macro presence, great dive in the team fight. And look at that, even in the lane. This Lunox pick certainly is a curveball. RRQ, can they withstand it? Can they find ways to kite back far enough? Skylar!
That's the guy with Whitney! Flickers forward, finds first blood. Will be taken down, but that is a wave, that is a cannon minion that he will lose on top of his life.
Oh, Skylar gets assassinated. Yeskiel burns his flicker. And this lane, the Irithel against the Lunox. Talk to me about that lane, Arashi.
The Irithel against the Lunox, there's so much more sustain built into the Lunox, more burst damage too. So the traits that usually the Irithel can win by being more maneuverable, by just having a lot more burst in the kit, can't really be exploited to the same degree. But look at this!
So the Jin on the Julian, knocked out by Fabian, slain by Fabian. The mercenary down, the usurper will take that kill. Now Tyron trying to stop the farm from being taken, but again for Fabian, it's like taking candy from a baby. You can just take it away. Tyron, Dobok, Witty will try to tank it up. Tyron low, around tanking it up. Fabian just needs one more shot. Defiant Blade to take him down. Brings in Edok, rotating up top. Witty still trying to heal up. Fabian will let that happen. The Shadow Stampede before he backs away. In front of pursuit, Edok will get away.
They were juggling the aggros to dive into Tyron, and Tyron has to die. But TLID, they come out unscathed.
They run.
Gotta respect this. Jin saving the chain, saving the enhanced side. Aaron still able to sustain for a bit. Another level of sustain, but Skylar with a crossbow will get it again on the board for RRQ.
Great move by Jin to just be patient with the usage of the skills there, ensuring that he has it guaranteed. But with that play on the bottom side, more cryo for Team Liquid to the top side. The turtle and a purple buff.
Last time Darren was able to get a miraculous death to this welcome. Will he be able to find him? Wow! A run takes it for him. As he goes for the infinite pursuit, Fabian gets a turtle. He gets the Tempest of Blades, and Dyron will fall for the second time this game.
The usurper plunders the resources of the kingdom, but that was Aran jumping into the backline and giving path for Fabian.
Damage from Weedy, man. And Aran is running the Vengeance too, so even in the late game, if the idea is to just burst down this Phobius, Team Liquid ID has a lot more solutions to try and make that play happen.
Oh, Baby Sandstorm into the back. No Purified for Skylar. Good Netherrealm baiting Witty. Skylar throws the crossbow. Up top and down below. That is Witty again taken out.
That was almost a kill and a half for Witty. He was able to Raging Sandstorm forward. Thankfully, Rins was close by, nearby in the block, and he pops the Netherrealm.
Fabian actually out-farming Jin at this point in time. Skylar actually gets the cart held onto him by Rins. Great coordination as a team there, but Fabian has gotten the Berserker's Fury. Already a big power spike, and every single lane for RRQ is actually in a losing position. The EXP, the gold, and the mid lane all pressured down, even the jungle. So RRQ are playing it super defensive.
We talk to a bot. That's true. We talk about the losing lanes, right, Arashi? But Skylar is able to collect 2 kills. Do you think that is still a losing lane for him?
Dyron. It's gonna be the engage. That's his welcome coming down. Aran trying to tank up the turrets. Fabian doesn't get picked up. It doesn't find the wall. Fabian gets another kill without the purple buff, and it's still off. Take a look at this. He's delaying the purple uptake so that he has it for the turtle. Good brilliance to escape. He's not gonna be taken low. Aaron Shiki will go for it. Finds the kill. Hard guard over. Flicker. Aaron Shiki wants the cavalry to keep fighting. Wants the cavalry to keep charging.
Chaos Shiki with the double kill. He's able to stampede on the kingdom. 2 kills for himself and TLID. They gallop into the castle walls.
Oh man, that's a great fight by Team Liquid ID, winning across the board. RRQ, the issue right now is so many players, so many members of Team Liquid ID can really go invulnerable. The Tempest of Blades, the Brilliance Order, so many ways to outplay, but Widdy.
Good Sand Guard, getting him a bit of HP. That's a Flicker Shadow Stampede to pull him back, but Widdy was able to get the Raging Sandstorm. Now Aaron put some damage back. Skylar, that heavy crossbow starting to hurt now, but Aaron will be able to respect it, will be able to get the healing from Yehezkiel, who has rotated bottom lane.
3 of the 4 kills only onto Widdy though. Definitely far from ideal for RRQ. The gold lead, however, was at 3,000 more or less. Now it's down to 2,000. You're seeing the mid game here for RRQ looking a bit more alive, especially with the power spikes for Skylar. Being a crit build, you actually get a bit more value from the first few items compared to the whole shred that requires the Trinity to really get things going. But of course, Fabian has a lot of damage.
Really trade, hard guard comes down. Skylar able to escape her now. Julian, Sutsujin, walking to the bottom lane. Aaron will just shove this wave together with the hard guard on him still to get Prio on the map. Meanwhile, Fabian up top, getting the turret. That is a tier 1.
Look at how much attention they're giving towards Skylar. Skylar's just getting bullied over and over again by Widdy and the Lunox in the hands of Aaron Shiki. The rotations is pulling apart the players of RRQ.
Rins, Stampede, Aaron! No flicker. Dead. On the Brilliance, Chaos to escape. Aaron jumps into the midst of it all to help his teammate, Circling Eagle, to knock 2 up. But Widdy's right there to prevent that from being a full dive.
RRQ transitioning to more of an Ube style here. You can see it. They're moving together as a unit. It almost seems like right now, the deciding factor is whether or not Rins can make the right call. If he follows the movements of Team Liquid ID and identifies which lane is going to be under aggression from the cavalry, then he can use that Netherrealm to negate that whole outcome and keep the game going just that much longer into that mid game that RRQ can use.
When we talk about the LID composition, they're more of a dive composition, but you talk about how Aran is there to become the front line. You have the peel as well from Widdy. How is the Julian supposed to access the backline?
Oh!
What happens?
Enhanced sword trying to run away. Netherrealm already baited out now. Comes the Blades on the Sutsujin, who will fall. The Mercenary down. Skylar very low. Fabian leaving the Blades again as they put a pursuit back on 2! To the bottom. Onic Force procs are eternal. Aran will continue to zone him away, but a Stampede brings him back. Aran will jump in. If you're gonna kill me, it'll be on my terms.
Just relentless aggression. That is the way the Phobias operates. That's gonna be a neutral objective. Some turrets as well for Team Liquid ID. Extending the goal lead to 4K. RRQ making maneuvers happen, trying their best to read into Team Liquid ID, but there's just so many tools to kind of keep your eyes on. The Raging Sandstorm, the Tempest of Blades, now Susujin.
Oh, purple buff stolen. Fabian stealing it away. This time Aaron has the flicker, so RRQ will not continue that chase.
So Tsujin pulverized, torn apart by the cavalry. He hasn't been able to come online. Oh, 3 on the Julian. If the Julian is this beaten into a pulp, how effective it is going to be as the time progresses, Arashi?
Fortunately for the Julian, you can kind of still operate as a card control tool technically with the enhanced chain. But ideally for Susujin, he still wants some more damage. But Skylar face checks!
Raging Sandstorm over to Skylar, has a heavy crossbow, has this Shadow Stampede to help him as well. Zeta walks forward, Witty will actually be threatened there. Now able to heal back up. Aaron, that's a big power spike.
Second item, Holy Crystal. Talk to me about this, Arashi.
Just more scaling, right? More numbers to really add damage to your kit. And for now, there's not really a lot of magic damage, especially in the 1v1 against Skylar, and magic defense, I mean. So Iron can really abuse this. And he's been playing very aggressively because he knows he has an invulnerability tool to get out of the ganks of RRQ. They don't have a lot of repeated engagements, but look at that. Witty.
Stampede, Witty. And half chain finding him. Witty will not try to commit any of his resources. Heck, he doesn't have any resources to spend, but Fabian, on the other hand, Usurper will stay busy. Flava Fave with a tier 2 traded for the Roamer's life. Dyron unable to get that cheeky Decimus welcome. The flicker was not up.
He's turbo farming his items, right? 3 item power spiked, BOD completed. And now the question becomes, how is RRQ going to match that side lane pressure the TLID will constantly have in the hands of Fabian?
I don't think they have any easy way of doing so. The best they can do is use Mathilda to kind of elevate their movement around the map. But even then, the way that RRQ is playing this Uwe against this Assassin, it just makes it so difficult for them to actually get any winning circumstances. And keep in mind, later on with the Vengeance, Aran can last a lot longer in the front line. So it really feels like RRQ have to bait out some spells and then make their way back in. Use the Mathilda Guiding Wind to just allow themselves to bait out some of the resources. Because in a full-on 5v5, I don't see them coming out on top.
Run in a 1v3 so far, not even.
Yeah, they're all running away for dear lives, and look at that. The Lord Free conceded by RRQ. They can't really pressure back TLI. Ooh, Skylar.
Good poke. That's an ultimate down though. Lord is still pushing on the top side, and the purple buff always, Team Liquid ID, playing classic. The right way to just shut down your opposing jungler. Just keep going for these invades, knowing that you have the frontline advantage, you have the damage advantage, you have the macro advantage even. There's not much that RRQ can do here without really making a lot of sacrifices elsewhere.
They have total control of the second half of the map. The Lord even wanting to siege towards the turret.
Aaron shaking with the Ruby DD combo. Dyron taking very low. Netherrealms is safe in the Vengeance pot. They're ready for a run. Coming to blade from Fabian. Dyron trying to go for the Death as well. Will not be able to find a Fabian now. Dyron, did he find Fabian? And the Usurper shall fall in the hands of the Mercenary. Skylar on the chase for Yehezkiel. But TLID, they back away. They think it's worth it to trade Fabian for the base turret. And I think they were right to make that call.
Again, the soldiers of the kingdom, they hug the Crown Prince, protected with their palm of the hands, and Fabian, he falls down in that altercation.
That is a bold move from Team Liquid ID to go for a dive under a turret against a Faramis, against a Julian. Wow, they just kept going for it. And I really believe, obviously, that the plan wasn't to really trade Fabian for that pickup. But hey, a familiar face.
LJ. Of course, MPL IDX streamer presented to you by our coffee. Good day. He's out there.
He's out there, man, just lingering, just watching.
There you go.
Oh,
revelation.
He realizes. There you go. Woo.
W-man.
Oh, what the heck was that? Where did Enoch go, Fabian? Wants to dive in over the rims this time. Time to blaze used up, Dyron. Netherrealm cancelled. And there you go, Raging Sandstorm on the 2. Darren still has immortality, but now it's gonna be Aran with Infernal Pursuit in towards the base. No minions, they will lose Aran. But they've taken Edok and Darren down.
Oh, they're knocking on the doorsteps of the castle that the kingdom has been able to build. But I feel like no, they don't want to exert even more pressure. They will back away. Discipline, as they've learned from their mistakes.
There's nothing to get right now on the map anyways. I think what that was is Team Liquid ID making a statement to RRQ. Hey, you wanna walk out of your base, you have to remember that we are danger. And we will punish you if you just overstep your limits. Purple buff secured by Syzygen though. And you're seeing level 15 for both junglers. RRQ slowly but surely trying to catch up with the farm. But man, when it comes to pressure, nothing they can do right here. Tyrant taking so much damage only with a handful of spells.
Is there a scenario where RRQ is able to match TLID in a 5v5 Lord take?
The longer the game goes, in theory with the Netherrealm, it is possible. But the problem is, Team Liquid ID don't have to go for that. They have the macro play with the Angela, with the Link. Why would they go for a frontal 5v5 against a Faramis, against a marksman? Look at Witty.
Oh, Witty looking for a flank angle. He might be able to catch Syzygen, but no backup close by. So he's all alone, stranded in an island, just becoming a distraction for the TLID cavalry to take down the Lord.
Interesting play right there. Witty with the movement speed bonus from the passive, actually going and threatening the bottom side. And again, RRQ can't afford to split apart from each other. This almost seems like the same idea with the Yves Natan, just with a different format with the Faramis Erythal. But it's just not the same kind of shred. There'll be more bursts available by Skylar, but he needs to find the right targets. Technically against the assassin it can work, but with the hard guard, this is why that Angeline combo is just so difficult to deal with. And especially with the fleeting time available, there will be no hesitation from the Hezkiel to just pop that hard guard again and again. And Fabian, man, he is just up there at this point.
Yeah, this Ube combo is working at its best for RRQ to defend their base, but now can they hold the second Lord marching in?
Fabian, chunk load, Time Blade, and the Tempest of Blades. Lord, will not be utilized to its fullest. RRQ dealt with it quite well.
Is that a loss, Rashi?
I think that is a loss. Team Liquid ID get some ways to push, to clear on their own, denying gold from the Team Liquid ID members, and then the waves can get caught by RRQ, no problem. There was no dangerous moment there that they can go for a fight, they can punish. They did not get more damage, or too much damage, onto the base turrets. Team Liquid ID, it really felt like they didn't really set up the waves at all there.
Yeah, it was all just done and dusted. The Lord evaporated in mere seconds by RRQ. And it feels like it's harder to be able to lay claim on the backline of RRQ. The fact that they have a lot of layers before they could access their hands towards Skylar.
Witty. No, whoa, God, wait. Gotta respect this. Oh! Fabian gunned down. Well, now it's starting to hurt. Now that hard guard isn't able to save him all that well. A run. So able to run away. Fabian clearing up top. TLID escaping from the clutches of RRQ.
Look at that though. 3 ultimates for the side of Team Liquid. Now the full vs doesn't really count, but RRQ are forced to just blow everything almost immediately. That is the amount of danger that they can sense from Team Liquid ID. But especially for Fabian, he needs to be very careful right now.
He does.
Burst damage, right? Assassins, surprisingly, are quite weak to it. From the Erythal, from the Beatrix. We've seen it before. So 3 hits in the late game will be enough.
Whoa, look at that.
Wow. Fabian able to react in time. That would have been game-changing had that hit.
And now for TLID, of course, they want to bank on Fabian, but Aaron Shiki hasn't been able to see much of daylight with the damage that he's supposed to deal, with the way that he was supposed to dive to the backline of RRQ, but it seems like he's not getting the airtime that he needs.
Right now, it's just unfortunate for Team Liquid that the Lunox pick allowed them to be so aggressive to just bully Skylar, but now in the late game, when they just go for that big engage and they use all the ultimates, it's almost like game over, right? RRQ, if they can survive the initial burst, will be able to do a lot more damage. But Syzygen need to be careful. Preemptive plays have been rampant in Season 14.
Now it feels like they want to try to contest the Lord. But this time around, TLID is just juggling it. Enticing RRQ to come inside.
They can't.
Shrouded in secrecy, they have this done. They get the 3rd Lord. Courtesy of Aaron Shiki.
And again, the Kings are forced into their own castle against Skylar though. Ooh, wow. Aran able to stop that engage from happening. Only a mere few seconds, almost 9,000 damage. The fact that Weedy was able to just Raging Sandstorm out, and the leftover damage actually splashed over to Aaron, taking him down to almost half. That's a lot of burst damage. 4-1 and 4. Skylar hasn't technically been shut down completely. It's only a 5k gold difference, and we've seen that with the right composition, even 10k can be mitigated by the base, by the safety that the base provides for you. Around though, going more and more tanky. Ooh, look at the damage though.
Ridiculous damage.
In and out.
Ridiculous healing too.
And that was a Holy Crystal purchased by Yehezkiel.
Seal. Witty, Aran walking up. Oh my god! Now goes over in front of Pursuit. Raging Sandstorm onto them. It's not gonna be enough to take anyone down. Just another round right now. It's just gonna be one member taken out. Sujin still able to deal with the waves.
They hold.
That's another block from Dyron. Fabian will be caught. He buys the immortality, but I don't think he can live. He buys the winner crown. The usurper is hard to kill. Oh, but he is not immortal.
Is this the turnaround the kingdom is looking for? They defend their castle, and they will advance forward.
The risky play by Team Liquid ID, and they did not even get a base tower for their troubles. In the bottom lane, it was saved. RRQ with 22 seconds before Fabian, the menace, the usurper, is back on the map to have an impact. They can use this to set up all the traps, all the pressure. But look at Rinse. Ready, Sandstorm! And Aaron Shinking capitalizes! Now with a hard guard onto Aaron as an enhanced chain onto 2. Aaron still able to dish out some damage with a crown and immortality built by Sutsujin. With the help of the photo and an enhanced chain forward. TLID now on the chase. The cavalry.
They advance.
Will charge. Witty walks forward. Dyron tied up by Yehezkiel. He will be mobilized. He will be taken out. Yehezkiel is on a killing spree. And TLID have been able to bait RRQ out of their castle now. Another siege into the base. Rinse, no Netherrealm. Just yet. You'll have to wait. Sutsujin will use the enhanced sword to escape. That's a circling eagle. Eat out with a flicker. In front of pursuit.
Skylar.
Forward. Another round coming down. Now Sutsujin trying to clear out the waves, and he won't be able to do it right now. But no! The cannon minion! One cannon minion was all it took. TLID stay alive in a best of 7. They will not let their dreams be shattered just like that.
A game of inches. The cavalry steadfast. Still galloping. Still in the dreams of the revolution. One hole in the castle walls. We take it to game number 7.
Game number 7. And the final game of this match. It is a close grand finals. Team Liquid ID, after a series of moments that had us doubting the possibility of a full series, they have done it. One moment is all it took. This is exactly why we're watching high-tier Mobile Legends.
My oh my. There was a chance. There was a scenario where RRQ was able to turn it around. They got the assassination towards Fabian, towards the usurper. They execute him. But still, TLID with a Hail Mary play coming in from Yehezkiel and Chaos Shiki. It all turned around, and game 7 it is.
The cavalry have always bowed down to the king. In the regular season, 2 legs it was. But they had to bow down, kneel before the king. In the upper bracket finals, we expected something different with a 2-0 start. Yet they still had to bend the knee. But today, it might be the day they finally conquer the kings. They finally usurp the throne.
Now then. Game 7. What will happen? Will the castle walls still stay intact? Or will the cavalry complete their revolution, their rebellion, their revolt towards the prince on the way to become a king? Will it all be stolen away from the clutches of the kingdom?
A final showdown on the field of battle. The forces of the kingdom against the swift and aggressive cavalry. And for the first time since Season 8, we will have a full 7-game grand finals.
Panelists, are you not entertained?
one of those rare moments that I'm pretty sure everyone around the globe watching right now and everyone at the venue they're getting goosebumps, right? We're going all the way to a best of 7, and we spoke about this in the beginning that this is going to be the battle of the ages, and we truly are seeing it. Both of these teams are adapting on the fly with one another, and it's not just the players but also the coaches as they go and try to play that chess match into like its utmost moment. And I don't have any words. I'm dead. I'm gone.
I mean, STL constantly, and as well as Skewed, they're a chess match, right? It seems like SDL Game 6 here. Enough is enough. Let's take away the Bane. Let's take away the Alpha. Let's go raw. Fist fight, assassin v assassin. Technically, Julian is not an assassin, but you can call it an assassin. But yes, Ling, Fabian, Flavor Fave, showing flavor in that game.
I'm telling you, the pucker factor of this game continues to just hold on, man. It's really stressful to see because even you can tell that this match is painting a huge toll. Taken a huge toll on both TLID and as well as RRQ. I think that RRQ is handling it a lot better, but TLID, right, when you see the momentum, they really love to push that, and they're doing everything in their power not to make a mistake, and this dive on the top side, right, initially just goes to show they're really nervous, like, man, I want to take you out, but I don't want to trade at all.
They're learning from their mistakes, right? They're trying their hardest to not replicate the same thing that they did back in the past few games that we saw earlier on. And the fact that it was just the cherry on top, right? Go big or go home. Fabian just really pulls through with the signature Ling that we were so excited to finally see the Angela come into play as well. And it's a tough toss-up, right? Because essentially, in theory, the Faramis is going to hinder a lot of these movements, but you see Fabian being able to work around it. But you did mention, Gideon, what did you say about Rins in the game?
I mean, I said that if there was a time as a Calvary fan for Rins to suck, I wish he sucked now because he was hitting some insane Netherrealms. The timings of them were ridiculous, and that's what really dragged this game out. But give it up for the MVP here, winning on his Khalid.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S14 FE.
Witty, again. I mean, when he's given the hero that he is comfortable, i.e. not Tigreal, yeah, Witty performs, man. 448 again. And he was one of the main factors, right? He made a lot of space in the mid-game especially.
So much space here. However, I will say, Witty's early game definitely was questionable when it came down to the gold side of the map. I think that even Aaron Shiki was probably looking at him and was like, hey, come on, don't make this lane harder than it already is. I've already dealt with him. I have a winning matchup. Like, you don't need to spice things up anymore.
And we saw that be reflected into how fast Skylar was also getting the item power spikes, right? He was fat. Look, he's at 4-1-1 at this point.
So, I mean, the one time that he died, it was a triple kill. A triple kill for Aaron Shiki. So, I think that it really is boiling down to execution. At the same time, the draft from RRQ's side gave them a very narrow win condition unless they outperform their opponents.
Really shows how, again, stable Team Liquid can be if Witty has the right tools. Here, this is the play. That last sequence, he opened things up alongside Aaron Cheeky. Yeah, I mean, without the flicker even, he has, the flicker is still on cooldown. That is where the collapse, somehow a deja vu of game 5. That same bush that RRQ made the play.
It's hard to say, right? Because again, I think there's been a lot of conditioning that has been going into this game, whether it's from draft or even the plays. But even now, with movements across the map, I think a lot of the team members are being very conscious about, hey, I'm not going to rotate this way 2 times in a row. You can see how paranoid both sides are, and I think that Rince, under the pressure right now, he's starting to look like a diamond as long as he picks up that fire miss. So far, I'm hoping, especially as a Calvary fan, that he's going to underperform in this next game, because based off of, honestly, based off of where the drafts have been going, blue side has been winning consistently, so therefore RRQ should technically take that final game.
You know what? I feel like it's getting quite unfair for RRQ here on the panel. I think we need another Arashi on the panel, maybe.
I can be a kingdom. I can be a kingdom for 2 seconds.
Or
1, 2.
That's it. 2 seconds.
That's as much Ghana can give them.
Okay.
That's the
okay.
charity.
We'll take it. We'll take it. So reflecting back onto this, I heard you guys mentioning some comments about them not going in for magic defense. Now, my question is that an error, or were they just so concerned about Fabian's damage that they had to, prioritize magic defense later on in the game?
Well, there's two sides to the argument. Initially, me and Gotti did notice that, hey, there was a lack of MR. We see that the Athena shields coming out from, even Edok came super late into the game. He got Enchanted Talisman. He was already building up to maybe, I'm not sure whether he wanted to go for something crazy like a Genius Wand, but definitely Flask of Oasis. Then finally, he got the Athena shield. And then you look at everybody else, right? You notice, wait a minute, nobody really has MR other than Dyrin, but even if he has a Radiant Armor, but he's still small Dino, it's not really going to do too much. A lot of this was just because of Rins and that how effective his Netherrealm is. You can see Glass Cannon builds all the way through. Even for Skylar, right? He swapped out his items midway saying, hey, I know I trust you, Rins, but after the Netherrealm, I need to survive with just a little bit of help. That's all I need.
I mean, with the additions to that, right? They are banking on Rins with the Netherrealm, but what it allows for Aaron Shiki, he built the Genius Wand early as well, because hey, no MR, no Athena, okay, a couple of Silence Robes, but still it can penetrate with the Genius Wand. And Shiki got a couple of assists, important hits with the Brilliance, with the Chaos Assault as well, and that allowed as well Team Liquid to have more control. The map was blue, 70% of that early mid, the map was blue.
It's completely controlled by TLID. You can even see it reflected in the gold difference as well. Here and there, we do see some ups and downs in the previous games, but in this game in particular, it was just full control by TLID.
I can't even say that it was full control, because you saw how many times they were like, man, it's getting really hard to end this. Let's just keep throwing ourselves at the wall and eventually we might outplay them.
Because I didn't think that they had enough siege, right? I mean, they went in for the Angela in the mid lane. They had the Lunox in the gold lane. They didn't have as much damage, like an Irithel, let's say, to go in for the siege. So it was difficult, granted, we'll give them that. But finally, they were able to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, very evidence showing as well why the Matilda Faramis is also very strong while defending when the opposition is lacking siege, right? You got the Favor, you got the Flask as well, plus the Netherrealm allows you to supplement. And of course, Skylar, such a mobile hero on this Irithel, allows him to move around here and there, healing damage, basic attacks, auto attacks, and at the end of the day, Team Liquid got the edge though.
But now for sure, RRQ are gonna go for blue side, right? Right?
The theme is,
I mean, that's how the game's been going so far, right? I would only imagine that whoever's getting blue side is going to get the significant advantage unless we see something different, which we did see here in game number 6 with the bans. So I can only imagine that if they do get blue side again, I don't think the bans are going to be the same, and I think a lot more of the traditional Banes and as well as the Alphas are going to get through, because that's a lot of why RRQ has been finding success.
I agree. That's why. I think they'd want blue side.
Yeah.
They want to force the chip on the red side, right?
Well, yeah, that too. That's definitely a good point. But even so, it's a 50-50 here. I mean, good luck to both of these teams.
Oh, okay. We're gonna throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar with an interview with an interesting person. So we're just gonna get that, get to that. I mean, I'm losing it. Take it away, Bude.
Spesial.
Apa yang spesial ya?
Apa ya?
Apa ya?
Tadi sih udah bisik-bisik ya. Mau dikasih sekarang nggak sih?
Pantun.
Boleh.
Oke. Ke Bandung mahal ongkos.
Cakep.
Liquid mahal nih bos.
Waduh. Gugun memang ya di sini banyak banget yang rindu tentunya. Tapi Gugun, kita melihat di sini bahwa kamu adalah salah satu orang yang punya sejarah di season lalu. Memiliki title Rookie of the Season. Tapi Gugun, gimana sih kamu ngelihat rookie-rookie sekarang yang banyak banget bertebaran di Grand Final. Tapi mereka bisa berperform sangat kuat gini nih.
Kalau aku ngelihatnya ya rookie-rookie yang ada di Grand Final ini mereka lebih spesial sih. Kayak mereka punya mekanik yang lebih jago, terus punya mental gitu sih. Punya mental lah.
Wow, mental itu paling penting pastinya ya.
Mental paling penting buat main di MPL.
Mental paling penting. Tapi ngeliat grand final ini, best of 7, kamu nyangka nggak sih bakal seberat ini untuk kedua tim?
Nyangka sih, karena mereka sama-sama jago, terus mereka sama-sama punya mekanik, sama-sama pinter juga sih. Dua tim yang kuat lah season ini.
Apakah ini yang spesial dimiliki oleh para rookie yang ada di grand final ini yang tidak dimiliki oleh rookie-rookie lain?
Iya, karena aku lihat sih mereka gameplaynya juga jago banget sih.
Jago banget.
Jago banget, pakai banget.
Pakai banget. Karena kita tahu sendiri kalau Gugun sendiri dia itu sempat satu tim bersama dengan Rins dan juga Idok. Gimana kamu melihat sekarang mereka berperform di grand final ini bersama dengan tim RRQ?
Aku ngeliat mereka jauh lebih improve daripada di MDL dulu sih. Kayak mereka tuh punya hero masing-masing yang lebih banyak lah sekarang daripada yang dulu. Terus mekaniknya juga jauh lebih jago daripada yang dulu.
Berkembang banget nih, jadi
Jauh.
pada saat bersamamu dahulu sama sekarang udah kayak peng.
Ya kayak melambung tinggi lah.
Melambung tinggi. Pernah berjuang bersama, kali ini mereka juga harus berjuang untuk grand final. Tapi gimana kalau halnya dengan tim Liquid nih? Ada juga Favian, ada Aaron, ada Widi.
Favian Acu ya. Favian Acu sih jago banget ya. Apalagi tadi main link kan. Bantai-bantai.
Oh, jadi memang dari hero-nya masing-masing tuh kedua tim ini punya yang spesial ya?
Iya.
Dan untuk satu game terakhir, menurutmu apa sih yang harus terpenting nih untuk kedua tim ini?
Kalau udah game terakhir sih biasanya mental sih yang penting. Mental.
Ada nggak mungkin tips untuk memperkuat mental untuk para player?
Apa ya? Mungkin semangat aja sih. Semangat terus ya mungkin have fun aja sih, nothing tulus aja sih.
Have fun and nothing tulus, itu yang harus mereka miliki. Kita memiliki dua tim yang ada di grand final ini, mereka memang sedang berjuang untuk menjadi juara, tapi kedua tim udah punya slot untuk M6. Nyangka nggak dua tim ini yang bakal mewakili Indonesia?
Nyangka sih, aku ngeliat mereka dari regular season mereka konsisten, terus tiap minggunya juga mereka improve sih, nggak nge-stuck.
King Gugun, ngelihat betapa improve-nya dari kedua tim ini, gimana halnya mereka berjuang untuk nama Indonesia di kancah internasional, Gun? Kita bisa melangkah jauh nggak sih?
Kalau aku ngelihatnya sih bisa sih. Paling hambatannya tuh paling dari tim PH sih. Kalau aku ngelihatnya tim Onyx doang sih. Onyx PH.
Berarti sejauh mana nih kira-kira nih?
Mungkin grand final harusnya bisa sih.
Grand final! Wah, memang menjadi salah satu tujuan kita karena ini adalah di Aksiata lagi, kembali lagi. Kita ingin meramaikan grand final. Namun untuk kontender sekarang kamu pasti ngeliat dong region-region lain. Bagaimana sih kamu ngeliat mungkin dari perbedaan setiap regionnya dan mana nih yang bakal menjadi region terberat kita yang akan kita lawan?
Kalau menurut aku sih kalau buat season sekarang sih PH sih. Dari Onyx sama Aurora sih. Karena mereka tim baru juga kan di internasional kan.
Masih ya, masih menjadi PH. Philippines menjadi lawan yang akan berat. Wow, kalau dari sekarang sendiri di grand final ini, di game yang ke-7 kita akan menyaksikan banyak sekali aksi-aksi di internasional pun juga. Apa nih harapan yang mungkin Gugun ingin sampaikan kepada dua perwakilan Indonesia kita yang akan berjuang di M6?
Harapannya sih semoga lebih konsisten sama lebih improve lah. Semoga kalian bisa kalahin tim PH. Dan bawa pulang piala M6.
Mantap, amin semuanya. Dan hari ini akan menjadi penentuan siapa yang akan mengangkat piala untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14. Kita akan bersama-sama masuk ke dalam Grand Final. Game penentuan, game yang akan bisa menjadi satu gong untuk tim. Akankah RRQ Hosi atau tim Liquid ID? Mari kita sambut bersama dengan panelis. Monggo. Mangga. Thank you Gugun.
Thank you Bude.
Thank you, Bude Clara Mongsar, as well as thank you, Gugun. It's so great to see him, come to the venue. He's now with MDL, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just the different generations of TLID making their way here. It's heartwarming, right? We have the Gugun era. We have the face hugger era in the building. We also have the new era with Aaron Shiki, Weedy, as well as Fabian. So very interesting. But welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. We're down to the final game in this best of 7. We're going to the 7th game, and it's so weird because season after season, it feels like there's like a common trend. Do you remember there was like this one season where all across the globe it was a full 4-0?
Yes.
And now we're getting 4-3s, NACT, MPLBH.
Now MPL
Maybe MPLMY?
Hey, don't put the onus on us here. We don't know what's going to happen there, man. We're the most entertaining region. We're not consistent with it.
But what's consistent is GoPay, right? GoPay has just been so consistent, especially for us gamers, because it's the go-to wallet for gamers with huge damage. You guys can grab diamonds while GoPay Games treats you with up to a 15,000 cash back. And you might wonder, what does that mean? It means that when you top up diamonds on GoPay Games, you'll get up to 15,000 of your balance back. Can you imagine that? It's the best place to top up for games with always fair as well as affordable prices. And payments are secure as well because you pay directly with GoPay, so you don't have to worry about that. All you need to do is top up directly at gopay.co.id/games and you get that 15K cashback.
You can also, hear me out, Gideon, now you can vote for your favorite team. Last chance, all right, in every MPL ID Season 14 match, of course, regular season, playoffs now, this is the final game, on the GoPay app and collect as many tokens as possible to win free prizes. From MLB skins, GoPay coins, gaming phones, and hear me out again, electric motorbike.
Dude, that's crazy because another crucial resource for gamers is to make sure that your game runs smoothly by getting your mobile credit through the new GoPay app at cheap prices. Get 15K worth of credit only for 9,900. That is ridiculously cheap.
Value.
Triple V. Triple V. VVV. Also splitting bill with friends, all right? Very easy, very convenient because there's a feature, split bill feature. Just take a photo of the receipt and the GoPay will do it all for you.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Spill bill?
Spill bill. Spill bill.
Oh,
I know for a fact that Gonnie's gonna remember that next time.
I mean, I hope he does. I mean, that's a golden moment right there.
Split the bill.
Split the bill every single time.
Did you say gold?
Yes, I did say that was a golden moment.
Golden moment, interesting. That reminds me of UBS Gold and their current collaboration with MPL Season 14. You guys can check it out at ubslifestyle.com or the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce where, you know, there's the Benedetta Electro Katana and there's the Mythic Warrior. And the thing is, with every purchase of the limited edition, you guys have a chance to, you will get a free skin. Wow.
Here's the thing, Fnatic Onyx, they got 4 rings. Courtesy of UBS.
Are you gonna be the new M1? Are you gonna be the new Evo?
Hey.
Gideon, do you know about this?
10,
right?
11,
I do.
13.
It's been a million years, and Evos are still bragging about their M1 trophy. I'm getting
it's not a million years though.
A little bit of that
There's
from
a
the
huge
Onyx fans.
difference regarding the timeline of M1 and Season 13.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about like overall dominance, like how far are we going back here? It's just like, oh, we were MSC champions once, you know? You pull it even further. We won MSC champions twice, technically. You pull it even further back. I mean, yeah, you want a couple of MPLs, but at the end of the day, I think people need to understand that the next generation is here. They are here.
They landed.
They landed.
What's wrong with me saying they landed?
You're making them sound like babies come from pelicans. They just drop from the sky.
They don't?
Yes, as a...
I watched it in a movie. That's not how it works.
As a Christian man.
But, Gideon, you know, you've been here for quite some time. Have
Very
you got
long.
the chance to enjoy a Tropicana ice cream?
You mean the Tropicana double crunch?
Yes.
Not single, double.
Not single.
One tier. Just one tier. From all our single gamers out there. This is the only time.
Okay. You have us.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because Campina, of course, is the ice cream for gamers to boost your energy to not just mid-tier, to not just high-tier, to God-tier level. caramel ice cream with double chocolate for double the crunch. And also, you can feel the excitement of snacking on Tropicana Double Crunch while gaming. Grab yours now at the Campina booth.
Or, I'll just grab one for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Specifically for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
We need to take care of our guests.
Yeah, of course. Remember, double the crunch.
God tier level.
Why you gotta roll those R's,
we
man?
need to release the tension.
Yeah. 3-3.
Phrasing.
Okay.
I mean, it is high stakes here right now. And the best, how I know it's high stakes, none of the audience members left. Usually between games, they go out, chill out, maybe get a drink, maybe get a Tropicana. Nobody moved. Everybody is waiting for this final game.
Wow, that's actually true. You guys get to see it, ladies and gentlemen. El Dorado Bandung. This is outside, by the way.
What the heck? I thought we were looking on the inside.
Oh, this is outside, Gideon.
They're sitting on the floor.
The free watch party that's outside, for those of them who weren't able to secure the tickets, it was sold out so quickly. They're actually waiting outside, watching together. Oh, man.
There are no roofs over their heads. They are sitting outside in the wilderness, exposed to the elements to watch this game.
You're painting Bandung as like a really
It's not.
weird place.
No, it's just the situation that they're in right now.
That's true. It could rain at any time. But that's the enthusiasm. That's the commitment, ladies and gentlemen.
My God.
Okay, audience topic voting. Game 7 is the decider. How can RRQ become the MPL? Did Arashi write this? Excuse me? What is this? Huh?
What is this?
It's because they lost game 6.
Oh, okay.
It's because they lost game 6.
Sorry. Okay, keeping it professional. Go all in and all out. 51%. Okay.
Nicely done.
Thank you, guys.
Majority rules.
That really helps.
It does. No, it does a lot because I think right now that's what a lot of teams experience. It's not about the tactical genius. You leave that up to your coach. You got to perform right here, right now. Oh.
Yep.
Well.
RQ.
Well. Is it really a surprise, though?
Nope.
The theme is first pick. I think it was only TL dropped the game when they were blue side.
Yeah, once in the
game
series.
3, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. They were trying to figure out this new strat that RRQ deployed against them, and I think now they've adapted to it. But now RRQ, it's their turn because they have the initiative to determine what's going to come in that draft.
Boy, oh boy.
Ooh.
One last hurrah.
One last hurrah. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, for this trophy that you see on screen. Both of these teams have been fighting with their sweat, blood, and tears up until this point. We've had so many full series from the regular season, full best of 3s, full best of 5s when we made it to the playoffs, and now, are you not entertained? A full best of 7 for the grand finals as we welcome the final drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE as RRQ begin with the fanny ban.
All right, getting the standards out of the way. The chip is gonna get banned out here, and I'm expecting Suyo to also end up in that ban list in this first phase. But keep in mind, Saito Lucas decided to get rid of both the Alpha and the Bane in the previous match, but he doesn't have that many slots this time around on red side.
That's the thing. RRQ keeping the pattern after game 1 as well. Hilda seems like the hero that Iran really is powerful with in this playoff. So yeah, RRQ sticking with the theme. Let's ban the Hilda out as expected. Suyo following next. TLID though, what will they ban for last?
Depends, what do RRQ ban here?
Khalid.
Wait, they're willing to give up Cho. This is the first time where we might actually see Cho make it through the draft.
Is that a bait though?
I don't know, unless RRQ takes it first pick, because now in terms of like raw first picks, there's not too many good ones. You could, Cho is a super safe one, but even Phoveus is a good counter that too.
Matilda,
Phoveus, Dyren.
Power,
Phoveus.
Oh, I thought ban Dyren. I agree.
Get him at the ankle.
Oh my
Okay.
God. Okay.
TLID with the final ban, and now they have to make a decision. Oh, okay. They're gonna trade. Jushin being banned out here. RRQ, guys, there's a lot of picks available. Bane, Matilda, Phoveus, Alpha, Yves, Joe.
4 Witty.
I mean, the fact that they let Cho through, I think that RQ might, it's a good flex pick. It does pretty well. It does pretty well in the EXP, even against Phoveus. At least you have ways to mitigate his damage and poke. It can be flexed into the side, but they decide to go Matilda instead. I wonder. There's still so many open picks here.
Okay. Speaking of red side, blue side though, earlier. Red side win rate is MPL ID 51% third if you compare it to the 5 regions of MPL.
It's interesting that it's still a 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Because so far we've been seeing teams find a lot more success in the playoffs, specifically on blue side. We're seeing very similar numbers as well across the regions, but we're going back into the game here. This is important now. Cho and Angela for TLID.
Oh boy. Now Kescute has to answer the question, do I pick up Ling? Or do I just maybe go Bane, maybe just go pick up the Phoveus plus the Bane? There's so many ways to actually answer this.
I think...
Oh, true, Bane.
Yeah, I mean, TLID, they're not going to use a flex card. Putting things up here, he has dealt with the Angela, most likely. Alpha Faramis or Rins. Yeah, I mean, without the Jushin, Rins, you mentioned how the Faramis was clutch last game, and this pick might be the game changer for RQ.
It could just be it. This third pick, I'm thinking maybe a jungler here because it's going to get pinched in that second phase. We could look for another just big flex. At the same time, they could just lock in their mid laner or something with high AoE to stop Netherrealm.
I think Davian's role is too important.
Yeah.
No way.
It's going to be the Ling.
Yeah.
Angel Ling online again, ladies and gentlemen. Will this combination bring them their first trophy? Second phase, here we go.
Oh, dude, I can't. With the chance, it's making me nervous thinking about this draft, man.
Me too.
Oh my goodness.
I'm feeling it. Okay. We'll start with TLID. Into the second phase, what do we need to respect? Technically, the Irrital from Skylar.
Yeah.
That's the win rate has faltered in the face of Cho. So do they still want to ban that out? They don't. They go for the Phoveus.
Oh, yeah, Phoveus is going to be necessary here. But I think now the real question, because Kescute has already basically locked into the alpha.
Yeah.
At this point, there's not a lot of disengage. I would make an argument for wave clear could be a potential problem, but then again, Skylar can play Beatrix, right? But there's not a lot of catch. So it's a lot of peeling, it's a lot of sustain. So where's that damage going to come from?
Guys?
Yes?
What about X-Borg for TLID?
X-Borg, TLID. EXP X-Borg.
I don't think so. I don't think so unless they see more tanks from the side of RRQ. Because even if you do throw him in,
there's the Matilda.
There's the Matilda, right? There's no escaping it.
Honestly, I was thinking,
They've kind of locked. I mean, TLID have definitely locked themselves into this comp because of the Angeling combo. I think now picking up a Beatrix for the side of TLD might be a pretty good idea. It's got a lot of a wave clear, it's got a lot of damage, and most importantly, it's got AoE abilities to deal with the Netherrealm.
Ooh, that's a good ban. That's a good ban by RQ. You were talking about how everything is very set in stone in terms of the flex, so TLID, they need magic damage, right? If the Angela is placed into the mid lane, the Lunox served its purpose, as well as being very versatile in its lane, very hard to pick off.
Harith.
And so what do they go for? Harith.
Yes! Big one, big one. You see Lunox gone, you straight away pick up the Harith.
I mean, game 6, it was the other way around. RQ banned out the Ruby and the Harith for that second phase. So now, after seeing Aaron Shika's impact, they're saying, you know what? Yeah, we don't want to deal with your Lunox. Harith, though, very value as well. I mean, Aaron Shiki can definitely rock it at RQ. Exia Matilda. A combination what TLID did to Bigatron yesterday.
Gatot.
Gatot Kacha is still up and available.
I'm telling you, Gatot will be kind of insane here. I mean, then again, it really just depends on the performance of Edok in tandem with Skylar, because there's so many ways that you can play with the Guiding Wind, right? Open up with Ixia's ult, maybe even save his boy in the jungle whenever he dives too far. That's why I think that if TLID go for the gut thought, it might be good. But no, instead they're just gonna leave Cho in his own zone, and Terizla just a hard way to maybe get a cancel, maybe force an ult from the Faramis.
Yeah, a very conventional way in dealing against an Alpha as well, during the neutral objective. Flicker, penalty zone will be the answer. Will that hero be the hero that deliver them the crown?
For the first time in Aura plus TLID history, the crown. But remember, if RQ picked this up, it's been a while. It's been quite some time.
It has been. It really has been so
It
far.
might be the 5th time. So we're gonna throw it over to the casters for the final game. Boys, deliver it with brilliance.
Showdown for the silverware. One last game to ascend to the galaxies. Who will be the kings of the galaxy? Who will be the MPL ID Season 14 champions? It is Team Liquid ID against RRQ Hoshi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 7.
It has now come to this, the final game in the match. And we're seeing familiar picks and unfamiliar picks as well. Skylar on the Ixia with the war cry against an assassin. A bold move, a desperate time for Keskute. We'll see how this plays out, man. The Cho in the hands of Witty will definitely be a big problem for the side of RRQ. We've seen it happen before, but along with that, with 2 Purifies, RRQ have a lot more safety built in, but Team Liquid ID will have the initiative.
They picked the Ixia and Mathilda. Yesterday it was picked up by TLID, but now it's an RRQ. What are the differences for this pick against yesterday, Arashi?
Ooh, hang on a second. Good clear. Ooh, scary stuff. What's the difference? I feel like this time they're up against an assassin with a lot of mobility. Actually, they're up against a composition with a lot of mobility in general. Harith, Ling, Cho. Tenacity is on 3 members because they know they require that extra bit of survivability. They're going to be playing on the back foot, trying to actually survive initially, but in the early game, they're gonna try and use this Alpha Mathilda combo as leverage. But look at Fabian.
Trying to clear the wave as fast as possible. Witty. Shun 2 out, having the blades onto Edok. That's a Purify, but Fabian will be able to dodge away! The Usurper!
This is not how they wanted it to go. Citizen saving the Spear of Alpha for the right moment, but Fabian able to dodge out of it. A great win already early on for Team Liquid ID. 2 kills, 1,000 gold ahead.
A game fact by the new application Go Pay. Fabian with his Ling in Game 6 became the 2nd fastest farmer in MPL ID Season 14, reaching level 5 at 9 minutes and 6 seconds.
Penalty zone into the back line. Sutsujin still able to collect the retribution. The hard guard on Aran. Purple buff still being taken right now as Randishan is out. A bit of damage, but another realm will be sustained over. That's it as welcome, and the flicker. Dyron finds the head kill.
The chop from Dyron locks down and sets in stone RRQ. They fight back.
Wow, interesting situation there. RRQ going straight for the... Oh, hang on a minute. A little barrage.
And a flicker, too. Witty, not level 4. Will have to respect Edok.
Right, what I was about to say is that they weren't level 4 yet. They forced that fight pre-level 4, got the turtle that got them to level 4, and then they pushed the tempo and went straight for Team Liquid ID. It's like they knew the timers on Fabian getting his purple buff right there, knowing that he would most likely want to get that first before going into the fight. Now it's back to equal grounds, and Witty is level 4.
Fabian pull back. Sutsujin goes in for the Spear of Alpha, but Fabian is able to get the Finch poise to escape.
Still, they dance with depth, and Fabian likes that odds. And now, of course, Aran down bottom. It feels like he's not rotating as much as he was yesterday with the pick. What is he trying to achieve, Arashi?
Oh, hang on a second. Witty chased down.
Dragged back as well, but there's no kill threat with just a Mathilda and a Paramis.
Not enough burst at all, but look at Rins now. A bit out of position. This is a threat of the Ling, man. Sutsujin has been very generous with the Spear of Alpha. I don't know if he's conditioning Fabian to expect it, but wow, this is how it's going. And Skylar, that's the 2nd time he's popped that ulti.
Just to farm.
Just to make sure that he doesn't get stuck in a weird situation there, avoiding the lane technically.
Yeah, and they try to pressure the purple buff that is Fabian's. And Dyron is here as well.
No, Witty. There we go. It's going to be the kick down Fabian, Temper the Blades, able to knock him out with the penalty zone as well. Another realm comes down, but Witty will lose his life. No, he still gets the Kundo on him.
Witty!
That's an as jump, but they're all gonna melt down as Aaron Shiki has rotated all the way from the gold lane. Fabian had the purple buff, he got it, and now he has slain Rins together with Aaron Shiki.
Witty bobbing and weaving, escaping death once more. 006. This Cho is a menace.
Just like that, again, 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid ID. Now with the turtle, 1.5. Witty on the Cho, an absolute menace. Difficult to deal with, always around, just to be an absolute nuisance. RRQ, with all the prior picks that they have, this Alpha so far hasn't been able to find any success.
We'll take a look at the combo hero stat. 2 wins and 0 losses so far. The Mathilda and the Ixia was picked yesterday by Team Liquid ID when they took down Bigatron Alpha.
And it was first picked by Kezcute. Not this season, it was last season with Bigatron Alpha, Ixia and Mathilda. This season it was them too, but did you remember if yesterday Aaron Shiki went for the war cry? Because I don't think it was war cry for Aaron yesterday.
I don't think it was either. This might be the idea might be to just get the war cry proc and then let everyone else do the job, right? Let Sojin maybe burst someone down and apply it from far away. It could be the synergy they're going for right here. But again, the problem still remains. RRQ can't really do much when it comes to engaging with the mobility from Team Liquid ID. The Mathilda can't get a good catch, and so can't the Faramis. It really is only in the hands of Dyron, which is why we see him go for these big flicker Daytona welcome plays.
Dyron has to lock down the lane, right? Fabian, he will run rampant as he used to. And of course, this time around the Brats has huge responsibilities behind its back. Now, of course, Iran going to accompany that mid laner of TLID, but Witty, again, just ever so enthusiastically opens up the map like that.
Edok procs the Certain Eagle trying to get something, but look at this, Aaron. Ooh, almost cornered by Dyron, but look at the duel on the top side, man. Whoa!
2v1 on Sutsujin. With a threat tree out, Sutsujin. Already uses Spear of Alpha. Fabian with a very ambitious dive. But it's on to one Alpha. They gotta respect the Alpha, man.
They do, they have to. But Sutsujin is far away. The turtle, though, spawns. And Fabian as well, but Fabian can catch up with the Finch boys. RRQ, though, they have control of the turtle pit and they advance further. Witty is just here to cover.
Ooh. Rins, though, being really up front. Here comes Skylar. No guiding in for a while, though. Is this the window? Oh, see Halbert first item.
Doji Kundo. That was welcome over to him. Fabian will be able to get an opening right now. He will try to go for the jump on the Skylar with another realm placed on him. Sutsujin with his retreat battle. Time to blaze in the midst of it all. Fabian escaping. No retreat on him, but RRQ decides to go for the mid lane instead of invading the jungle. Aran trying to clear the wave all alone. Goes for the hammer swing, stocked up, and Spear of Alpha over to him. Flicker out. Aaron now with the Demand Force trying to save the turret from being taken. And he will be successful at that. He will stop RRQ from sieging the tier 1.
Witty? Oh, whoa. Securing. Yeah, guaranteeing the purple buff. But that might just cost them the mid turret. Great moves from RRQ. But what's fascinating is that how early that full barrage was popped earlier. Fabian almost seems caught off guard there. But then Rins moved backwards just to ensure that the Netherrealm actually reaches Skylar. And that could be the idea here, using that full barrage to really zone out the squishier members. If Fabian was on a tank, was on a fighter, he can kind of get into that danger zone and still go for the retreat. But now that he's on a Ling, we've talked about this matchup before, an assassin against a marksman. If the Ling can't really one-shot the marksman, the damage can't really be tanked up by something like a Ling.
Yeah, Fabian was thinking about it, right? In that turtle fight, he was about to jump towards Skylar, but Edok, with a great cover, just hides him. Fabian might look for this steal.
We got it!
He gets it!
Wow!
You thief in the night!
Crazy Fabian, Flavor Fave! Stealing it away from an Alpha. Now that's quite impressive, sneaking his way. Like you said, realize a thief in the night.
A total plunder there.
But look at the pressure here immediately. Wins once more, being the frontliner, staying confident with that Purify. Fabian going for a split now, having the purple buff, but the bottom tower shall fall. So both teams kind of equal, but hang on a second, Aaron popping the full barrage. Quicker from Aaron Shiki, respecting the full barrage potential. But that's a hard guard too. It's a big resource, man. 2 big resources.
Yeah, Aaron Shiki hasn't been able to find much success with the Harith. This playoffs was overstanding a lot. Winning with the kick.
Onto Skylar. There's no follow-up here, but there's no full barrage either. Aaron Shiki doesn't have this man force, but will be able to dish out some damage. Now Rins forcing the Purifier and another realm of dive. Fabian tapping a blade. Skylar fallen. And now Edok is next. Sutsujin in the midst of it all, trying to get some damage down. Winnie's still able to escape. Sutsujin goes in for a desperate Spear of Alpha, but gets caught by Flavor Fave. It's a triple kill for Fabian.
The castle walls crumbling down slowly. TLID. They charge even faster. Yeskill gets Tyron.
The Dino chased down by a Yeskill. Tyron will fall. They will not have control over the Lord. It will be TLIDs to take.
Dangerous preposition for RRQ. They sent Tyron to the top side. They know that Fabian was free to rotate around, but they don't respect the speed of the rotation. In the bottom lane, overextending, even with the guiding wind, even with the circling eagle, RRQ were just too far up, and they had nothing left to deal with Fabian. And you cannot do that. You have to ration everything perfectly to try and deal with the Cho, with the Ling, even with the Harith to a degree. RRQ suffered the price. 4k gold behind. It's only the First Lord, but it's not looking that good. But they do have a very solid high ground.
Yeah, and let's rewind a little bit, right? That fight down bottom. Vince popped the Netherrealm, but Skylar was out of range, so he had no cover behind that Netherrealm. And Fabian just dived into the backline, dived and ate Skylar alive. So this Ling will possibly be a problem again.
We were talking about this in the draft. How will you escape from the Ling? Assassinated before the Netherrealm even comes through. Around with the penalty zone. Fabian is going wild. And he dives under the turret. He will fall, but he is already bursted. He is already wasted resources away from the Kings.
Rex, Regum, Kaon shook again once more. TLID, they advance even further.
The Lord on the top side still. Team Liquid ID. 5k gold ahead. All things considered, Fabian actually gets taken out right there. It's a small victory if you look at the gold difference. Still managed to be held at that 4k mark. RQ once more. Can they play this patient enough? Even earlier with the Netherrealm, with everything used, they weren't able to actually survive long enough in the fight. And now Skylar once again is showing in the lane boldly, impudently.
This Ixiano, it becomes a very, very hard game to play. Once it scales into the late game, and look at Aronchiki. 3-item power spike. But hey! Who says Onyx is not in the finals? Kyrie right there!
Yeah, with Buddy.
Yeah, with the whole gang almost.
Happy birthday, bro!
Happy birthday, Buddy.
Buddy. And a fist bump as well right there, right?
Yeah.
All right, 50 seconds though, RRQ. They've banked on this composition. The early game at least has not been kind to them. This mid game, in theory, is one of the strongest points for Team Liquid ID, and they're still, by all means, at a 4k gold lead only. So RRQ, they're trying to play it as slow as possible, and they're avoiding overextending too far, ensuring that Edok at least can still get some saves using the guiding wind. But that means that Team Liquid ID can farm even faster. They've reached level 15 though, especially Fabian. So at this point, any kind of farm advantage will be useful for an item swap, but it won't affect the overall power.
Yeah, and of course Fabian, he terrorizes the kingdom. Look at what they want to throw into just taking down the usurper. This guy, it feels like there is no room for error when he has his hands on the Ling.
Ooh, we have to see what Skylar is building, man, because at this point, is he going to be forced to build a Wind of Nature? He needs something, because Fabian is bursting him down a bit too quickly. Maybe for this... Oh, hang on a minute. Okay.
Ooh, RQ, look at Witty. He's zoning Skylar away, completely away from the team fight. RQ don't know what to do. They are scattered by the cavalry. Their formation has been broken. And Fabian claims the Lord.
Impeccable work by the cavalry. Witty, for once, he was alone in the middle lane, but he got the job done, and they get a free Lord.
Is that the orange buff taken by Skylar, actually? No Wind of Nature just yet. Rose Gold Meteor, actually, for Skylar. We'll have to see. RRQ, again, catching up. We're at the 14-minute mark, and generally, in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll truly be at the late game, where the goal difference will be impactful, but it won't really be game-changing. RRQ holding on for dear life right here. But are they being too greedy with this itemization? Will Mathilda alone, with the Faramis, be able to save the Ixia from the thrust, from the assassination attempts of the Usurper?
5 items for the Usurper Fabian. This might be his stage to prove that he is nothing short of a brilliance. And now RRQ, they need to defend their base, but their high ground Arashi isn't any good.
It's pretty good with the full barrage, but again, it's not about the damage output from so far away. It's also how long can you defend? How can you stop the dive? Look at Witty.
Maybe no! Penalty zone! From around Witty jumps in with the Jikundo. Another realm to save them, to save the kingdom. Once and for all, Fabian with a bit poise escaping away.
Crystal!
Vicky will go for the base. The lead is on it! The castle walls demolished! The road to glory denied! The kings have fallen! On the night of the revolution, on the night of fate, the cavalry do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of the kings. They push, they scream, and they charge!
The revolution is complete. The cavalry, they occupy the castle. They break free from the subjugation of the kingdom. The kingdom is no more. Their nightmares conquered. Their road has never been easy. 11 seasons of failures. 11 seasons of torment. 11 seasons of what ifs. But this season, a band of young stallions take charge. And for the first time in the organization's history, they have their hands on their first ever MPL ID trophy. Team Liquid ID are your MPL ID Season 14 champions.
It was close. It was competitive, but almost just simply isn't enough. Team Liquid ID with the dream underdog story in their debut season for 3 rookies. They have attained this MPL ID champion status.
They are your kings of the galaxy. What a journey it has been. Agony, tension, heartbreak for the kingdom. But they stand tall. What a fight it has been for them.
A phenomenal performance from Liquid ID. A phenomenal run from Liquid ID. A team that started all the way in the bottom, 0-2 in the first week. A team that was already taken out of the playoffs, taken out of the season in the first week. Everybody thought it was over. They promoted 4 players from the MDL, 4 nobodies from the MDL. And the man you see on your screen, Aaron Shiki, in the 4th week of the regular season, he said in the comms, we're here to prove to everyone that we deserve to be here. And they surely deserve it. The champions of Indonesia. The first one in 2 years. We have a new champion and it is Liquid ID.
Out of all the teams possible, out of all the challengers set to be able to take down the Sky Kings, Team Liquid ID, against everyone's expectations, especially before the regular season, have done it. And that's a great moment for them.
They were not able to beat RRQ, but still, our appreciations, salutations to the kingdom, of course, as they take their bows. What a grand finals it has been. But of course, for the cavalry, they were not able to topple down RRQ for most of season 14. But when it mattered the most, but when they were hanging on a tight rope, they were able to pull it all. And rightfully they are your kings of the galaxy.
And once again, we'll have them charge to the middle of the stage to lift the trophy that they have worked so hard to claim, a trophy that they had to take away from the Kings of Kings, the team that made them bow to them. Ladies and gentlemen, your Season 14 champions, Liquid ID!
What a journey. What a journey. They can finally say, they did it. They did it.
They certainly have. The rookies out of nowhere, man. Even in the drafting phase, people thought that it wasn't possible, that it couldn't be done. But look at them now.
The question becomes, how far is their ceiling? This is their freshman year in MPL, and they're able to clinch that silverware. How far will this team go? What are their limits?
The sky is the limit for this team. Next in their sights is the M6 World Championship. They must not be complacent. They must not be satisfied. But today, they must celebrate.
Celebrations underway. But of course, it has been an honor to cast the grand finals for you. It's Arashi, Mirko, and Realize signing out. To the panelists, we go. Take it away.
Season 14 menjadi season di mana lahirnya juara baru di MPL Indonesia. Tim Liquid ID, mereka memberikan yang mereka miliki dari regular season, benar-benar bisa menggebrak panggung MPL Indonesia.
Ini adalah bukti, walaupun ini adalah panggung playoff pertama mereka, ini menjadi sejarah baru. Tim Liquid Indonesia, the winner of MPL Indonesia Season 14!
Dan tentu saja kerja keras mereka telah berbuah manis dan mereka pun akan mendapatkan banyak sekali untuk juara ini.
Betul sekali, dan kita akan langsung memberikan hadiah kepada sang juara kita. Maka dari itu kita akan mengundang kepada Pak Michael Yahya selaku Creative Director of UBS Gold untuk memberikan UBS Medallion and Ring.
Karena kita melihat bahwa mereka belum punya cincin nih. Cincin pertama yang akan disematkan untuk player-player, untuk jajaran dari tim Liquid ID. Inilah dia. Di mana ini akan menjadi sebuah pertanda bahwa tim Liquid ID telah bekerja keras. Mereka akan langsung saja, inilah dia. Aran, the EXP laner. Medali telah disematkan. Dan juga cincin pertama untuk Aran. Dan Widi menjadi next player yang akan dikalungkan. The Wise Man, Widi, roamer yang terus menerus bisa mempelajari musuh dan siap menghantam semua lawan mereka nanti di M6. Dan inilah dia, satu player yang paling ditunggu-tunggu juga. Dengan ucapannya, dengan kespiciannya, dengan permainannya. Aaron Siki, the gold laner.
Dan selanjutnya ini dia, Yeskiel, our mid laner. Yang juga telah berkontribusi atas kemenangan tim Liquid Indonesia dengan begitu luar biasa bermain untuk tim Liquid Indonesia.
Dan siapa dia? Fabian Acu bisa mendapatkan langsung medali pertamanya di playoff pertama mereka. Ditambah dengan cincin yang telah disematkan. The Jungler, from Team Liquid ID. Mewing dulu. Dan Kabuki pun dia memulai membuka setelah sekian lama berjuang bersama dengan tim Liquid ID. Inilah dia Kabuki dan juga jajaran semua para player yang terus berjuang bersama di depan layar, di belakang layar pun. Dan juga ada James di sini yang mendapatkan medali dari UBS Gold ditambah dengan cincin pertama di Indonesia. Season pertama yang begitu naik turun untuk tim Liquid ID. Dan Yawi pun turut serta. Di atas panggung ini mereka adalah satu. Mereka terus berjuang bersama, memberikan ilmu dan segala yang mereka miliki untuk menjadi sang juara. Yawi telah mendapatkan cincin dan juga medali, namun jajaran coaching staff dari tim Liquid ID tidak bisa kita lupakan facehugger. Dia berjuang dari season ke season, namun season ini bisa dibilang mereka memiliki strategi yang luar biasa. Ditambah dengan cara mereka menyatukan para player. Tak lupa, inilah dia, Sende Lucas dengan medali yang telah dia sematkan. Terbayar penuh semua usaha yang dia berikan kepada para playernya. Cincin pun kacing-kacing. 2 cincinnya nih. Tapi 1 cincin yang telah didapatkan, cincin pertama. Dan kita juga harus turut mengapresiasi dari manajer pula yang terus menerus kita bisa dengarkan dukungan dan support yang mereka berikan dari belakang layar. Dan Kodan berseason-season pada akhirnya terbayarkan. Kalevi sudah dapat, Kodan sudah dapat. Boom! 1 medali terakhir telah disematkan. Jajaran manajemen, merekalah yang memperkuat tim Liquid ID dari balik layar. Ini adalah kemenangan bersama, ini adalah kemenangan tim. Dan kita akan berfoto bersama dengan Pak Michael Yahya. Dipersilakan untuk merapat. Pamerkan cincin kalian, pamerkan medali kalian. Karena kalian pantas untuk berselebrasi bersama dengan UBS Gold.
Dan ini dia Cavalry, sebutlah juara kalian di MPL Season 14.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Michael Yahya telah menyematkan kepada sang juara kita medali pertama dan juga cincin pertama dari mereka.
Betul sekali Bude, dan selanjutnya kita akan turut mengundang kepada Bapak Faris Shiki selaku MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager dari Samsung Phone S24 Ultra untuk menyerahkan hadiah kepada juara kita.
Makin rajin nih untuk push rank, untuk berlatih. Khususnya mereka memang sudah menang di sini.
Betul Bude.
Di hadapan mereka akan ada next step untuk di babak M6 World Championship.
Betul sekali, ini merupakan langkah awal. Ini bukan akhir dari kemenangan tim Liquid Indonesia. Karena mereka masih harus bersaing untuk mewakili Indonesia di M6 World Championship.
Satu persatu pemain dari tim Liquid ID. Mereka mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy S24 Series.
Betul sekali, dan ini merupakan apresiasi terhadap kerja keras tim Liquid Indonesia pastinya untuk bisa kembali berlatih dan pastinya lebih rajin untuk push rank, mempersiapkan diri untuk M6 mereka di Malaysia.
Tangan mereka sudah mulai penuh sepertinya karena hadiah demi hadiah terus mengalir untuk sang juara. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini, boleh kembali bersatu di tengah untuk bersama-sama merayakan Raja Galaxy. Raja Galaxy dengan Samsung Galaxy mereka yang baru. Dan tentu saja ini akan menjadi momen di mana sang Raja Galaxy mereka akan ditantang terus-menerus setelah ini. Mereka mendapatkan sejarah baru dan terima kasih sekali Bapak. Boleh kembali karena selanjutnya kami akan memberikan hadiah selanjutnya.
Betul sekali, terima kasih kepada Bapak Faris Shidki selaku MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager dari Samsung Phone S24 Ultra. Dan selanjutnya kita akan mengundang Bapak Andika Magara Akan selaku Wakil Ketua Bidang Kompetisi, Atlet dan Prestasi ESI Provinsi Jawa Barat untuk memberikan champion check kepada tim Liquid Indonesia.
Yap, mereka telah berjuang di tanah Bandung, tanah yang menjadi saksi lahirnya juara baru. Mari kita akan abadikan momen bersama dan Raja Galaksi.
Dan inilah adalah bukti bahwa kerja keras dari mereka untuk bisa sampai ke panggung playoff dan akhirnya membawa tiket ke M6 sampai di akhirnya grand final mereka menjadi juara utama dari MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Baik, kita akan abadikan momen dengan title Raja Galaksi, title baru untuk penunggang kuda handal tim Liquid ID yang sedang menjadi Raja Galaksi. Terima kasih sekali untuk Bapak, dipersilahkan untuk kembali ke tempatnya karena kita sudah mengabadikan momen ini, Bapak Andika. Dan
selanjutnya Bude, kita akan mengundang Ibu Stephanie selaku Head of Marketing dari PT Popmart Indonesia untuk memberikan hadiah kepada tim Liquid Indonesia. Berikut ini adalah hadiah cek dari Popmart sebesar 30 juta ribu rupiah.
Mendapatkan banyak sekali hadiah. Hari ini tim Liquid ID benar-benar merasakan kebahagiaan yang telah mereka nantikan. Tiap season mereka berjuang, tapi season 14 menjadi momen yang patut untuk kita kenang. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini bersama-sama.
Dan inilah dia momen bersama Popmart. Terima kasih untuk Ibu Stephanie yang telah memberikan hadiah kepada tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan selanjutnya Bude, kita masih punya pengumuman yaitu
untuk Final MVP. Waduh, siapa nih? Siapa yang bakal menjadi Final MVP? Ini, coba tebak-tebak.
Siapa? Oke, kayak kita sudah mendengar beberapa nama di sini Bude, tapi langsung saja kita akan mengumumkan our final MVP for MPL Indonesia Season 14 adalah Widi!
The Wise Man Widi, Roma Ranyar, rookie baru yang mewarnai tim Liquid ID, mewarnai MPL Indonesia Season 14. Dan tentu saja Widi di sini akan mendapatkan banyak sekali hadiah.
Betul sekali, maka dari itu kita akan kembali mengundang kepada Bapak Faris Shidki selaku MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager dari Samsung yang akan memberikan gaming package kepada Widi selaku Finals MVP dari MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Widi, kerja keras di season 14, terbayar. Pria yang terlihat misterius, namun bisa menghunus semua lawannya. Semua yang telah dia dedikasikan untuk season 14 terbayarkan. Dengan membaca patch, dengan mencoba untuk selalu membaca pergerakan dari lawannya. Turut serta memberikan dukungan kepada teman-temannya pula. Dan bagaimana halnya dengan yang dia miliki, semua dia berikan untuk tim Liquid ID.
Baik, dan selanjutnya kita juga akan mengundang kepada Pak Michael Yahya selaku Creative Director of UBS Gold untuk memberikan Golden Thumb by UBS.
Golden Thumb by UBS Gold akan didapatkan oleh VD sebagai final MVP yang terus kita bisa lihat cara dia meraih mimpi. Perlahan tapi pasti, satu langkah demi satu langkah, ia berhasil lalui bersama kawan-kawan. Namun, dari jempol Widi inilah menghasilkan juara dan permainan yang baik.
Betul sekali, ini merupakan apresiasi atas kerja keras dari Widi sebagai final MVP kali ini. Baik, terima kasih untuk Bapak Michael. Dan selanjutnya juga Widi akan menerima hadiah Pop Mart Doll yang merupakan Mega Space Molly 400% dari Pop Mart. Dan para champions di sini mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy S14 Ultra sebagai hadiah kepada sang juara.
Dan kita akan langsung mengundang saja Bapak Faris Sidki selaku MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager untuk kembali ke atas panggung untuk memberikan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Betul sekali, dan juga ini merupakan MVP Trophy by Samsung yang akan diberikan langsung kepada Widi sebagai Finals MVP di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Boleh kita abadikan momen ini.
MVP Trophy telah diberikan dari Pak Faris Sidki. Dan tentu saja hadiah sudah banyak banget nih, udah didapetin oleh Widi. Saatnya kita mendengar sepatah dua patah kata dari Widi.
Terima kasih buat dukungannya semuanya. Untuk para The Calvaries pertama, terima kasih untuk bantu support aku, bantu nyemangatin aku. Apapun yang udah terjadi di reguler kemarin sampai saat ini, terima kasih banget. Karena kalian, aku bisa di titik ini. Dan kemudian terima kasih juga buat rekan-rekan satu tim, dari coach, dari player, semuanya, dari jajaran atasan juga, Mas Reja dan Ko Dansan. Terima kasih udah percaya buat naikin aku, meskipun banyak yang ngeraguin, ya mungkin ini hasil yang terbaik. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak Widi sebagai Finals MVP dari MPL Indonesia Season 14. Dan sekali lagi persembahan hadiah ini diberikan dari Samsung, dari UBS Gold, dan juga pastinya Pop Mart yang akan memberikan Mega Space Molly 400%.
Iya, tapi tentunya belum lengkap kalau kita belum mendengar sepatah dua patah kata dari keluarga tim Liquid ID. Silahkan jika ada yang mau disampaikan dari The Cavalry, ingin banget nih dengerin sepatah dua patah dari kalian.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum Bandung. Gua Reza mewakili tim Liquid Indonesia ingin mengucapkan good game well played untuk tim RRQ Hoshi yang sudah menampilkan pertandingan yang sangat-sangat layak untuk ditonton, yang sangat menegangkan. Pertandingan grand final yang sebenarnya. Dan pertama-tama saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih dan syukur kepada Allah yang telah memberikan kami izin dan rezeki untuk memenangkan MPL untuk pertama kali setelah kami hampir 5-6 tahun berlomba di MPL ini. Dan kami juga ingin berterima kasih kepada Cavalry seluruh di dunia dan di Indonesia yang gak pernah henti-hentinya mendukung kami. Yang hujan-hujan jauh-jauh dari Jakarta dan kota-kota lain, mau kami dari 014 sampai kami ada di titik ini, piala ini kami dedikasikan kepada kalian semua, serta kami ingin membuktikan bahwa seluruh anak muda di Indonesia yang kalian belum pikir belum punya experience, belum punya circle untuk ke MPL, belum punya channel untuk ke MPL, kalian bisa juara karena kalian lihatlah, kami membawa rookie yang menjadi peringkat 1 di MPL Indonesia. Sekian dari saya. Let's go Liquid!
Dan itulah dia dari Reza Palevi yang telah berjuang begitu banyak. Mungkin ada yang mau ditambahkan? Ada lagi? Juara ini berarti sudah saatnya kita akan mengangkat sekali lagi trofi bersama-sama. Maju, boleh maju? Boleh maju bersama semuanya? Karena kita akan menunjukkan kepada dunia siapa yang menjadi Raja Galaksi di season 14 yang telah berjuang bersama-sama. Pada akhirnya 7 game mereka lalui. Dan merekalah yang telah mendapatkan gelar baru. Raja Galaksi Season 14. Inilah dia, tim Liquid ID.
Gambarin sambutlah, inilah dia juara kalian, tim Liquid Indonesia di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Mereka akan mendapatkan banyak sekali perhatian dari seluruh dunia. Menggebrak panggung MPL Indonesia dari babak regular season. Mereka benar-benar menjadi tim yang sangat berani tanpa takut untuk menunjukkan kelas dari tiap playernya.
Betul sekali Bude, dan melihat sepak terjang dari tim Liquid Indonesia sendiri, perjalanan mereka bukanlah perjalanan yang mulus. Kita dapat melihat ini adalah panggung playoff pertama mereka. Ini adalah grand final pertama mereka. Mereka berhasil menduduki upper bracket hingga akhirnya hari ini sejarah baru diukir dan tim Liquid Indonesia menjadi juara dari MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Semuanya telah bekerja keras. Semuanya benar-benar telah memberikan segalanya menjadi Raja Galaksi. Panelis, silahkan.
They did it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Team Liquid Indonesia. Officially crowned our new MPL ID Season 14 champions. I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe I just said that, and I can't believe that it's true. I'm still
just in shock. Just in shock. Yeah, I mean, for the past 13 season of MPL ID, season 1 it was NXL, but so after that, right, it only has been RRQ, EVOS, and Onyx. Now Fnatic Onyx that has just one MPL ID. Season 14, different story.
It's crazy. Honestly, I gotta ask you, Gunny, how does it feel to have a dedicated suit for TL? I mean, I did this when Echo won at M4, and now it feels like there's some significance to it, right?
I mean, it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence.
The two dudes are wearing the perfect suits for the occasion? I don't think so. What do you think, Eterna?
Don't be a bandwagon.
Hey.
A bandwagon fan. Okay?
I've been a fan of Fabian since birth.
Whatever.
Since birth?
I believed in TLID since season 8, guys.
You believed in TLID before there was TLID.
Yeah, Aura. I fell in love with the organization my debut season in casting, MPL ID, and ever since I've been waiting for them to finally pick up that trophy, and they finally have. And again, you know, alongside with RQ, they are going to be representing Indonesia at M6. And again, new faces that we will be seeing at M6, and not just new faces, for TLID in particular, again, debut season at MPL, that in itself was already an immense surprise. TLID in the beginning of the season, they did so badly. They were on a lose streak, and then they changed things up, swapped things up, bringing up these rookies out of nowhere, right? And then they started winning, and that was really weird. People were like, how is Aaron Shiki performing this way, right? Fabian wasn't highlighted at that point. It was Aaron Shiki first, especially with all his riz on the stage and stuff, being very confident, very cocky. People were talking about him. And then somehow, some way, they made it top 2 regular season, went upper brackets, won it all. That's not something you see quite often. We'll take a look at the power rankings by KB for M6. Now, Gideon challenge awaits. We see a Malaysian team up there. Let's talk about that.
First of all, it's really weird seeing a Malaysian team up there. I'm still not over the fact that we've won an international after so long, but I do think that right now SRG are in a period of making sure that they are hiding their strats until playoffs. We'll see whether or not we're going to see more at MPL MY, but even with the top contenders, I totally agree with this, right? It was either RRQ, TLID, Fnatic Onyx, or Aurora, right? All of these teams really good at what they do, have a very signature style, and works really well with the current meta.
Very interesting to see as well, right? The rising challengers here. As we all know, in case you don't know, BTK down 0-3, reverse sweep 4-3. So yeah, I mean, I want to see that same passion, that same intensity in M6. And yeah, I mean, newcomers, Twisted Minds, maybe they will bring some spicy things for M6.
Honestly, I'm even excited for S2G here because, again, I was expecting, Fireflux to be part of that lineup once more as per usual, but things are honestly changing on a global scale. Nobody is safe. Your position is only as long as you work hard for it.
Oh, amazing.
It is. What do you think about the Dark Horses, though? We have CFU up there, too.
This is where, okay, so when we come down to the Dark Horses, it's really tough to say where they rank amongst everybody else, which is why the Swiss format is extremely important here. I can agree with KB for S2G. I'm not too sure about CFU, though. I think that CFU, yes, they are looking good, but once you get into that international stage and once people put them under a microscope, I feel like they will find more weaknesses than strengths.
Oh, okay. Very interesting point.
What about you, Gani? From the power rankings, is there anything that you would change personally?
Honestly, after the grand finals, just a small tweak. TLID should be first if that was the particular order, right? I think TLID should be first in top contenders. Then I would put Fnatic Onyx PH second, RRQ third, Aurora fourth, but very close.
Interesting. You'd put TLID above Fnatic Onyx PH.
As of now.
Can you elaborate on that? Why is that?
Well, I believe TLID, they are a very volatile team in a sense where you can't really expect where they come from. They have templates, farming patterns, but more every now and then I think they shake things up from the draft as well, and also their patterns, right? They don't necessarily always go to that certain direction per game.
I think that's a fair point overall. If it was my top contenders, I would say that Fnatic Onyx PH would be right at the top, then TLID, and then Aurora and RRQ basically within the same standings, right? I feel like both Aurora and as well as RRQ currently are suffering from the same issue whereby you want to be fluid, but you also have some level of structure to your gameplay. And from regular seasons of both Aurora as well as RRQ, the structure is extremely clear and it's very abusable to high ceiling teams like TLID or even SRG for that matter.
But I think coming into the Swiss stage, that might get a little bit tricky, right? Because essentially you don't really know who you're going to be playing up against next.
Yep, you just roll the dice and pray.
So maybe for teams that are a little bit more structured like that, a little bit more template than that, it's a little bit more forgiving in the early parts of the Swiss stage especially.
Totally agree. But that's why these oddballs are a little scary. I'm looking at NIP Flash in particular. I know that everyone's like, they're from Singapore, but being a Malaysian, already having a deep hatred for Singaporeans, I'm just kidding. We know we're close. We're closely related. We know how to joke with each other.
I love you, Diablo.
But NIP Flash is just one of those teams. If there is a good enough prize pool and enough motivation, they can make magic happen. And they've proven it time and time again.
Yeah, I don't think anyone expected them to go that far. For MSC. They were top 4.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, a couple of tweaks here, they might have made it to the grand finals.
I agree.
That's the hardest part. The format is brutal on purpose.
It's going to be so exciting.
I know. I think everybody's so excited for M6 at this point. We're just waiting to see who's going to make it.
And because how things are so randomly placed, essentially, again, by the way, I just want to congratulate you guys on such brilliant acting.
Oh, thank you.
You guys should be actors. Why? The ceiling is not even just a limit. Okay, your limits are like beyond the ceiling. It's the skies at this point, right? You, Rose, who else was there? Miracle, LaFell.
Come on, you can't miss out on
Nice.
Yes,
Amazing stuff.
I mean, thank you very much. Appreciate the, Carlos, who were the producers of it, who shot it all together. Made me stand around for like 8 hours doing a couple of shots.
Wow.
I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff that wasn't put in.
What was the most challenging based on that experience?
The most challenging, standing in front of the projector. I got sometimes. I will admit, I did make a couple of mistakes, so they had to reshoot it. But there was a lot of times it was not my fault, and I just get flashbanged for free. Every single time, it's just like, oh, look at the structure. And I go blinded, and I have to do it like 8 times.
Oh man, I completely forgot what I was about to say.
I mean, SRG, still top, still at the top.
What was I gonna say? I was bridging that into a topic I wanted to ask. I guess this is what it feels like, to be on top.
Yeah, I know, right? It's pretty crazy. It's goosebumps, chills. It's the same feeling enough for MSC when the SRG won. It's just you walk out of that and it's like, whoa, we did it.
That's different. That's like next level scale.
I mean, sure, it is next level, but at the same time, MPL ID has really difficult competition. For some of these lower teams, they never even see like the grand finals ever. So for TLID to push all the way to this point, I understand that feeling. It's a huge sigh of relief, but now it's like, man, how far can we go at an international? That's the next thought.
Also, I mean, to add to that, right? This is their first playoffs for TLID Aura, right? Also, Fabian, Aaron, Cheeky, TL Academy, they were never tested playoffs-wise and whatnot. This is their first time, and they have that perfect type of performance.
Yeah,
what a final.
That's how we can go flashback into when you debuted on the panel here, right? You mentioned about TLID.
Oh.
What was the exact statement you made? Because I guess it's true. What was the exact thing you said?
The harshest environment creates the hardest people. I said a lot of weird stuff.
Okay.
I can keep going down the list. I don't know how many of these are going to get censored.
That's true. But more so like the young fire. That was necessary.
Yes, the next generation. The next generation of players, and I mean, even in their final speech, they're already talking about, hey, despite them being extremely young, Indonesian has a really good populace who want to play this game. They just need the right direction, maybe the right organization. I'm just throwing that out there, but also pure motivation to get to an international. It's no longer about local pride. I'm starting to feel for MPL ID. It's just MSC, M6 every single time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, technically, your region actually kind of started that, right?
I mean, not the
right. I mean, we have to, right? That was the first team that picked up rookies.
Yeah.
And then you guys won MSC.
I mean, technically, Echo also did it as well, but not like a full roster.
Yeah.
It's a good mix of the two.
True.
Yeah, so I mean, it really comes full circle. And I mean, considering the story of TLID, these players weren't first choice initially once the organization took over.
No, they weren't.
True.
Think about that. Being second pick and then just dumpstering the rest of the competition.
That adjustment right in week 1. After week 1, they took a risk, and now it really paid off.
They really did. Oh, I'm so happy for them. Facehugger has been there for so long. Palevi, season after season, he's been... No, because Palevi is the spokesperson. Every season he has to say sorry.
Yes.
Apologize to the fans.
Yeah. It's pretty, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty heartbreaking. It really is. The last time I came over from SBS and I got the Aura jacket, the last time before they turned it to TLID, same exact thing. It's pretty rough to watch.
It is. Yeah, I got a whisper from the producer. I hope you can repeat that. Just one more time, producer, what did you ask for?
I'm sure that Zipper will give that information to you.
Okay. You want to see Gideon dance on stage?
What?
Okay, yeah, we can make that happen. I'm just kidding. Okay, what message do you guys have for these teams who are going to be flying out to M6 for RQ as well as TLID?
I think Liquid and as well as RQ, just do your best, no pressure. Your first time grand finals win. Hopefully you can still just do your best and we'll be proud.
Don't stop being motivated. Continue on. Be the next generation, and then pass it on so that Indonesia will still stay relevant in this space.
But maybe not as good as, whoever represents you guys.
Not better.
But ladies and gentlemen, there it is. We are gonna come to a close. Thank you so much for tuning in with us on this wonderful journey. It's been me, Eterna, as your desk host with
Donnie
and
Gideon.
It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next season. Or maybe at M6. MPL ID Season 14. We own this. So weird for you to say that.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.